Hello, welcome to the Gargoyle Boss design stream. We'll be running over the basics of the design as seen in the dev blog, answering some of your questions and also designing one of the two Gargoyle Bosses. I'm going to hand you over to Jay, who has some notes prepared to discuss the hot topics amongst the community at the moment.
Yeah, we got quite a few questions in, haven't we?
We have
regarding some of the drops and how it works and whatnot. I think one of the biggest ones, one of the most contentious things that we got through was probably the cannonball buff.
That's right, yeah, the cannonball buff.
Yeah, the granite dust. We've had a lot of people saying maybe that's too strong. Maybe instead have. We've had different suggestions to change that as well, like perhaps an attachment to the cannon that lets you have more cannonballs.
Yeah, see, that doesn't make much sense to me, to be honest. It doesn't really feel like it belongs to this content.
So we had these discussions though in the design meeting, didn't we?
Did.
We spoke about that kind of stuff, and when we looked into it. Although on piece of paper you kind of see 150 more damage from cannonballs, like 15% more damage essentially.
Yeah.
We sat down and we thought, but the amount of time that is actually in effect, like if a creature is under 35, under 30 health, you're losing the benefit of these new cannonballs.
That's it.
And a cannonball attachment, we weren't a big fan of because it made it a little bit more AFK, a bit easier. And then on top of that, it's a one-time purchase comparatively to a consistent cost.
The thing is as well, like in terms of AFK, the whole point in this boss is to take away from the AFK element of doing gargoyle tasks. We're actually trying to produce something that's engaging, so people actually have to be there and concentrating on what they're doing whilst they're on this task. So if we introduce more of an AFK element as a reward, it's a bit silly, really.
Counterintuitive, isn't it? But in terms of the difficulty of the boss, and it not being, just as AFK as regular gargoyles, right? Like you did Abyssal Sire. Yeah, yes. I think you designed Abyssal Sire, didn't you?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Like, just as an example of some of the concept of mechanics that we could go for, I think, yeah, people might be underestimating. They might think it's more Cerberus level as opposed, or Smoke Devil, when it's actually a little bit more complex than that.
Yeah, for sure. Whenever I do boss designs, I always like people to actually have to concentrate on what they're doing, and I always like them to be sort of very nervous and on the edge of their seat. I mean, when we did the raids bosses, like the actual demi-bosses, which I worked a lot on, none of those you can really kind of sit away from your desk and just leave your player to sort of kill them for you. You have to be there to engage.
Yeah.
So this gargoyle boss will pretty much be the same. In terms of cannonballs, you were the guy that really helped me put that as part of the design together. So you're the one that...
Don't say that. They're going to attack me now.
I personally, I like the idea of cannonballs, and I also think that you have to invest a lot of time in being able to defeat a boss.
Yeah.
Learning how to defeat the boss in the first place, mind you, before you actually be able to sort of like do it on a regular basis to actually get this resource. So it's not like we're just handing it over for nothing. You do have to actually put the time in.
Absolutely. I mean, again, it's like we explained earlier, in terms of the other benefits that we had, it's not as bad as I think people might presume or think. Again, the missed potential of damage is a thing that not many people have really been taken into account, which is quite important. Because, if your creature's on 3 health, your cannon is still going to shoot. If it's on 29 health, the new cannonball is still going to be used. It doesn't use a different version of the cannon when it's lower health, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's still the use of that, like, an almost wasted potential of that cannonball that still exists. But yeah.
Cool. Right, well, I'm going to let you read through the chat and go over some questions. A lot of people are probably here to see something designed, so I will concentrate on getting that done.
Let's have a look, see. So there were some more things that came up, obviously. Some people were like, "Oh, it's another Slayer update," which was a question. But then we actually looked back. We did do a little bit of looking into what was happening.
That's right.
Slayer Cave with Neve was done in February. The Superior Slayers was September last year, and then the Abyssal Sire that we were just speaking about, that was like the last Slayer boss that we did, and that was September 2015.
That's right, yeah.
Some people are asking for like quests, which is it's a fair thing to ask. But you have to keep, like, Fossil Island, like I'm working on that with Mod Maz right now.
Yeah.
And that's coming out with a quest.
That's true. I think as well, like in terms of development costs, we basically got about 3 or 4 weeks spare where we thought, actually, we can just deliver on this gargoyle boss that the community asked for a while back. Yeah. So let's just put a design together and see what people think. So in terms of like a quest, that would take far longer than just, the time that we've got allocated to do this.
Yeah. It's the kind of thing where the amount of time that we have and what we can give is something that needs to be really thought into. There's a lot of quests in development right now as well. Obviously, I said the Fossil Island one.
Yeah.
Mod Ed tweeted out the other week that he's working on one right now, and I think that's actually pretty close.
Yeah.
I don't want to give a date to it, obviously.
Sure.
But I know it's not far away. I know mine's still looking very close to completion, so I wouldn't be too worried about lack of quest content if that's somebody's,
Yeah, sure.
main concern. So what are you making?
Me, right, so there's going to be 2 Gargoyle bosses. There will be the Guardian of Dusk and the Guardian of Dawn. So I'm making the Guardian of Dusk, which is a very sort of like tank sort of NPC that's very powerful with like strong defense. So this one's going to look very sort of masculine and sort of hench and top heavy. He'll have like really big wings. If I've got time, I might even give him 4 wings. We'll see what happens. 4 wings on a gargoyle, I know. So at the moment, I'm just
I think some people have only just realised there's 2.
Oh, really? People have only just realised there's 2. If you go to the dev blog, available on the Old School RuneScape website, then you'll be able to just check out the sort of like description of what exactly these 2 characters will be. It'll just detail it there.
It's really good. We in the design meeting originally. I remember we went in with the concept of Gargoyle Boss.
Yeah, that's right.
And I threw out, why don't we have 2?
That's it, you did.
And we just kind of went from there. Like the concept of this tanky, heavy, slow-hitting bruiser and this fast action, very slick, agile, other character working together in sync, defending the tower, dusk and dawn. Pretty cool, right?
Yeah, that will be awesome. I cannot wait to do it. I think as well, like it'll be nice to have these 2 sort of NPCs that complement one another.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to really decide what we can talk about in terms of boss mechanics, which always disappoints me because that's the most exciting bit.
I think there was a bit of a hint there. We kind of mentioned slow hitting, heavy bruiser for the Dusk?
For Dusk, yeah, that's right.
Yes, and then Dawn is a very fast, slick-paced, agile, speedy attack rate kind of thing. Of course, there's going to be specials for each of them. They're going to have a bit of mechanics that you might need to dodge, or you might need to do something to negate. But I
also like the idea that they're sort of like day and night. This mouse, by the way, has got a middle mouse button which doesn't press down, and I have to do that to rotate my camera.
Oh no!
So I'm going to have serious RSI.
I always accidentally press these little buttons. These like change the sensitivity. So really? I sometimes what are we looking like this light here? If you tap it up, it makes it really sensitive. So if you move the mouse. Left and right, it's really sensitive. It's really odd. Okay,
I've actually basically got a gaming mouse to do like modelling. I didn't really think this through. Never mind.
I didn't think this through as well because I can't drink my tea because the microphone. I'm struggling to
We needed straws. We didn't plan ahead. Are there any more questions on that sheet you got there? So in terms of difficulty.
Yeah, difficulty mainly. Will it be too strong? Will it be overpowered? I think we kind of touched on it. I think gargoyles generally pretty AFK. You don't really focus on gargoyle tasks. You know what I mean? Especially if you have the automatic smash kind of attack. It's just a sit down and let them hit you in the face while you play RuneScape on mobile on a different account. I got the plugin.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not a very focused kind of task. The boss will be.
Yeah, that's it.
It should have at least a little bit of focus. I'd probably guesstimate. Is that a word? Estimate is the word I was looking for.
Guesstimate.
More than but it'll probably be slightly harder than Cerberus in terms of mechanics.
Yep.
But probably slightly less than Sire. Maybe about the same.
I think the mechanics are always going to be the thing that kind of catches people out, which is why I don't really feel we have to make things have really high combat stats. It's just not needed. I prefer content that isn't just about someone just being able to sit there and tank because they're particularly high level. I prefer content where people actually have to think, right, this is a bit more cerebral. I have to concentrate on what's going on my screen, and I have to get good at reacting to what the game is doing to me. To me, that's gaming. That's what I've always done in computer games, so that's always the kind of content that I like to put together.
I didn't even think about this myself, but I've just thought about it. When you finish them, I presume you're going to have to probably kill them with a rock hammer like any other gargoyle boss. Or are we gonna think of a way to not do that?
No, you do have to. But I'd have to go into mechanics as to destroying them with a rock hammer. How that actually fits in. So yeah, it's a bit of a pain to not be able to explain
How
that.
good would
It's
you
really
be
cool.
if you forget your rock hammer on this kind of test?
Yeah, I think we should definitely make sure that people know, because that seems like a bit of a sort of an unfair way to catch people out. So if we just make sure, like we say, even in like any sort of marketing material, make sure you bring your rock hammer.
I think at one point we had like some early discussions of, you know, when they're on their last breath, instead of smashing them, you'd like hit the bell and it would vibrate and smash them instead.
Oh, you talked about the bell there, Jay. Oh,
What?
Be careful, that is a mechanic.
Is it?
Yeah, it kind of is.
Well, there you go. Okay, sorry.
It's fine.
First
don't worry.
mechanic leak. How far are we in? We're 13 minutes in and we've leaked one mechanic already.
Oh dear.
Oh.
We may as well just tell them mechanics now.
Oh, well, let's
Get it
talk.
out of the
Okay,
way.
well, why don't we talk about things that we didn't end up doing? Like one of the things that like in design meetings, a lot of people have ideas on what should be released for this
That's
kind of
right,
content.
yeah.
One of them was like a one-handed granite weapon, and we looked at that,
Uh-huh.
and then we kind of went, it's a bit lackluster
Yes,
as a reward. It doesn't
yeah.
really like what niche does it fill that would actually be useful?
Uh-huh.
And I'm sure that players will probably tell us what we're missing.
Yeah, yeah.
But like another one that we had was like a granite boomerang.
Yeah,
where-
yeah, okay.
Yeah, where if you're killing gargoyles with range or mage, you can
Uh-huh.
finish it off without having to run to it and smash it.
Yeah, so it kind of surprised me because we didn't really decide to go with that in the end, because you can obviously buy that ability from the Slayer store to just auto smash them anyhow.
Yeah.
It
It seems like the kind of thing you can buy, doesn't it?
Yeah,
as well.
that's
like,
right.
Yeah.
But it was mentioned on the forums, and I thought, oh, actually, so there are some people that would kind of like that, because we felt it would be very much overlooked, and like people wouldn't really take much interest in it. But if that turns out to be something that a lot of people seem to be asking for on social media, I mean, the poll for this goes live tomorrow. We can always sort of like write
Add it
something
in.
up late
Absolutely.
afternoon and get that in. So yeah, so that's worth mentioning. The poll for this will be going live tomorrow. As to what time it goes live tomorrow, I'm not too sure, because we'll obviously have to put some feedback changes into it. But you know, we'll let you know. In terms of like how this model's coming on at the moment, so I'll just explain to you what I'm doing. So we have several sections at the moment already. This is the abdomen just here. And these are some really, really big traps around here.
Those traps are huge.
Yeah, those are huge traps. And then we've got the collarbones just here coming down, and then we've got the chest just here as well. We've got deltoids around here too. So what I do when I make models, especially for characters, is I just try to flesh out these core muscle groups to basically define my silhouette. So already we can see from the front he's got that sort of like V shape that all the guys go to the gym for, and that sort of really big neck too. So these sort of characteristics make him already seem very sort of like top heavy, and it's kind of interesting when you compare him to say like defensive weapons that you get. So he almost looks like a shield at the moment. So that kind of like translates to the character that he's actually a very strong defensive character.
Sorry, I'm trying to.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that as well. You know, I think in that case, maybe for that person, the wish is the father of the thought. But never mind.
Yeah, we're not playing footsie underneath the table.
No, we're not.
We're not. But yeah, it looks really like. It blows my mind how in 15 minutes, like I can turn away and then look and go, oh, it looks like it does look like a body.
Yeah, that's it.
Which is bad to me as somebody who doesn't.
It's part of my day job, so you know you just end up getting faster at it. I may at some point during the stream have to swap the mouse out, because like the tip of my finger is just like
Is it really that bad?
breaking. Yeah.
Do you want to maybe? Oh, well, this is the same
It's
one,
exactly
isn't
the
it?
same mouse. Yeah.
Is it? Bugger. Oh, there we go. Who's going to be joining us next? Was it Kieran?
It'll be Kieran. Yeah.
Kieran, bring down. Oh, the camera's over here. I thought it was over here. Kieran, bring down.
Let's see if he's watching the stream. I don't know if he will be or not.
Justin, tell Kieran to bring down
I'm
Gareth's
tempted
mouse.
to just tweet Kieran.
Tweet
like,
him.
DM him.
Yeah.
And just ask him to bring down a mouse. If we got like the chat integrated down here.
I'll message him now. How about that?
Drop him a text. That'd be great. Just tell him to go to my computer and bring down my mouse from upstairs.
Where are we at? Where is he?
My orthopedic mouse, no less, because there are two of them.
Do you know about Tom Hater's like that weird mouse where like what's it called? The one with the ball
trackball mouse. Yeah.
So weird. Where is he? Kieran, there he is. Hi, Kieran. Hi. Bring down Gareth's mouse, please. TYXO. There you go.
Just like add to that, his pain will thank you. Cool. So, have we got anything else mentioned on that?
So I didn't really want to talk about the boots too much personally, but the boots were a sticking point.
Yeah.
I thought Kieran would give better.
That's fine. You can offer your opinion on the boots.
Well, yeah, but I think truthfully, they fill the niche as the counterpart of Primordials. We've had some feedback about, maybe a little bit of it's too strong, so I do believe that we might be slightly lowering some of the defensive bonuses on it. Obviously, it has some people were a bit surprised that it had a bit of a prayer bonus on it, but because they're attachments of Bandos boosts, it seemed fitting to slightly buff that.
Yeah, sure.
And again, comparatively to offensive stats that the Primordial has, defensive stats aren't as valuable.
That's right.
So we felt as though we had to just slightly up that strength bonus, slightly up that prayer bonus, just to keep it at least comparable.
What would you say to people saying, okay, fair enough, that's okay, but why are you locking this PVM equipment behind Slayer content? Why don't you just make a boss that's not related to Slayer?
I don't know. That argument is one that I like to hear. I like to hear because it challenges what currently exists. But you think about, did I say comparable? What did I mean to say? Comparable. Comparable is what I meant.
You can say comparable, yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you look back at the history of old school and you just don't question things like a level 85 Slayer creature dropping almost best in slot weapon, like a whip, right? You don't think about... you question things that are new as opposed to old.
Yeah, sure.
And when we look at it on the face value as when we design things, we say it seems fitting to add this to that kind of content. So
yeah,
that's how I see it. To me, it's just dragon boots are dropped by a Slayer creature. Why would an attachment be by a Slayer boss?
Yeah,
right?
sure.
But yeah, I think one thing I've seen a lot is why attach it to Bandos boots.
Yeah. And
we were speaking about this earlier. That's more of a design and balancing reasoning, right? Where we have his mouse. Here we go.
Awesome.
Thank you. You're not Kieran.
No, you're not. But I owe you a Coke anyway.
Thanks, Connor.
Cheers, dude. Yeah, that's cool. Thanks, man.
Are you gonna?
Okay, I'm just gonna take a couple of minutes just to swap my mouse over. So
minutes? It's only a lead.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Do you want me to pull on the wire so you can?
Yes, that's very helpful actually.
Okay.
Okay, right. Just give me a moment, guys. Cheers.
Okay, I'll show the mouse because everybody's asking what it looks like. It looks like this. It's kind of odd actually. It's like.
Oh, you're right to just.
Yeah, I'll take the wire. Is that good? Okay, good. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, we're slightly lowering the defensive stats. Not by a lot, but, about 3, 2-ish on all of them flat. Yeah.
I'd say it doesn't help to sort of give out a definite figure for now, but yeah, we're just looking to knock about 2 or 3 points off the defensive stats for all of the melee. The range defensive stats will stay the same.
Yes.
And I think we'll keep the prayer bonus on there because it's kind of the selling point, really, of the boots.
Yeah.
But obviously, just let us know how you feel about all of that on forums, and we'll be reading through it all tonight, and we can kind of amend the dev blog tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is that the point of blogs is to get feedback and to make changes based on the community's perception of certain things. So yeah, we're always open to things. I actually I've seen a good response that I haven't seen on Reddit yet, which is what about granite gloves? Because we don't actually have granite gloves.
Oh, okay.
It's a missing slot. I'd like to pull that alongside, I think, because it's
sweet. Okay,
it's the only missing slot, I think, in Gargoyle. You got your helmet from the Tarn's lair. What are they called? Pteradogs, I want to say.
You are right. I think it's Pteradogs.
So yeah, it's the only thing that's missing right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough. So yeah, granite gloves. Also, I think maybe people may feel that something like granite gloves coming from a mid-level boss kind of just feels suitable. At the moment, there's not really too much love for these granite cannonballs. Hopefully, people will sort of change their minds about it. I mean, you had a brief conversation about it on social media with people that were suggesting that we increase the capacity.
Yeah.
How did you sort of explain it to them to change their minds?
I mean, there's different arguments on what is buffing. To me...
granite gloves exist.
Do they? Am I being an idiot?
You may be.
It wouldn't surprise me.
I'm sure they don't. Because I sort of... I
Are you Googling it? You're wikiing it? You're being my MVP. Thank you. But yeah, increasing capacity...
Gloves.
of cannons makes Slayer in general a lot more lax, especially with creatures that you can always guarantee double hits on, things like Calphites.
Cool. Okay, yeah, so just to confirm, Granite Helm, Granite Body, Granite Legs, Granite Shield, and obviously the Granite Maul as well. They're the only Granite items in game in terms of, like, combat.
Oh, they trolled. Haha, just a troll, lol.
Well,
so funny.
Thanks for that.
12, 13, by the way, next month.
It's not like we've only got, like, 5 hours here.
I know. Got it.
to, you know, make a decent like NPC and pitch realistic perspectives of what we can achieve with this.
Do
keep trolling.
Somebody said make a granite cloak.
A granite. Yeah, that seems fun. We could just make it so it was so heavy you couldn't possibly move in it.
I could have swore at one point we had granite boots. They must have come later. I don't know what they came from a long time ago.
I would have said yeah if someone said we've got granite boots before I'd looked that up. But yeah. So I'll tell you what I'm doing now. Right, so I'm just building the arm at the moment. It's probably a bit obvious to be honest, but I'll explain to you how I'm building the arm. So this is basically, I'll just turn off the transparency, I'll hit grow, and I'll just move this over here. So this is your rotary muscles around the top of the arm just here. I usually just make them one huge bulk. They join into the pectoral muscles just here, and then that goes back just here in a sort of V shape to your deltoid to make an armpit. Characters in game generally have, especially player models, have their arms separated from the body because this topology is very difficult to animate. But with the armpit, I just found out that actually creating this V shape just here and then just having just a vert just here to join up these two muscle groups, you can actually animate the arm without any sort of real distortion of the mesh, so that tends to work. Just here as well, I'm just building the biceps together. So biceps, as they sound, are two muscles which run down the front of the arm just here, and around the back just here we have the triceps, which are three muscles. So let's just create this connection just here. So triceps will generally go around either side of the arm just here, and then you have one running straight down the middle. So I'm just going to create an extra cut down here just so we can define that when we come to colour the model. And then we'll just get like a decent shape to the arm. This thing, I think once I've actually blocked out the basic muscle groups just here, we'll have sort of more sort of like powerful heavy arms, but we can see how that goes. I might actually make it so his wings are the more hefty part of him because they'll be used in the fight, but no spoilers there.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah, the wings are important for both of them.
Well, gargoyles fly. They know that gargoyles fly.
Yeah, but these wings will do more than fly.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah, they'll do more than fly.
Isn't that like a lyric in a song?
It probably is somewhere, but you could say that about anything ever.
That's true. Yeah, when you add more polys on things, like the arms and the chest, for the sake of just recoloring, it really adds more definition to things like the Dark Beast, the superior one that you did, for example. Looks really, really good.
Cheers. I'd say like that really like depends, like because like people say like what's your poly count, like how many polys can you actually put on something. Really, poly count very rarely like stops me from doing what I want. The thing that stops me from doing what I want is, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but when you actually like zoom in on models in game, there's a lot of noise on the models where the meshes are distorting. So basically the more detail I put on, the more of that you get. Which is why things like the Slayer helm, which are sort of like ridiculously high poly counts for such a small item, are just constantly distorting all over the place when you're wearing them. And it's why a lot of the bosses that I've made since I came to the team, they're a lot larger, and with smaller poly counts and a lot of other NPCs don't actually do that, because the less information you have, the less of that surface noise you get in general. So really the question is like, how much detail do I want to put on the model, as opposed to how many polys do I want to put on the model.
You look at things like you said, the Slayer helm, but also like problems such as, just zooming. Zooming never used to be a thing that you could do so close to your character.
It was always a shame with zooming. I think it was something the players asked for, and I understand that we gave it to them, but I never really saw the benefit because it just sort of made things look a lot worse whenever you zoomed in.
I don't think people play old school for the looks.
No, of course they don't. I suppose from like a curious perspective, you would kind of think, if you'd never kind of seen things up close, I just wonder what things look like up close, so just let us zoom in so we can check that out. So it was kind of a curiosity, I suppose, at the time. But unfortunately it's left me with people being able to like scrutinise my work up close.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. Like, not many people play zoomed in.
Yeah,
and,
that's
you
true.
know, it's fine.
How many people actually play in full screen mode?
Full screen. You know, when we invited everybody over for Inferno playtesting.
Yeah.
Obviously, we knew at that time that there was 3 Jads.
Yeah.
And we knew they were coming up to it, and we were like, guys, we'd really recommend playing on resizable for this content. And they all said, nah.
Yeah.
And they were all playing on like fixed screen, and then 3 Jads spawned, and they went, what? And we went, we kind of warned you.
Oh, yeah.
But with that, actually, we got feedback to bring them a bit closer together so you can see on a
sure,
fixed screen.
sure.
It was useful, but nevertheless, it was surprising the amount of people that still play on fixed screen,
Well,
just by choice, and they're used to it.
I was watching so many streamers when Inferno went live, and I was surprised to see that most of them were just using it in fixed screen mode. I think, to be honest, that's got the nostalgia factor, so it kind of takes you back to when you
get
first
used to
started
it, don't
playing the
you?
game. Yeah, so if you sort of play in like full screen mode, yeah, it's fine for like an update where some graphics look a bit more interesting, but most people will probably switch back to it once they've checked out the graphics, and then that'll be it.
What are you doing with its neck there?
Okay, so the neck just now, I'm making these muscles called sternomastoid muscles. Now, these run from the back of your skull. I don't know what side I'm on the camera. Just let me check.
Let's check.
I need to be accurate with this. Yeah, so point this side. Yeah, there we go. So these run from the back of your skull just here, all the way down the side of your neck, and then they connect to these bones just here called your clavicles. So they're like a really important muscle for us to define.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Right.
So your clavicles are actually just like these big bones that come out here, but these muscles that run down the side of your neck, they actually just fasten onto the inside of your clavicles just there in the nape of your neck.
Modern anatomy.
You got to know this stuff, unfortunately.
It's like you're giving him either a really, really large Adam's apple, or he's a very, very bad smoker and has a little...
Well, it's just got like some sort of unfortunate circumstance going on in his larynx.
Yeah.
No, the reason why he's got like a big Adam's apple is because an Adam's apple is basically a sign of masculinity. Like, you know that someone's generally a male because they've got a large Adam's apple. So subconsciously, if I enlarge that and make it look very big, straight away people sort of associate these masculine qualities,
Characteristics.
Yeah, with this particular boss. Yeah, you're right. Characteristics, not qualities.
Oh well, I was agreeing. That wasn't even meant to be like a.
Quality suggests that there's some merit to having an Adam's apple, which I'm not sure is the case.
Why is there no female boss? But
well, see, they can't wait. I want to keep this quiet, but it doesn't matter.
Are we going to say it?
Yeah, sure. So
Cool.
One of these bosses will be a female boss.
The other boss is going to be female.
That's it. So she's going to be like the kind of polar opposite to this guy. They're going to complement one another. And she's going to be sort of very nimble and very light, and she'll be the one that's a lot faster than this guy. This guy's the tank as well. Mm-hmm. Quality.
Like we were discussing
sweet.
literally the other day about how they interact with each other and getting, like we were discussing animations for their attacks and having like very slick and slender movements together as if they're very in sync. They're very, they know exactly what each other's thinking. They've been up at the top of that tower for a long time.
They have, yeah. They're kind of a bit decrepit as well. Yeah, this happens. So you just have to calm it down. So basically, you can see, you can kind of see on me with the microphone out of the way, but like it's got like a jawline. I've got a jawline that goes like that. So it's very sort of it's kind of intuitive with your neck. So all I have to do is extrude straight up there.
It's just when you drag Polly so far, you know.
Yeah. Do people get a bit?
Do you remember when you did the Lizardman Shaman tale and people they blow up about that kind of stuff?
This is the thing. Like I worked in the medical profession for such a long time that things like that don't really like occur to me, just because I've not got that train of thought. So I went upstairs and like everyone's like wetting themselves laughing. I was like, what? And then they showed me this screenshot that's on social media of like this phallus looking piece of geometry that's been extruded from a model. I just didn't have a clue. So yeah,
you're too mature for that one, Gareth.
Yeah, I'd like to say I'm not, but I definitely am just too mature for that. Cool. So I'm just going to do the back of its neck just here. The back of its neck just here. So this will just include me sort of fleshing out like where the spinal column will go down. That's an important piece to actually fit into anatomy, because it helps you sort of draw a line of symmetry down the middle of the model. If I wasn't to have any sort of spine down this whole area would just be like, it's just too vast, so you need something to sort of like divide up the space. So generally what I'll do is I'll have a spine section straight down the middle just here. I'll have the traps just here. Just go to selection mode only, there we go. So the traps just here, we'll have the deltoids just here, and then we'll have the lumbar region down here. And those are just the sort of probably like a 3x3 quadrant that I cut bodies up into when they're on the back. Cool.
Yeah. For reference of the people watching, the chat is like here, which is why we keep looking over here every now and then.
I see.
And it's not like ignorance towards each other when we're chatting or anything.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. I watch a lot of Radio 5 on their sort of like podcasts where you can actually see them, and often like people in the chat comments, because they're constantly like reading stuff on their screen, get the wrong impression like the two of them are like ignoring each other.
Well, we're worst enemies.
Yeah,
we don't get on.
Well, that's a fact, but
Gareth,
it's not a fact. Of course, it's not.
I remember when I joined, and you were one of the first people that I ever spoke to inadvertently. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember. I said, "Run away."
No, you didn't say that. And here we are, 4 years later.
I know. It's been a long time.
No, you were introduced as like, it's like, oh, Gareth's been here for ages, and you were here for like
6 months.
6 months. Yeah.
Auto mod.
What do we?
I'm not. No, it's fine. I'm reading what's on the chat just because someone posted colours. If you post colours, I'm easily distracted. I'm like, that colour looks out of place. What's it doing there? Particularly purple.
You know, mate, you have a thing for purple. We've all seen Zaya. Yeah. We've all seen Shaman.
Here's the thing with purple.
Raids.
I don't have a thing for purple. I think I've just been told that I have a thing for purple, so I just kind of laugh about it now and just say purple. But it just ended up that a lot of the work that I was asked to do was related to sort of like death and mysticism with things like the Dark Altar. So when I was studying, we had to learn about colour association, and often like purple is associated with royalty and mysticism and poison and magic, so that tended to be the colour palette that I went for things relating to the Dark Altar. Because there wasn't a lot of purple things in game and people weren't used to it, it seemed like I was trying to change the landscape of things, but it was just an intuitive way of saying this is what this content is trying to say to you.
I've seen some of the stuff you've made for Fossil Island. There's a lot of purple there as well. I do think you just inadvertently, in your head, you're like, oh, I need a mysterious colour. Purple will do.
What did I make for Fossil Island that was purple?
The plants.
The plants.
You know the cool one with like the skeleton?
Right.
That's purple.
That's actually white now.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
On my computer, because I needed the purple to actually see, because when I look at like a colour wheel, I feel like I should open a colour wheel now just to
prove a point.
Yeah, just to prove a point. So colour.
It's not leaked. You tweeted it out. You tweeted it on your Twitter.
Yeah, I've tweeted it out, guys. Don't worry, it's fine. So let's check out the colour wheel just here. Is there anything in this domain that I have to keep hidden? I don't, do I?
I wouldn't, maybe.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah.
I've got an idea.
Yeah, I'm worried about your... That's better.
Yeah, you're worried about my...
Bookmarks.
My job.
Bookmarks is what I was more worried about.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Okay, cool. So we've got a colour wheel just here. So Fossil Island's obviously going to have a lot of foliage and that on it. So I'm making a foliage environment. So I think, right, what's going to stand out in this environment as an asset that kind of just says, like, hey, here's a bit of contrast. I go straight across the colour wheel.
Purple. Oh, surprise.
Now, in RuneScape, I don't know if people have noticed, but there's a lot of purple. So that happens quite a lot if I want to sort of like define contrast or something. So more recently I tend to go, all right, okay, maybe I'll just go for an orange or a blue or a red, and I just try to avoid purple because people often complain about it. But they're all... What are all blue, sorry? Do you know? Colourblind mod. Oh, I see. Yeah, it was a joke. Sorry, I'm really slow with jokes as well.
His username was colourblind. Okay, yeah. That's humorous. Do you know Mod Crowley is colourblind? And one of the funniest things is showing him graphics in meetings, and he goes, and we're like, oh yeah, so you look at the blue bit, and he goes, which bit's the blue bit? in his Irish accent, you go, it's this bit here, and you're highlighting it for him. We test that, you know. Not many people know that.
Yeah, this is really strange. Sorry, this just isn't welding for me. That's really annoying. Okay, just switch to this.
You used to work in
No,
QA,
no,
didn't you?
I did used to work in QA. Yeah, that's how I started. So I went for a recruitment agency when RS3 was doing their HTML5 update, and they just needed loads of people to test graphics. So that's how I started in the company. And then they kept me on a temporary contract for a bit longer, and then they got extended to a permanent contract. And then I got moved over a few teams until I got asked if I wanted to apply for a job on the graphics team instead for Old School RuneScape, and they all knew that I'd done training with graphics, and I said that'd be great. So yeah, I just had a brief discussion with the right people, and they said, yeah, sure, we'll give you a trial on graphics, and I've been there ever since. So, yeah.
Some of your old graphics resurfaced on Reddit the other day, I saw.
Which old graphics?
Do you remember the blowpipe and the Serpentine Helm original one, where you had like the sack of the venom sack and and the bone pipe kind of thing?
So that was really interesting because people kept saying, we want things that are simple, keep it simple. So I was like, right, okay, let's just scale this design all the way back, see what we can offer, just something really simple. And I posted it, and people went, what, this is ridiculously simple, you're just not trying. So
then you did the Serpentine Helm.
Yeah, it pretty much.
And the blowpipe.
Yeah, so now looking at the Serpentine Helm, I don't really like it. Just because there's too much going on, and I really wish that I would have kind of scaled the detail back a lot more, because when you sort of zoom in on it, it's just like hopping all over the place, and it's a total sort of like mess of detail.
Looks good though, mate.
So, yeah, thanks for that, but I don't really like it personally. It's one of those things that I kind of look at and go, yeah,
it happens.
You live and you learn, basically, from some of the stuff you make.
Yeah, Feminine quests come along fine. It's like I said earlier, some people had, you know, a bit of a problem. There was a Slayer update, and some quests would be nice. Like Fossil Island has a quest that's definitely coming out. Moded's working on a quest right now. My quest's close to being completed as well.
Yeah.
Like, there's quite a few right now.
Yeah, I mean, so I suppose this boss is one of those things where we think, oh, we've got like a bit of extra time. Let's just try and give people some cool PVM in this small window. PVM tends to be one of those things where you can very much scale the scope of the project quite easily, depending on how complicated you want to make the boss fight. So it means that whilst we're sort of going through this project, say if we like fall short of a week, we can go, oh, actually, so we've still got enough mechanics for a decent boss fight. We can probably like crop all these other mechanics back, and it won't really harm the content too much. Whereas with a quest, if you say, oh no, we're running out of time, let's just chop this quest in half, all of a sudden you've affected so much of people's expectations of what the quest should be. So it's a bit dangerous to try and do a quest in such a brief window.
The important thing is the amount of development time that we have and what we can do. But then it's all about just hitting so many different player tropes as well, because you know, not everybody likes PVM, not everybody likes skilling. I mean, Fossil Island is essentially pure skilling. The only like PVM on there that's probably like highlighted is the wyverns. There's a couple of creatures here and there on the island that I don't want to announce, but they're not really like, they're generally just like, I don't want to say filler creatures and make it sound like they're not useful, because they have their niche, but almost like, you know how sand crabs in Zaya, for example, like they're not really a, you know, it wasn't the selling point of Zaya, but it's a very useful niche piece of content to expand.
I understand what you mean. Just because you say something is niche, it doesn't mean that it doesn't have purpose.
Absolutely.
It's not interesting. So I don't know. But in terms of Fossil Island, I try not to comment too much on it, because I don't really know too much about the project. So I'm probably not your go-to person to give opinions on that.
Is there going to be a pet?
Of course, yeah, there will be a pet. We did get a bit of feedback suggesting that we put that in the blog, as people always ask. But it just kind of seems like one of those blog questions that everyone will kind of like know by this point. Whenever a boss comes out, there will be a pet with it. So I didn't want it to kind of cloud the wider topic.
Will it be the male or the female, or will you have a transmog option?
Transmog.
Yeah, makes sense.
That'd be really cool as well, because they'll both look very different for one another. So yeah, we can do a transmog option on them for sure.
That sounds cool. I like the sound of that.
Right, so I'm just going to start modelling the obliques down the bottom. Just here, they sort of these are the muscles that go from your lower back in the lumbar region, and they go over this curve of your hip just here, and then they sort of join down into your groin muscles as well. So these will need to be defined by a lip around here, which you generally see on sort of like catalogue models and stuff, because that's all they do. They just train their muscles, and they get those very sort of defined obliques.
that those things? The V.
Yeah, you could call it the V. It's one of the V's.
I don't know what oblique. You're using all these fancy terms.
But I'm pointing with my mouse. Just watch the mouse. There you go, obliques.
Yeah, thank you.
Go. So it's fine. If anyone else is confused by my terms,
follow the mouse.
Follow the mouse, and you'll be fine.
Yeah. Bicep and tricep and traps are about as far as I know.
That's what it's a start. You've just got. Say if you just like learn the name of one muscle every day. If anyone wants to learn all this anatomy, just one muscle every day is all you need, and by the end of a year, you'll probably know most of them.
What are these ones again?
Sternomastoids. If you want to be really picky, go sternocleidomastoids. But I just thought no one needs that amount of detail.
Oh,
there we go. Calm down. Yes, it's another extrusion. There's a slight sort of ooh there.
It reminds me of those. It reminds me just like an alloy key.
An Allen key.
Is it Allen?
Yes, an Allen key.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Do I look like I do DIY, Gareth?
No, well, it's fine. I suppose there isn't really a particular look for someone that does DIY.
Oh, this is true.
But yeah, it's fine. It's okay not to know what an Allen key is.
What I meant to say was, am I the kind of person that talks about DIY? Okay. I said alloy key. They're not going to let that one down.
Have you made furniture from IKEA?
Well, my table is one of those. It's just like the wood with screw-on legs.
Okay.
So it's like my first DIY project, IKEA.
Okay. Other flat pack furniture providers are also available on the market.
Oh yeah, more people.
Yeah.
B&Q.
Yeah, B&Q as well. I got some furniture from a company called Corona.
Isn't that a...
You think it's a drink?
Yeah.
It's a company that supplies, I think, in Mexico. But yeah, that furniture was really, really nice. It's sort of flat pack, but once you build it, it's really solid. Anyway, moving back.
Yeah, we digress.
So yeah, I'm just going to build in some more arm detail just here, just so we can actually round the forms out a bit more. Otherwise, the arms will look a bit kind of square. This boss will be about a 3x3 in area, so it won't be like staggeringly big. I think that kind of illustrates a bit more that it's a mid-level boss as well. But it's also good because it means those of you playing in sort of a smaller screen size will be able to see what's going on with these two NPCs. They'll be quite spread out during the fight, so I don't want like two massive NPCs that you're having to play in full screen mode to fight if you don't want to.
There's always things that whenever you're modelling, or whenever I see you model, I always there's little things that you don't realise about the body that you forget, like how long are arms? Like you forget just how long arms really go to inside of your
That's it.
Body.
Most people, if they try to, because I always build legs once I get to this stage. So elbows always come to just sort of around just below your rib cage, where your bottom rib finishes. So I always just drop my elbows down to about here. These proportions won't be exact because obviously it's a monster, but generally they come to just below your rib cage. And then I'll always put the legs in next, because if you were to stand up and try to reach down to your knees, the fingertips very nearly sort of are able to touch the side of your knees. Your arms are very long. And also, the size of your head comparatively to your body is quite large, and often you see characters with these really small pinheads. But yeah, these proportions are often quite surprising when you actually come to draw them, and you think, I actually didn't realise that about people.
The concept of being a gargoyle is always slightly funny as well, because obviously gargoyles are chiseled, they're made. So if whoever made it didn't know. If you ever got an accident, if you ever messed up, it's whoever made the statue messed up, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But this is supposed to be, I think in the devlog we wrote that it's a testament to mankind's greatness or something like that. Do you know what would help? We could get the devlog up right now.
Yes, I'll pop that up over here.
That's cool.
So that you can continue
modeling.
Able
to put that in the chat? Do we have access to the devlog in the chat?
I can do that. I'm going to go and do that right now.
Yeah, that's cool. That'd be helpful for people that haven't read it, I think.
Did you see that statue of Cristiano Ronaldo that was really up? Did you not see it?
I didn't see any such statue, to be honest.
I'm going to show you this statue after I link this in the chat.
Okay.
You will. It is pretty human.
Did they try to mimic Michelangelo's David with the statue?
It's not great. There you go. It's in the chat.
Okay, brilliant. Right, guys, so we've just posted the devlog in the chat just there. If you want to go there, then you can sort of fill in some of the gaps in your knowledge on the project so far, and then probably come back to us with some questions that you might have about the project as well, which would be good. So Cristiano Ronaldo
This
statue.
is all over the news. It was awful.
Right, Right, so that's enough of laughing at that. So.
Yeah. Look
No.
at they did it side by side on that one as well.
Was it done like you see where someone's photoshopped an actual photo of him?
Yeah.
Right. That's quite funny. Right, so we have to now continue with the stream, and I'm now just laughing so much.
People think it's a fake laugh. I'm actually tearing up a little bit.
Right, okay. So back to the design stream.
Yeah, just Google Cristiano Ronaldo statue if you want to see it.
Jay, are you old enough to remember Art Attack with Neil Buchanan?
I do, Neil Buchanan.
Do you remember the
statue
the
head?
statue
Yeah.
head used to talk in the gallery. It looks very similar to that.
Do you know that Neil Buchanan is in a rock band now?
No.
Oh, no, honestly.
Really?
Yeah, I was looking it up the other day. Neil Buchanan. He sold the rights to Art Attack, and where is he? It's a heavy metal. It's not even rock. He's in a heavy metal band.
Yeah.
And if you look up, there you go. That's his picture on Wikipedia.
Wow, he looks like a
heavy metal rock band,
yeah, he
doesn't he?
That's really interesting.
Oh gosh, okay.
Did he used to enjoy Art Attack, do you think?
I think he did, but when you get told you can sell the rights of Art Attack for $3 million, you're probably going to take it.
Well, yeah, especially if you've got a band that needs maybe a cash injection.
Yeah.
You can kind of get it off the ground then, can't you? Yeah, that's really cool. Right, so I'm actually just building out the abdomen now. You've got your diaphragm just here. It's pronounced diaphragm. I'll say it properly, sorry. It's diaphragm just here. Which I like to define because it's a kind of important part of the silhouette, not so much from the front, but from the side just here. When you kind of build the diaphragm out, it gives you a much more interesting side silhouette, so there's a lot more information that's going on. And a lot of the time with silhouettes, it's about kind of creating curves where your eye will kind of follow the model around, but also stopping points like this, so you actually get to divide your model up. It's difficult to say at this point because there's not too many curves, but you'll kind of see that as we progress as well. So we've got the lumbar region just here, so this is like the little dip in the base of your spine. I'm just going to lift these up because we're going to put the gluteal muscles in around here as well, which are around the back of the legs. So I think we're ready to extrude some legs out here. You ready, Jay? Brace yourself.
I know. With the Allen key. Yeah. What's
Fine, you laugh at it.
Hey, it's fine. Okay. I was gonna ask a legitimate question. Gargoyles, claws? Do they have claws? Do you think? Are they taloned?
There's actually a mythology, kind of fantasy lore about gargoyles. So apparently, if you get cut with a gargoyle claw, then you can actually slowly start turning to stone, which is possible in some fantasy games and some fantasy novels. So I think the gargoyles definitely have to have claws. As well as that, I think if we look up gargoyles currently in game.
He did plural.
Oh dear.
Gargoyle.
Right, so this is looking good. I can't even spell gargoyle.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. You did research.
I did research.
I remember seeing a screen with research.
I typed it right before.
Yes.
So I can do it again. So yeah, I suppose these don't really have claws, do they? But these are technically not so much gargoyles as grotesques. Yeah, the grotesques.
Oh, I was on about the existing ones.
Oh yeah,
Look
yeah.
more like bats.
Well, I suppose we should discuss what gargoyles actually are. So there was a myth, I think, in France about a giant snake that drowned an entire village or town by breathing water on it. And so when they sort of vanquished the snake, the water spouts and buildings were actually decorated with these sort of serpentine heads, and those are actually what gargoyles are. So the ornate water spouts that you get coming off medieval buildings are actual gargoyles. The things that look more humanoid with arms and wings, those are actually grotesques. So I kind of fit that into the lore of this basically by making out that these were kind of almost like golem-like creatures that were originally created, and then they had these black tourmaline inscribed hearts that were put inside of them, which actually animated them. So they were kind of like these proud guardians that with wings. But over time, as the Slayer Tower degraded, they sort of fell into ruin, and they became these more sort of disfigured, sort of grotesques.
Well, we spoke about that term quite a bit, didn't we, when we were deciding the name of like the boss and also the the boots. We said grotesque and we stuck with grotesque.
Yeah.
We were a bit worried that people would think, because when you hear grotesque, you think a bit more of a descriptive, like adjective, like, oh, it's grotesque, it's ugly.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily what it means in this scenario.
That's it. I kind of like it because it has got double meaning.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was nice sort of writing that little bit of lore for the blog, just because there's a bit of wordplay going on there, and you can kind of introduce the title, and people can draw their own conclusions instead of you saying, right, this is called this because that's his name.
I do like their reasoning sometimes, though. They're always funny. Sometimes, like on the wiki trivia section, like they get it completely wrong, and you go, not really. We just rolled the dice on the words and just guessed. Like like Connor, one of his, like, is it Saltson? I think it's like just a German word, like the wrong way around. That means like meaningless or something. He tweeted out the other day. I can't remember, but it was like stuff like that. Sometimes you put no thought into.
Okay.
And people overthink it.
Well, I'm sure he did put some thought into it. It's just you can't always put so much thought into something where you end up letting it jeopardise the fact that you've got a deadline to do.
Yeah.
To get done for releasing games. So I do really like writing lore though. It's very fun.
Yeah.
It was good for like raids because I was able to write a really rough outline of what I wanted the lore to be. Then I just handed it to Ash, and he came back with like sort of lyrical genius.
Ashes.
So it's amazing. So yeah, I do like handing lore ideas to Ash, just because he seems to take them to that next level, especially like in terms of readability as well. Have you written any lore?
I did Client of Corrend.
You did Decline of Corrend.
So for the Fremennik quest, I had to delve into, because the Fremenniks are really well known for their. Like they take a lot from Nordic lore. So Hattie and Skull once existed, obviously, in RuneScape, but in Old School that doesn't exist. But I went more down this line of there's this thing called this is spoilers. This thing called Jormungand, which is like this snake, and it was with Loki and everything. But there's always a RuneScape spin on it. So yeah, essentially. There is lore involved that's to do with real world. I didn't want. Yeah, Fremenniks have always took inspiration from Nordic lore, and you don't want to ruin that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It kind of feels like I think, especially with Old School, it's nice to kind of pay respect to the past.
Yeah, like Valhalla is still a thing, and their afterlife, etc.
Because we have Camelot in game as well, don't we? Does that actually fit in with the original lore outline?
I like Camelot, but
Legend.
I know that some people don't.
Okay.
I think it may have took it too. To me, it's like quintessentially RuneScape, and it's still got. Again, I think taking a bit of lore and adding a RuneScape twist on it is just a part of Old School and RuneScape in general.
I would have thought so. Yeah.
I think people just get a little bit salty sometimes when you talk to Arthur and he mentions Britain. I think that's the only thing that people get a little bit upset with.
Okay, fair enough.
But even then, I said Twitch like 7 times by accident instead of twist.
Twist, okay. I think it's a British legend though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't it originate in Britain?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sword in the Stone, Arthur, and
that's fair
Knights of the Round Table.
So, but I'm kind of biased because I'm British. So I suppose I can't really relate to why people wouldn't like it. Never mind. I've not actually experienced any of the Camelot content before.
Really?
To be honest, no. So I don't really know much about it.
It's how you unlock piety and chivalry. Some good prayers.
I've experienced none of that, so I don't really know.
That's fair enough.
But you've got there's some like very important like prayers then locked behind that content.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's something that a lot of people generally do. It's also got some like nice free prayer experience at low levels. The quests, so people tend to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would you say that's the only reason people do it?
The prayers?
Yeah.
It's hard to say, really. A lot of people just spacebar through quests because they want the end reward and whatever. But
Yeah,
I guess people that actually care about that stuff probably like it.
We do have people that care a lot about quests, clearly, because they're requesting for a quest in the instance of this as an alternative to this boss.
I think a level of its variety as well.
Okay,
like,
sure.
And spread. And with Fossil Island still being like another month, it's only like a month away actually.
Yeah.
But it's still being a bit distant. I think, there's been a little bit less of, skilling, like very strong skilling or mainly skilling focused content and mainly quest focused content, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's very easy to see and pick out certain things like PVM and Slayer and be like, there's a lot of that.
Yeah.
But people see Inferno and they think PVM content, and this, is it PVM? Is it Slayer content though?
Yeah.
Like, it's all up in the air. That kind of stuff, I think.
Right, I'm going to have to do a tale on this thing now, so everyone just brace yourself.
Okay, well, before that happens, I guess I'm going to actually disappear.
Oh, you need to go. Okay, that's fine.
But I'll wait for the tail to protrude.
Okay.
And then...
This didn't go so well last time when I did the Lizardman Shaman, so I'm just going to try and, prep this mesh so it doesn't look too ridiculous. Zooming out is usually good. And only having one leg. Actually, only having one half of the body, that's another good thing to do. Yeah, that should cull interest in this particular part of the development
No,
process.
Gareth, why would you ruin it? This is like the GIF waiting to happen on Reddit.
Do you think so?
Yeah, don't leave it. This could be gold.
But now you've stated that that's intentional now. So if I do it, it's like he did this on purpose. So
yeah, that's true. Okay, we'll be professional about it. Go on then.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it until you've gone, I'm afraid.
All right. Well, take care.
Yeah,
Best
thanks
luck.
for coming on, Jay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really
Kieran will be
helpful.
on soon.
Yes, he will be.
So thank you very much. Hope you all have fun.
Cool.
Take care.
Right, okay, so you've now got me probably for the next half an hour until Kieran comes down. Kieran will be coming down to join us. I believe he should be down in probably 15 minutes. There'll be a half an hour break between each of the mods that will be joining me, just so I can kind of give you an overview of this model. Okay, so are you all right to quickly copy and paste the dev blog back into the chat quickly, Jay, before you go? Jay's just going to post the dev blog for you so you can have a quick read of that if you hadn't had a chance yet. There you go. Cheers, Jay. See ya. Cool. Okay, so I'm actually just extruding the legs at the moment. We've got an arm that's extruded here as well. So if I just run you through the areas of anatomy for those of you who have just joined us, we've got basically the chest just here, and we've got the abdomen just here as well. We've got a diaphragm just here. We've got the deltoids round here. We have the traps just here, and we have the neck on this top section just here too. We've got shoulders, we've got arms, we've got gluteals, we've got legs. So at the moment I'm just going to continue extruding the legs out, and then we're going to sort of build a tail out of this thing as well. This is going to be a Gargoyle Boss. There is going to be two of them. There's going to be a male version and a female version. They will both attack you at the same time, and they'll cooperate between one another. So I'm just going to keep fleshing out the back of the legs here until I get the right sort of shape. Round here, that's looking a bit square at the moment, and then I'm just going to take this right the way down to the knee, so about here. Yeah, looks about right. And now I'm just going to expand the leg out a bit more so it's a bit rounder too. Okay, and we'll just move that in a little bit more and push that out, so we just got that slight curve shape that people tend to have on the inside of their leg, like a little bowing shape. There we go. Okay, so then we've got the quads going down the front just here. We'll just kind of like pad them out a little bit more. And what I tend to do is I will just raise this up ever so slightly for where the kneecap goes just here. Okay, so that's not looking too bad. I'm just going to shape this mesh around the front just here. A bit more. There we go. Okay, right, so now let's just extrude a tail from the back. Generally, if you look at animals when they have tails, it actually forms out from the bottom bone of the spine, which we call the coccyx. So if I just kind of push this lumbar region out a bit more to about here, and then if I move these gluteal muscles out ever so slightly around here, I kind of want this tail to kind of be quite strong and powerful. So I want these oblique muscles and the gluteal muscles to kind of feel like they blend into it slightly. Okay, so I reckon if I just grab this entire section and then if I just extrude like this, then I can just scale it in a bit just to taper it. And there we go, we've got the base of a tail. Now I'm not going to really extend the tail out much more than this for the time being. It's more interested about making it so the body actually feels like it moves into the tail intuitively. So we'll just kind of adjust this topology a bit around here. Topology means the various elements of a mesh. And then we'll just pull this down ever so slightly too. Okay, that's looking a bit better than it. Still not looking quite right there actually. So let's move this down here. And let's just lower the tail here a bit more as well. Okay. There we go. Right, so if I just delete this poly, we can actually just mirror this thing. And then you'll be able to see the back. So I've just got a bit of a cough. There we go. So what I've done here is I've just made one half of the model, just to save me time. I often like to just cut the model in half from time to time, and then just build details on one side, and then I'll just use what we call a modifier, which, if I just switch into this mode just here, default shading, there we go. From this selection panel just here, I can then just create a mirror effect on it, which doesn't actually commit to the model. I can actually switch it on and off, and I can mirror it along the x-axis just here, and if I select the mirror just here, I've got a new version of 3ds Max, so I don't really know how to do this. Right, so X, Y, X, Z. There used to be a flip option in here, never mind. So let's forget the modifier until I find out how to do that. And we'll just create a copy like this, that's easier. Okay. And then all I have to do is just attach the two together and select all the verts, Control and A to select all verts, and then if I just move up here, we can just weld this together at a smaller value than that. So just change to 0.1, 0.1. There we go. Okay, you can see that's just welded straight down the middle there. Now I just need to start defining a bit more of a shape to this tail. So I'm just going to bring this area down the hamstrings a bit lower, like this. And also just around where the groin is just here too. I'm just going to bring that a bit lower too. No doubt when I get upstairs I'll find out that I've done something very inappropriate with this model that I wasn't aware of. And people will probably delight in telling me that I have done so. Okay, right, okay, so I think that's enough for shape for now. Let's just make this a bit plainer than it is. I'm just squashing this down like this. Okay. Right, so it kind of looks like we pretty much got most of the torso there. I'll just like fill in the groin region just there too. Just try welding it all together. Again. So just by one. See what that does for us. Yeah, that should be okay. Then I'll just cap that, and there we go. Right, fine. So we've got the basics outlined just here now. I'm just going to select all of this, and you can see at the moment it's kind of very faceted when I move around the model. That's because polygons have this smoothing property that's applied to them. So I just run down the interface just here and clear all of the current smoothing data, so you can see it becomes very sort of rocky and faceted. And then I just assign it all to one smoothing group, and it's completely smooth all over now. I like when I'm creating models to use these stylized things just here. So if I just put it on graphite, for example, that's a bit busy. Let's try just regular ink. This helps me look at the model from various angles and actually see how the silhouette's shaping up. And at the moment you can see we've got sort of gradients of colour going out from these highlighted regions. So the chest is very broad and sticks nearer to the camera, so you've got these lighter sections on it just here. So the same with like the legs in the front just here too. So this actually helps me see from all angles that I've actually got a sort of well-rounded enough shape to the silhouette in general. So I think now that we've created that torso, I'm just going to save this out. So we'll just go to Save As, and I'll save it onto my local drive on my computer. Just quickly, desktop. Okay. There we go. Right, so that's all saved now and safe. And then we'll just turn off this stylized filter just here and just go back to default shading. There we go. So let's have a look at our mesh again. I'm actually just going to start extruding out the arms now. Your arms typically go just above your knees, so now that I've got that reference point of knowing where to stop, I can actually just build the arms out to there. This isn't going to be perfectly anatomically correct because I want the shoulders to be unnaturally big and the legs to be a little bit weaker than the upper body. Not too much though, it will still look sort of very strong and powerful, but this way it just gives you a sense that it's very sort of tank-like and very sort of top-heavy and strong. Which is where most of its movement during animation will be sort of coming from. That will be its power point. So let's just build the arms out a bit more from here. And I'm just going to extrude the arms out a bit more here too. Yeah, see, he maybe did skip leg day. I think you'll see with the legs that they won't be humanoid when we actually build them as well. So that's not kind of confirmed yet that his legs will be like too much smaller, because I kind of want him to have haunches, more like a dog. I'll just show you what haunches are. Let's type this in here. Haunches. Images. So see if we can find a decent reference to what haunches are. Okay, dog leg. Cool. So you just see this picture of a dog just here. This is just like its haunch coming around here. So it'll have that sort of shape to its legs to make it look more like a chimera, like a mixture of lots of different types of animals. So it'll kind of like have those wings, and it'll have the sort of like canine haunches on its lower legs as well. Yeah, kind of cute, I suppose. It won't be like cute puppy dog legs. It'll kind of let me think of another example. That is like a dog. Let's go for an anatomical alternative, which, there we go. So yeah, an evil skeleton looking dog, so it'll kind of like have this shape going around down here. Okay, so I'm just going to move the hands up a bit more. I think I want the hands on this to be quite large too. To be honest, just because I want it to feel like if it sort of takes a swing at you, that it really kind of lands that hit. So I'm just going to build some basic hands out, and then I'll sort of develop them a bit more from there in terms of scale. So let's just move the palm of the hand down like this. And you can see already I've built in 3 edge loops just here. So we've got 1 loop there, 1 loop there, and so there's 2 edge loops, but then we can actually fit the fingers straight into these sections just here. I always tend to do things for old school with 3 fingers only, because it's a lot easier to animate, and we don't really tend to go for true to life things with hands. So it just keeps the detail nice and moderate. When you often look at cartoons, say like The Simpsons for example, they will always have 3 fingers on their hands and 1 thumb, because that just tends to read a lot as a lot more simple for people to process when they look at the animations. It's also less of an overhead to animate just 3 fingers on a hand than it is to do 4. Because of the way the fingers are weighted, it just behaves completely differently when someone poses a hand with 4 fingers. Right, so let's start putting the cuts in for these fingers. We just need, I think, just 1 cut, I think. Let's put that in. 1 cut for the time being. Yeah, and I'm just going to put another cut along here as well. Okay, so this is basically to make it so the fingers aren't completely triangular in shape. So I want them to kind of feel a bit more large, because when I actually scale the hands up, they're actually going to feel that way as well, visually. Just move this out here. Okay. This here like that too. Okay, so that's the 3 starting points for the fingers just there. So I'm just going to move this out a bit just to kind of create that curve in the hand as well. I'm also going to create a region just here for the thumb. So I need to go from the wrist about down to a third of the way down the hand, and then I'm just going to connect it across the palm just here too. So for that to work, I'll just show you. Let's connect here. You can see on my hand just here, hopefully you can, just let me view the webcam, make sure I'm showing you the right bit. Okay, yeah, so visually on my hand, I'm going to have to create this large section across the palm just here. Then probably about a third of the way down the hand, we connect in just here. And then I would extrude the thumb from the side of the hand just here too. So if I just join this on here. And just join this in just here. We create this sort of V shape just here to move on to where we want to extrude the thumb from. Now the thumb around the top will have to be flush with the rest of the hand, so I kind of pull this forward just here. And I'm just going to tidy up this topology just here, just so it reads a lot better. There we go. Okay. So I'm now just going to extrude this region of geometry out a bit to make the start of the thumb. And we'll just scale this down, and we'll move down a bit more to here. Okay, so this creates this sort of small nape in the hand just there that you get between the thumb and the rest of the hand. Oh, doing that doesn't. There we go. Okay, so let's connect this up. You can see a lot of the time we get these this contrast in colours just here because of the way that this surface normal is going. So it goes in this direction. I can actually change that contrast just by going like that, and all of a sudden it sort of resolves this contrast issue that you have between these two faces. So when you see me changing the direction of face surface normals, that's called, I do it to get rid of this awkward contrast. There are other ways to tidy that up, which we'll come to a bit later as well. Okay, so we'll move down to where the thumb is just now here, and I'm actually just going to tidy this up a bit and just kind of thin the thumb out so it can actually start building out from that sort of large region where the base of your thumb is into the sort of thinner areas of the thumb. So select this, and we can start extruding that now. So just extrude that straight out. Oh, actually, before I do that, I think just need to move the top of the thumb out and down a bit more. Appear to have selected lots of things I didn't want to. There we go. Okay. Right, so let's just extrude this out a bit more. There we go. So when I tend to do these really basic looking thumbs, I will just have one section just here, which tapers to be a little bit smaller than when it sort of came away from that larger sort of bulkier section that joins the hand. And then I will just create a slightly larger section just here. So this kind of like, when you look at your thumb, the best piece to illustrate is just here with these old school models, just because that actually defines the shape a lot. And the region between the sort of main bulky section here, like this part, is kind of very secondary to those two other characteristics. So I'm just going to bulk that out a bit more again. There we go. So that is a very positive looking thumb. So I'm just going to scale that down a bit more. So yeah, so that's a bit more in proportion. I do want these fingers to be quite large as well because they need to stand out, so if I do them too small then they're just going to kind of disappear into the rest of the model and it's not really going to be worthwhile having them there. I'm just going to leave them as kind of like these kind of bulky protuberances from the hand to start off with before I start adding claws. That is Dad's thumb. Alright, so let's just extrude these. So when I extrude things, I can also extrude individual faces like this. So if I just go to the extrude menu just here, you can see I've got a drop down just here. So at the moment they're extruded as a group. I can extrude them by poly like this, so then they're all separate. There you go. So now we've extruded them, we notice that with our fingers just here, we've got some that are longer than others. So my go-to option here is just to make it so the middle finger extends out slightly longer than the other ones, and then we can kind of create that similarity between how our hands actually look and the what's the right word, the way we have to basically change it for old school RuneScape to make it suit the game. Compromise, that was the word. So yeah, and it's basically like marrying up what's true to life and the actual compromises we have to make things look correct in game. Okay, so let's just move these out a bit more, just to thicken them out from the side, because you can see they're quite thin from the side. And also on the hand as well, in the palm just here, you can see that's kind of already almost built that for us. So we just need to connect these spaces between the fingers up to the palm, and then taper the palm in a bit more like this. Okay, so just move this over to here. Yeah, I think there's a bit too much going on with this edge loop here, so I'm actually just going to take this opportunity to tidy up the model and just pull this in a little bit more. There we go. Okay. So it's a good thing to do if you're doing some 3D modelling as well is if you see something, it's not to sort of like stay too focused in and close on what you're doing, like with the hand, and just focus on the hand. So I noticed a problem just there with the arm, and I correct it as I go. So it constantly keeps me moving around the model and looking at the thing as a whole. So the composition kind of progresses all at the same stage roughly, as opposed to one part being very well developed and another part being very poorly developed. So I'm just going to build in some more topology just here. So that V shape just there will help me shape out the elbow when I come to adding a bit more detail to that as well. And I'm not really overly keen on how this trap joins in, so I think I'm just going to move that aside a bit more just there. There we go. Yeah, that's a better option for us. And there we go. So that's actually the triceps completed now. So we've got one muscle just here, one muscle just here, and then the final muscle of the 3 just here. I'll just lift that up a bit more. That's pretty much all we need to do, and when it comes to colouring that in, you'll be able to make out that muscle structure a lot easier. And I'll just pull this slightly back a bit further just there. He does lift, although technically his body is made out of granite, so yeah, he's pretty heavy just generally walking around. So I suppose if he was going to build muscle, he'd just have to move around generally. So I'm just going to build out the side of the hand just here. And I believe we have a mod entering the room. Hey Kieran, how are you?
I am splendid.
Wonderful. Right, so let's just form the side of the hand just here. I'm just going to quickly speak to Kieran about audio and some of the information that he has to be looking at. So just bear with me. Hey, so you've got head mic just here, and you've got any information taken from social media here, so you can just address questions in the chat. We have more Kieran, everyone.
I'm
Hey.
here. Woo!
Wonderful. Okay.
Look at the chat reaction, they're excited. Now, before we get back going, I can't help but notice that everyone upstairs is finding your modelling very entertaining.
No, I knew they would as well. Who's finding it the most
I mean,
entertaining?
particularly the part where an extrusion suddenly appears from the back of the body. I mean, do you do it on purpose?
I don't do it on purpose. I actually deleted half the model to make sure that I could probably cover my back a bit easier, because last time, if you remember with the lizard tail,
Yep.
I was just showing this, like 2 legs, and then actually extruded straight up from the back, but people assumed that was the front of the body.
Well, that's the thing. You zoom in and it looks just
I
the
know,
same, right? You
that's
can't
it.
tell.
Cool. So the players have been asking a lot of questions about cannonballs in particular.
Yep.
If you've got an opinion on how you feel cannonballs, granite cannonballs would fit into the game, that would be awesome to hear it.
So, cannonballs, personally, I feel like it's a cool addition, the way we're looking at doing it, and that, essentially, you'll have the option to buy a more expensive cannonball and get a little bit more damage out of it. I don't feel like it's particularly OP to have. I mean, obviously, cannons are pretty powerful as is, but having the option to just sink a little bit more money down when doing it, I think it's fairly reasonable. I mean, most of the time a cannon's hitting a monster, you're going to be... that 5 extra damage ain't going to be the end of the world.
Sure. What do you make to people saying that we should increase the capacity of the cannon with this content, like how much it can hold as opposed to the DPS?
Personally, like, I prefer the cannonball idea to improving the size of the cannon, because a bigger cannon means you have to interact with it a lot less. It's a powerful tool to draw monsters to you, and if that suddenly becomes more AFK than it already is,
Yep.
I think that's more of an issue there.
I think those are all valid points for sure. I think that's why we didn't want to offer it as well. And it also doesn't really feel like thematically like it belongs with this content to be upgrading your cannon. Cannonballs you can kind of get away with.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is obviously if you buy an upgrade to your cannon, it's very much a one-off purchase.
Yeah.
And you have a better cannon. With the cannonballs, you're going to be constantly sinking extra money in order to be able to use it.
Yeah, and also as well as that, you have to actually play the boss to acquire this. It's not like it's been handed out for free. And fair enough, it will be tradable, I suppose, which is the other argument. But people still have to put in that effort to actually get that onto the market.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're aware that there's a lot of concerns around it, and people have a lot of people have the opinion that it's overpowered. I personally think we'll be balancing it in a way that it's expensive enough for what the benefit is from getting it. I mean, to me, going from 30 to 35 damage with a cannonball at max, it's nowhere near as powerful as jumping up a better weapon.
Yeah, that's
yourself.
right. I think if people spend like X amount of time on the boss, then we'd say, right, this boss will take this long, so we're going to scale how much of this resource we give to people,
absolutely,
based on the time they spend, and that will obviously like impact on how much of this resource they actually benefit from, as to how much time they spend to gain their Slayer XP fighting the boss to get it. So this stuff can be balanced. So in terms of it being OP, we can adjust it so we don't have too much of a problem in that regard. So you were the person that suggested the grotesque boots to me, the addition.
Yeah, the whole boots idea came from a player suggestion a while ago, but going down the route of, I think they were originally suggested as like rhino boots as an extra crystal from Cerberus.
Okay.
But the idea stuck around. I mean, Cerberus offers enough rewards as it is with the 3 boots, so sticking on something else feels fair. And half the benefit of doing it is it does give that extra use to Bando's boots as well, which have fallen down by the wayside is pretty unuseful. I mean, defensive boots as a whole are never going to be the ultimate choice for everywhere, but to have that at the top end, we have fill that empty gap there. I think the boots are cool.
Cool. I like the boots as well, to be honest. In terms of, some people had some concerns about the prayer XP. Not the prayer XP.
The prayer stat,
the prayer stat, thanks.
I mean, it's very much built... The prayer stat's very much built on the fact that Bando's boots already have a prayer stat. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be increased. It could remain exactly what Bando's boots already offer. But from the feedback I've seen, and I've not seen too many people suggesting the prayer needs to go down.
Yeah,
but
that's it.
Yeah, we are paying attention to what feedback's come in. It's a lot of people have had opinions about the different rewards
Yeah.
we're offering from this content. And as with everything, rewards are going to be something that we always work with the community on to make sure we offer the right things for the right content.
Yeah.
And don't power creep the game too much. We don't want to power creep the game. Obviously, we need to offer something every now and then. It's just part of it, but we don't want to obviously push it too far.
Yeah, that's it. Mod Roy actually suggested to me, which we didn't actually put it in a poll, of having a hammer which you can throw at gargoyles that drops from this boss. I actually saw the suggestion come up on the forums, on the dev blog as well. What do you think the viability of actually introducing something like that would
so.
be?
Essentially, a rock hammer that you can finish the gargoyles with, but a ranged version rather than the one you got in melee. I think that's perfectly. It's like a really cool idea. I just don't think it comes from this boss.
Okay.
I think we could just add it to the store of Slayer, to be honest.
Sure. Okay.
The normal rock hammer is just there for cheap, so
Okay.
I don't think people ranging and maging should be at a disadvantage and should just have it in the store. It seems perfectly reasonable to me.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. So what else? Yeah, quests as well. People have felt that we haven't been doing enough quests recently and would like us to do quests in this slot. You're going to be the person that's coding this boss, essentially. So how would you marry up the amount of time given for a boss in comparison to developing a quest?
It really massively depends on obviously the scale of the quest as well. We've got about 3 to 4 weeks spare in the schedule to do something like this. This Slayer boss would fit pretty nicely in that slot. Doing a quest the scale of like Monkey Bandits 2, nowhere, we can't pull that off in 3 to 4 weeks.
No.
Like, it's a much bigger project.
And I think often when people ask for quests, they don't really mean mini quests, do they? I think they're more interested in the sort of higher level quests.
A lot of people are interested in the big quests. I think we do have a lot of room for smaller quests as well, though. I mean, we could pull off something in 3 to 4 weeks. We could pull off something of a smaller scale, but I think overall it's a bit less exciting than adding a Gargoyle Boss at this stage.
Okay, yeah.
But ultimately, it's down to the community, right? And we'll see.
I think it's a bit late in the day as well to really sort of go back to the drawing board and say, right, let's write a quest like right now. Even if it was based on a pre-existing design, then it would be like too difficult, I think. And I think the resources for a boss are like what we got, like 2 NPCs and an environment for a quest.
Yeah.
It's just so much more than that, and it's got to tie into so much more as well. So it just feels like a lot more complicated. But we do have intentions to release quests soon. I mean, there's a quest coming out of Fossil Island that we already know about.
Fossil Island ain't too far away now, just a couple of months.
And Ed is working on a quest currently as well. Jay informed us earlier.
Yep.
So, yeah, there will be like quests coming.
Moded's essentially been working on the full plan for the Zaya quest line and sort of worked out a lot of the more intricate details about how it's going to come together and start building up that storyline. And it's really exciting. Like, I can't wait to get to that.
Yeah, I know.
I think it'll be we've got a really good future on the quest side. We're telling a brand new story that's just solely for old school. Really should help to bring Zaya more to life.
Yeah, I think that's what people wanted initially with Zaya, and it's not really like a secret, is it? That people felt that Zaya was very sort of light on content when it came out, and a lot of that being the fact that there was no quests for them to take part in.
I think quests is the main thing. Quests are essentially, to me, what bring an area to life.
Yeah.
And really, what we got out of adding Zaya was the potential for the other updates. We sort of got that. We got that new content in place, and then we can build off the little story tropes we've set out and go from there and build something really big.
I think generally when you play quests, it has this strange effect where when you're in an area, you almost memorize the area a lot easier than if you were running through it to actually do something else.
Yeah.
So it actually grounds you in the world.
It gives purpose to that building that you just see and think is pointless.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right.
Absolutely. So, talk us through what you're doing right now.
Okay, Right now, we've just completed the hand on the Gargoyle Boss. You can see he's got quite a big hand, so when he does like slap you around the face, it genuinely looks like it hurts. So what I do with NPCs when I design their aesthetics is I think where are the power points going to be when this thing moves around. So he's very top heavy, so he needs to have these big broad shoulders. He's going to move from his shoulders and sort of like clamber towards you. So all the weight needs to be in there during the animation. So I always try.
So it's going to feel like he's he is struggling to move because he's that heavy.
it.
Yeah,
He's a really sort of like powerful, heavy creature, and he's gonna hit you with these hands. So the hands need to be really visible. So when you're playing the game, you can actually say, "Oh right, that big hand has moved back. I'm now aware that's going to hit me." So there's kind of like design principles that you have to fit into.
Really get the feel like there's some inertia there.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. So now I'm just going to start like building the lower portions of the legs. Can players have hands? Yeah, so right. This is an interesting thing, isn't it?
Players just have like mittens.
Yeah, I always liken them to like potato hands. I think when I did the air guitar remote on stream, which was another instance of the lizard man extrusion. I actually did fist there. I regret that. But yeah, can players have hands? I'd say like not really, because with these larger models, this is going to be a 3x3. I've got loads of room to actually, fit this detail in. On players, you just see these horrible sort of gnarly.
You haven't got enough granularity.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I've actually got. If I open up Photoshop, I can show. Oh, I might have one saved on my local drive. Let's have a look. I've got an image which illustrates granularity. So it'd be in my training documents, just here, images, vertex grid, granularity.
Why is there a search for Neil Buchanan on this PC?
Oh right, so Jay was telling me that Neil Buchanan, who used to present Art Attack, was actually he's actually in a rock band now, and he sold the rights to Art Attack for 3 million.
Really?
Which is, I know, I was really surprised by that myself as well.
Art Attack was awesome.
Art Attack was awesome. We got onto it because we were discussing the sculpture of Ronaldo's head.
Ronaldo?
Yeah. Right, okay, cool. So this is, I can show people what we mean by granularity. So this is a picture of Zook just here, and you can see his mesh. Now, each one of these verts on this mesh join up to one of these green dots. This is all the space we have for verts on the grid in game. This is actually a scaled down version of what's going to be used for the Zook pet. So this isn't full size Zook. So this is kind of like a 1x1 region for this particular pet. So bearing this in mind, if you have like a player just here, and they have a hand that's maybe this big, you can see there's only a certain number of like points where we can fit those fingers. So when they animate, everything's going to be jumping all over the place between these particular verts.
You can see it on a bunch of items in the game where the animation makes the verts jump, and it almost looks like the item's sort of warping slightly.
That's right, yeah. So it's pretty much just the mesh just distorts massively. That's why that is pretty much as far as the hand will go. Because that's all you need, and that's all that's going to look good. If I start adding like veins and like bones sticking down the back of your hand and that, straight away it's just going to look so naff. So you've
got to play to the limitations that you've got.
That's it. Play to your strengths. Pretty much, yeah. Right, so I'm just going to extrude the calves now down here. Have we got anything in the chat? Get your questions to us in the chat, by the way,
I do.
if you've got anything.
If you got any concerns about the content, post them in the chat and we'll try and address them and answer anything you need to know.
Give us summoning.
I expect we'll be putting the poll out at some point when we're happy with the feedback you guys have had in.
I mean, tomorrow would be ideal because it's kind of fresh in everyone's mind, but if we feel there's too much uncertainty about things like rewards, then it might be, say, Monday, for example. So yeah, it doesn't have to go out tomorrow.
How hard will the boss be? It won't be as challenging as like Cerberus and Sire. I expect we'll be going a bit lower end with that. I mean, it'll still be obviously a lot more challenging than a gargoyle.
Yeah.
You'll have to be thinking about what you're doing, just like in any other boss fight, really. It's going to be a more attentive piece of content.
I think that tends to be what makes it actually difficult. It's not that you just can sit there tanking an AFK just because it's got slightly higher combat stats. It's the fact that you actually have to concentrate on the content and really sort of like play it, basically. So that'll be where the difficulty comes in, not necessarily on the boss's stats. And once you sort of learn the routine of the boss, then straight away it's no longer so intimidating. God, I've got to decide, do I actually want these legs to be straight and then animate them wonky?
Looking like Usain Bolt here.
Usain Bolt.
Like sprinting legs, these are.
Them is sprinting legs, yes. I don't know whether or not to just rotate them. I think I'm going to rotate them because they need to look like dog legs, basically. That will stop them looking like Usain Bolt legs.
A lot of people asking if it's instanced. Undecided as yet, but if we do go to instance route, we won't be in a situation where your items are all dropping to the floor and you lose them all.
Oh, no.
We'll avoid that.
It's just crashed.
Just crashed.
Scene has been saved. Whew.
Does that mean you've lost it? Or have you got it?
I'm more worried that... Oh, actually, we're projecting the screen, so... No, I've not lost it, no.
Thankfully.
Yeah. So let's just open up 3ds Max again.
Will you have to kill both gargoyles to get the drop? Yeah, the fight will very much be structured in a way that you kill them both. That's how it has to work.
Yeah, pretty much. Do you think they'll share the same health bar?
I don't know.
I'm just wondering if it... Because there'll be times... Oh, actually, no, I'd have to discuss mechanics. I'll talk about that after.
We've got mechanics obviously already in mind.
Yeah.
But whatever we go with, essentially, you'll have to kill both.
Yeah. Right. Let's just see if we can...
I'd prefer to avoid instancing as a whole with this, really.
What? Why is it that you don't like instancing? It just help me.
If we instance, there's infinite numbers.
Yeah.
While obviously, if there's only one a world or two a world, it's limited.
Yeah.
As much as it only makes sense for there to be one roof for the Slay Tower.
Yeah.
But
do you think that would that like affect how many people can?
It affects how many people can be killing them at once. Affects the number of items coming into the game.
Sure. So again, that might be
yeah.
another way to balance the whole cannonball situation. If it's sort of less easy to get to them. So say if someone gets their key and they decide to go to the entrance to actually play the boss, will it just basically say you can't?
There's somebody already in there. Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody asking, why do you have several triangles in your model and isn't everything quads?
No. See, this is that. I suppose people say keep things quads when they kind of model, just because it makes modelling a bit more easy to sort of process what you're seeing. But even with contemporary games engines, it will take all of these quads and it will triangulate them. So say if I was to, I don't know if I've got a triangulate button just here. It's just easier to do this. So it will just basically like do that to everything anyway. Yeah. So you can see here, as long as I've just got things pointing in the right direction, so we've got the clavicles just here, and then it sort of pulls out to where the sort of chest muscles are, the pectoral muscles around the edge just here, then that's the important bit. It doesn't really matter whether or not they're quad or tri at this stage. Generally, before I put them in game, I will triangulate the meshes. But whilst I'm modelling, I can be a bit sloppy if I want and just add triangles. Also, as well as that, in more contemporary meshes, people will kind of like have these meshes which are built very sort of square like this, because you'll put texture straight on them. Because we have to put all of our details straight onto the polygons, so we polycolour things. For that, we kind of have to cut triangles in to actually.
Yeah, if you want more, variation in the colour, you need to have extra polygons just for that, don't you?
Pretty much, yeah. So that's why things are triangulated. It's not really. It's a very sort of like niche way of making models for old school.
Would you? So I hear you talking about like anatomy quite a lot. Mm-hmm. How important is knowing how like a human is structured? How important is that when it comes to actually trying to model one?
Okay, so I suppose when we look at models that have human qualities, we subconsciously appropriate them to things, to like real life examples. So, for example, I need to know that these muscle groups just here indicate that there's strength in the shoulder.
Yeah.
So if I say, right, so big traps means you can really push something heavy above your head, and then I've got to do, say, something like a model of Atlas who's holding the world on his shoulders like a Greek god, I'm naturally going to go to having big shoulder muscles. Whereas if I sort of think I need to do someone that's really fast at running, and they need to be really light, I'm going to make their legs very long and exaggerated and make their other features very nimble.
So you've got to have that understanding of how it comes together to showcase different abilities.
That's right. So basically, once you've learned your human anatomy, that's your starting point to then have a more intuitive understanding of how the body would work for certain things. So very important is the answer to your question.
Yeah. Art has never been my forte in any capacity. I can't draw. I can't do anything.
See, here's the thing.
It blows me away when just watching you just pull this sort of thing together out of nowhere, out of thin air to me.
It is nice when people say that. I think it's kind of like
it is a talent.
For me, the mystery's kind of not really there anymore, because I always see anything to do with art as kind of like carpentry or joinery. So back in the day, when you'd have fine artists like Michelangelo, for example, and he would actually work as an artist. He would work for people like the church who wanted some sculptures making. So it's kind of like saying to a carpenter, I want a bookcase making. So he would never really sign any of his work, because for him that was
He's
quite
just
pretentious.
producing something that's normal.
Yeah, and he was a craftsman. It was more sort of the sensationalism that sort of surrounded his work that defined him as this character that we see him as today. So really, I kind of think that art is a craft that you learn and you work at and you get better with over time. It's not something that you're just naturally born with. So yeah, that's kind of like the mystery dissolved a bit there.
It's so one of those things that you just work at and work at and work at.
Yeah, pretty much.
Learn it.
Right, so let's just move this around here. So he's going to have kind of like haunches. I kind of like things that... there's this term called a chimera, where you just take lots of different animal qualities and kind of mash them together. It's normally like 3 or more different qualities. So with this thing, we've got sort of humanoid mixed with dog and mixed with wings on the back. And then we've got the claws as well. So it kind of...
so many mythical creatures seem to be based off that sort of concept.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also just like a really cool concept in terms of anatomy, because you end up finding yourself having to learn how a dog's legs put together, or say if you're doing some sort of demon, learning how a goat's legs put together or a horse's leg or something like that. And it's very interesting because you see like the same muscle groups just connected in different ways or with different proportions, and then sort of new joints put in.
Yeah.
So really, like a haunch on a dog is just like having a human ankle when you're standing on your toes and then lengthening the portion of the foot so the ankle joins slightly higher up the calf. So it kind of makes you think, as far as mammals are concerned, you actually see this evolution.
You see it coming together, yeah.
Yeah, so it's really interesting.
So we actually have a piece of content called the Tower of Life in-game.
That's right, yeah, I've seen that.
But you combine like a unicorn with a cow, and it's literally just half unicorn, half cow.
That is hilarious.
It's fantastic.
I think I like that from a joking standpoint, because it kind of... It definitely works.
We also have the experiments under Frankenstein's castle.
Yes, we do, yeah.
And it's just a human head on a spider body, and it's fantastic stuff. Like, it's amazing.
We were designing fossils for the Variant Museum in Fossil Island, and I remember seeing this film from the 1960s called The Fly.
Yeah.
There's a remake made with Jeff Goldblum, but the original was just so low budget, and the scientist, when he actually had his head swapped out for this fly's head, it was just a man with his really cheap sort of fly's head mask stuck on top of it. So
that sounds familiar. I can't remember seeing it. But.
It's a really kind of iconic old horror film, like a classic.
I mean, it sounds silly compared to like what you think of horror films as now.
That's it.
But I'd be bloody petrified if some guy walked into my room with a fly head on.
Probably not if it was made out of paper mache.
No, probably not.
Glitter
If it looked real, then...
Yeah. If it was real, that'd be horrible. Actually, so like we decided to make a dragonfly and just basically take a dragon and see about sticking a fly's head directly on it. We ended up making something a bit more sort of complicated than that in the end, because it felt a bit silly. But yeah, it's a principle that definitely makes me laugh. In terms of like the fly mask, do you remember like back to... actually, no, that's a tangent. I was going to talk about a cartoon from when I was a kid, but who cares, really? There's no need. So I'm just going to go back to making this foot just here.
I've seen a bunch of questions. Will this Gargoyle Boss come with a pet? Yeah, it should do.
You did say to me, didn't you,
Yeah.
in your feedback, can you put that in the dev vlog? And
I'm pretty sure it is in the dev log. I can't remember.
Oh, was it put in there in the
I can't
end?
remember.
I
But
don't
even
think
if
made
it doesn't, like, all bosses as standard pretty much come with a pet now.
Yeah, I think there was so much to explain in the dev blog that I ended up leaving that out in the end. But we have had a few people asking today, so if we do make revisions to the dev blog, which it looks like we are, we may as well just put that in there as well, I think, just to clarify.
Everyone's saying they care about the cartoon.
You do care about the cartoon, okay. Right, so when I was a kid, there used to be this character called Baxter Stockman. I think that was his name anyway, in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon when I was a kid.
See, people are going to love this. They love the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
And it used to freak the hell out of me because the way he used to speak, he used to buzz at the same time as talking, so it sounded like this mosquito talking, and it was just this freaky sort of man in a scientist outfit, like the Fly, with like these horrible sort of deformed fly-like features. I think I will look it up, and we can laugh at what used to scare me as a kid. Baxter.
The not Ghostbusters.
Turtles. Yeah, here we go.
Oh my god.
This is him. Oh, actually, I better. It's my bookmarks on there. Jay warned me earlier. Oh, there's nothing on there that can be really bad, but you never know. Yeah, let's just move that over. There we go. I remember once I had a post-it note stuck on my desk, and then I showed my whole screen, and someone sent me a message saying there's confidential information on that post-it note, and I was so like paranoid from then on. I didn't show anything on my screen.
As a kid, I used to love the Goosebumps books.
The Goosebumps books?
Did you read the Goosebumps?
I did. I think I read Say Cheese and Die. That was my favourite one with the camera.
Like, it was so, I mean, I was so young when I read them that I can't really remember all the different ones I read, but I read so many of them.
I think there's a live-action TV version of that now.
There was, and there's also a film in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I saw the film advertised. I remember
Jack
that.
Black playing R.L. Stein.
Oh, really? What? Was R.L. Stein actually
R.L.
featured
Stein was
in the books?
yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't actually see him in the books.
The movie was quite meta.
Oh, so it's kind of like the books come to life sort of thing. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm not really a fan of meta, to be honest.
Like, Goosebumps was amazing as telling horror stories to kids.
Yeah,
like.
it was amazing. I had this book which was one of those find your own route books. Goosebumps started doing.
The Goosebumps had some of those, right?
Yeah, that was awesome. But
I love those ones.
I just had to skip and read through all the pages to actually find out what the good endings were, because I never used to get them.
You'd always end up making a silly choice.
Yeah.
They'll always just lure you the wrong way as well.
I know. Well, they will say go down the corridor which leads towards safety. Then you go right. I turn to page 52. See what
there
it
are
says.
some soft, cuddly pillows in this room, or you can go down the corridor with spikes. It's like the one with spikes is what leads to success. Obviously.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they used to like be mildly annoying, to say the least.
Have you thought about having the knees and the legs bending the wrong way?
Yeah, right. So that's an interesting thought. The reason why I wouldn't do that is because that tends to be done on chickens and ostriches, and those can like be deemed as quite comical when you see them. So when you think of things with the knees moving forward, especially in like science fiction and fantasy, I always think of like velociraptors and things like that. It just seems a lot more sort of menacing.
But in the end, you're making a boss, right?
Yeah, that's it. So like
You want it to look real.
Yeah, and the whole idea of like having chicken legs as well is that they support things that tend to lean forwards and have bodies that are particularly like foul birds. So yeah, the chicken legs wouldn't really work on this. Right, so building this heel is like taking me ages. I don't know if it's because I'm talking at the same time, but what's the time? Yeah, so I've got enough time to get this done, but I normally work faster than this on these streams. It's strange.
It's hard to work when you're answering questions and stuff like that at the same time.
Yeah, I don't mind. This is kind of like a backdrop, really, to answer questions.
I couldn't code well answering questions.
No, it's a bit more cerebral than modelling, to be honest, isn't it?
Can the top of the gargoyle wings be gold trimmed?
Oh, I don't know, because again, like, not to answer that question, like, honestly, because they've been like eroded on top of the tower, and it states in the law that they're granite, then having them gold trimmed wouldn't really seem to make much sense.
I can't help but think of the weeping angels.
Yeah, I was reading through fantasy law for gargoyles, and it says that if in some sort of like series and some sort of games, if you get scratched by a gargoyle's claw, you'll slowly start turning to stone.
Yeah.
And I did wonder, like, is that where the whole weeping angels thing comes from, where if you look at an angel you start turning to stone and all that sort of stuff as well?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, that wasn't there originally, was it? The whole looking at them, you'll turn to stone.
Yeah, I think they just kind of, if you want to bring a monster back, you've got to add a bit of something extra,
They set out to solve the problem of, what if you just blink one eye at a time?
Yeah.
That's what they wanted to solve.
Yeah. It didn't occur to me, but you're absolutely right. I think that's what they did want to solve. What do you think of the new season of Doctor Who, Kieran? I don't mind talking about Doctor Who. I've not watched it yet, so I don't know.
You've not watched it?
No.
So I can't spoil it?
Well, you can. I'm
not going to spoil it for you. I thought you were a Doctor Who fan. You haven't even watched the new season?
I couldn't deal with like the last season. Like the last shot that we saw in the last season was a diner.
Oh yeah, no,
I know
that was a low point.
Yeah,
that was a low point. The new season is really good as a whole. There's the odd bad episode, but the whole thing is pretty much.
That's awesome. Cool.
Especially the finales, the last half of the season.
I saw some William Hartnell style Cybermen in a trailer for the new season.
Yeah.
That's like awesome. So that's
cool
like
stuff.
So retro.
Mod Maz is asking, why have you chosen a humanoid gargoyle rather than an animal-based one?
I think with humanoid characteristics, we can anthropomorphize them a lot easier than we can with something that's purely animal. So with this, it will have animal elements. Like it's got sort of like the legs down here and it'll have the wings as well. And it'll be more its sort of posture when it's posed, because at the moment when you see it like this, it looks very upright and very sort of regal. But when it's kind of hunched and sort of asymmetrically moving and sort of crawling towards you, that will also sort of give some more animal qualities. In terms of the lore, this thing was made as a sort of representation, as like a testament to humankind's greatness. So obviously it's going to be more of an effigy that's based around humans. If you look in a lot of sort of fine artwork, when they try to depict sort of these hideous creatures, they do tend to have more human qualities, because it's about the sort of the corruption of humans that is depicted in the artwork. So I think this will kind of ring true to all of those qualities, as well as sort of being something that's nice and easy to animate, which always helps. The truth always outs eventually. It's just because he wants to animate it.
You just want it to be easier to animate.
Yeah.
But it fits the story and makes absolute sense.
Yeah, that's it. I think as well, like, I don't like to play towards tropes so much, but the gargoyles do come with like a general sort of depiction that people will expect to see.
Yeah. I mean, if when I did the Superior Gargoyle last year, I made that turn you to stone when you...
Yeah, that's a really good idea. I like that.
And that model shoots lasers out of its eyes at you.
But it's still something that kind of suits it, because we don't have anything like Gorgons in game, do we? So I like the idea that we actually have one creature that does that sort of thing. I would love to have Gorgons in game. They're just so cool.
Feel free.
Well,
make some great assets, and we can make the new Slayer monster if you want.
It seems a bit sort of done to death, really, in like a lot of sort of Greek mythology-based games. So I always tend to... I like
we got basilisks and...
We have,
all that stuff.
I suppose it doesn't really matter where things come from, but my favourite monsters tend to be things like banshees, because they're kind of tales that I grew up learning about, being like brought up like in England. So things that are sort of more based in English folklore or British folklore in general, like leprechauns and things like that, always feel like they have more of a grounding in old school RuneScape. I don't know if you agree. What monsters and sort of creatures resonate with you in old school RuneScape?
I think in general it is those quirky little different ideas, like throwing in a leprechaun just as an NPC that stands around farming patches is such a... If you think really from outside perspective, that's a really weird thing to do.
Yeah, sure.
But it just works for our game. It sort of just... It makes it different and iconic, and that you're going to just get a little funny addition to pieces that, as much as it's there and it's serious as a character and a serious part of the game, it's still just got that little bit of humour alongside it.
Yeah, you're right. I think old school...
Slayer, like we've got the blood velds and things like that are just so... just odd.
Yeah, they're really abstract, aren't they? I suppose that's a good example of like a boss where we could do something more abstract, much like the abyssal demons as well.
Yeah.
So with the abyssal sire, that looks so abstract and inhuman. Yeah. Because it's kind of based on that sort of...
I mean, where did you get the idea for the sire from? Did you have inspiration?
Yeah, sure. So I can just load it up now. There used to be this game that I played when I was a kid that I was obsessed with called Splatterhouse. It's Splatterhouse 2. And there was this boss just here, which when I look back on it, I'd remembered it completely differently. So, actually, that's a bad idea.
It's interesting how something that you remembered it badly, but you ended up coming up with a brand new idea because you remembered it badly.
Yeah, that's it. So you can see kind of the colour palette there. It's kind of like you can see like how big it is. It's got this massive mouth and how it's got that kind of peak going up to the top of its head as well. And also like the green on the inside of the mouth and the sort of the spikes around the edge and stuff. So that's that was one of the most memorable games that I played when I was like a really young kid. So
the Mega Drive was awesome.
Yes, it was awesome. I love Mega Drive games so much.
Get it away! It's scary.
Yeah, I think I also love because Mod West always shows me like pixel art games and some of the stuff that's still out there. It's just
I love
so
that
good.
art style.
Yeah,
it's simple and it's all about the such basic shapes and color palettes, and it's something that just grips me with that. When it's realistic, it's just like, to me, I mean, as much as the top end realistic games now just look phenomenal.
Yeah.
It's sort of a bit more boring because it's just like real life.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. I mean,
there's something I love about just seeing the original Sonic games and how simple it is.
I think beyond nostalgia, because nostalgia is always a factor for people, I always like to see what people can do on a limited resource, because if you have near on limitless resources, then you can pretty much do anything you like. So it becomes less of an impressive feat if you've got a niche interest in doing things with old technology, which is my niche interest. So yeah, I do kind of like looking at pixel art and seeing that someone's only got a certain amount of pixels. What can you do with that amount of space?
Yeah.
And with limited granularity as well.
I mean, in terms of that sort of thing, like Minecraft's a very interesting example.
Yeah.
That they've done something that's pretty different, and in the time of in history, the time that Minecraft came out was not an era of time where you'd expect that sort of pixely style graphics.
Exactly.
And yet, I mean, I believe it ended up that way because the guy who made it is a dev, not an artist.
Right.
But
sure.
they've ended up with something that's such a different art style.
Yeah.
And it's become so iconic because of it. Like, it looks different.
It's crazy.
And people can be creative with that different style of art. It's cool.
Yeah, I think I like things that we use this term where we say stylized, which is what old school RuneScape is really. So it's not something where it's trying to fit into the mainstream.
Yeah.
It's basically trying to just do its own thing within its capabilities. So one of the leads sent me this, sent around a link to everyone, which I just looked at, to a game called Cuphead.
Cuphead.
Yeah, and I love it just because it looks so much like this old sort of 1960s style of animation.
It looks like Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the thing. It's not trying to like do what everyone else is doing. It's trying to do its own thing, and at doing its own thing visually, it is so good. If I went to YouTube,
it's very much that drawing style of animation, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
Drawn rather than computer generated.
Actually, I can't show my browser on screen, can I? So I can't really show YouTube videos. Go look at Cuphead if you find time, and don't close the browser window containing our stream, obviously. But yeah, just go check out Cuphead if you're interested.
And I think Old School has a really, really good stylized set of graphics. Like, a lot of people might say it's just outdated and bad graphics, but so many people love the style that we have that it's just so different. It is sort of timeless. I mean, our graphics for most of the game are 10 years out of date, essentially, but they stand the test of time because they're just different.
Yeah,
they fit the game very, very well.
Yeah, I think that's it, because more contemporary games always tend to have this expectation on them that they progress with each new release and that they keep up with what the mainstream's doing. But with us, it's kind of like the expectation that we remain true to like how we've always been. So yeah, that weight, like creatively, is very much taken off us.
Like we're embracing the fact we essentially use polycolours for everything, and it looks good for the sort of things we do.
Yeah, so I think like a lot of the textures that we see implemented in our game. Oh, cool. Sorry, Kieran's just got to sign something. I'll continue though. A lot of the textures that we see in old school RuneScape now at the moment tend to be progressive steps towards a more contemporary style. So for me, when I see the textures that we've got, they're not really sort of doing their job in terms of quality. Look, for example, at the Infernal Cave. We had so much trouble actually just getting a texture that looked half decent on that, and even then people speculated that they didn't really like it so much. But that's because our engine isn't really developed at the stage it's at currently to support textures. So that's why we're more inclined to go for coloured polys, because we're just going to get a much better end result from it that actually feels like it's making good use of what the engine can do. Whereas, say, more contemporary games, they'll have new shaders coming in, for example, which will be able to like determine how light reacts on a surface on a texture, and for them, improving their shaders each time they release some content will increase how real things look, how more high definition things will look, because it's kind of expected of them. But for us, we've not really got that expectation, so we just try to do what we can with what we're given and see how much we can push that.
I'm back.
Cool. Do you just need to sign a bit of artwork? See you later, Alex.
Yeah, I was sending out some artwork to someone, so I
Okay,
just signed it for Modsween.
Cool. Right, it's just I didn't ask for my signature there, Kieran. So my signature not going on it. What?
I don't know.
What's
that is an interesting point.
That's not very nice.
I don't know.
I'll speak to Modsween later and
give him your piece of mind.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. So I suppose what else have we got to talk about in terms of this? I've written down notes for us.
Let's see what else have we got written down. If there's anything we wanted to bring up.
Oh, someone's just asked in chat, do we work on projects using touchscreens or touchpads? I use graphics pads for when I draw anything on the computer. I don't tend to use it otherwise for this sort of modelling, because it's not very intuitive, and it's just much easier to have a mouse and just go straight to things, click on them and drag them. And also when we use Jagged, it's not got very good integration of graphics pads, so when you try to click on the buttons using the pen, it's very kind of awkward and clunky, and sometimes you misclick all the time, so I don't really like to use it. Yeah, that foot is a bit too big. I will be scaling that down, don't worry. What were you going to say off the sheet there, Kieran?
One of the concerns brought up is that like a large amount of Slayer updates that we've always done, and yeah, I mean we do a fair amount of Slayer updates, and generally that's because people keep asking for them. I mean, we pretty much listen to what the community are shouting for when we decide what we want to do. The Gargoyle Boss is a community idea. It came up probably about 6 months to a year ago now, and it's been sort of on the back of our minds as something we want to do at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of Slayer bosses, we haven't done one for getting on 2 years now, so it'd be nice to throw another one in.
Yeah.
We've got Fossil Island coming out in September. That's a massive skilling update, primarily skilling. So
Yeah.
Quest with that update as well. So we are trying to get that variety in there, so it's not all just new PVM and Slayer stuff.
I think as well the way this one differs is it's actually like mid-level Slayer content.
Yeah.
And normally in the past, whenever we've offered like Slayer bosses, or they always come from high-level bosses. So we kind of feel like we owe the Slayer community and other PVMers that are interested in Slayer a mid-level boss that goes with Slayer, and it just seems to like be the right time, and it really fits the bill with actually fastening this to Gargoyles.
Yeah, it's a good level to have another boss there, I think. You train at Slayer is not a fast skill. Training from like 75 up towards the 90s is a pretty long slog. So having something in there to mix it up a little bit is nice.
Yeah, that's right. I think as well, like when we released the Sire and Cerberus, there were so many mid-level players that said, "Hey, can you just like give us some mid-level PVM content because we're feeling left out?" So it's kind of nice to like come through on that promise that we kind of made in the past to actually say, you know, we thought about doing this and we've bared what you said in mind. So it kind of feels like one of those things where you come full circle, which is some of the most satisfying things that we do.
Slayer level required 75. It's just the same as Gargoyles. No extra requirement, just like the Abyssal Sire.
Mm. And again, you won't need to worry about this being like having really high combat stats. It's not what we're aiming for here. It's more actually the difficulty will be found in actually learning the mechanics and learning how to do the boss. That's such a basic way of explaining it. I think it came across.
Yeah, the boss will be essentially task only. Scalable bosses ever in old school. Speaking of scalable bosses, I mean, raids is essentially that, right? The whole of raids basically scales to the size of the team and the combat levels of that team. So you can get a little bit of that there.
What do you think in terms of other bosses in game? Do you think we'd ever offer scalability there?
I mean, scalability is a really interesting point because it makes balancing very difficult, especially when it comes to drops. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, RuneScape is an MMORPG.
Yeah.
If you make a boss that scales from all the way down to level 3 to level 126,
yeah,
you've got a boss that essentially means you don't have to go and train to get there. There's nothing to earn.
Sure.
Give you the ability. You can just go straight there, and obviously that opens the boss to a lot more players. But also, people feel hard done by. Their level 126, their boss fight is substantially harder than at level 3. It's hard to get it perfect. And so, I mean, it can work, especially with team sizes. Team sizes is generally the area that I'd go for any sort of scaling, more so than the combat level of the player. It works in some circumstances, like the like raids. I think we got it fairly good, but it obviously still has problems associated with it. It's very difficult to balance when you have team size going on, different levels going on. It's very difficult to get a size 30 team working nicely.
Yeah. This might seem, like, compared to all that, this might seem a bit of a moot point, but I think also there's no prestige that comes with a boss that you've defeated if anyone can defeat it at any level and it scales. Yeah. So you can't say in conversation, I've defeated this boss, I've got this particular armor, look how great I am, if anyone can do it.
Yeah, to me, part of an MMO is earning your levels, earning the right gear to take something on. Whether that's a quest, a new skill challenge, a mini game, or whether it's a boss, right? It's part of the way an MMORPG is structured. Do you actually have a plan when designing this boss? Is there art you're working off, or is it all improv as you go?
I'd say with this particular boss here, I've looked at so many gargoyle images, but I'll show you one that I loved when I was a kid, actually. It was actually a Disney cartoon called Gargoyles, and where's my mouse gone? There we go. It was a big inspiration to me when I was a kid, especially for creating monsters. So if we just check this out, Gargoyles, Disney. Yeah, cool. So you can kind of see from this guy straight away. Oh, actually, this is a better shot. Let's get the team photo just here. So this was one of the coolest things on when I was a kid. So this was Gargoyles. It was a Disney cartoon that was done. And you can see that everyone looks very sort of plain and very basic, but it's more their silhouettes that actually sort of define their characteristics. Yeah. So yeah, you've got like Anthony Hopkins from Thor just there in the background. Did that fall? Do you know who that is?
No.
No? You've seen the Thor films?
No.
No. And
most people have seen the Thor films.
Yeah, okay. That is definitely Anthony Hopkins from Thor right there. But yeah, so that was kind of the thing that inspired me in terms of what I want to do for the gargoyles in general. You can see like already the anatomy is kind of there with how they're put together. It's
Seems as a whole you take a lot of inspiration from your childhood.
Yeah, I think that can be said with a lot of our traits when we get into adults. Most of them probably do come from when we were kids. It's when our brains were forming, right? So
Yeah, a lot of things you remember very fondly have sparked your imagination.
yeah, that's it. That's why, like, that's probably why so many people come back to play Old School RuneScape, because there's so many fond memories from when they were children.
Will you be animating the boss today?
Ooh, will I get all the animations done today for the boss? I will try to rig it today, actually. I don't see why not, but I think just having something that's kind of visually there and actually spending time on getting that done by the end of this stream will be good. I think if this passes a poll, I'll do another one of these streams for the female gargoyle. I don't see why that would be too much of a problem. So then I could go over some animations that I've made for this particular NPC then, and you'll be able to see a more polished look that's kind of finalised as well. So yeah, I think like this is definitely the kind of content that could do with maybe a couple of streams. I could even do a stream for the environment as well.
Cool.
Which would be nice.
I really like the idea of putting something on the Slayer Tower roof. It's
yeah, for
a
sure.
really iconic building for the whole of the Slayer skill.
Yeah.
And over time, it's got a bit less useful as an actual location to go to. Adding something back there, I think that's a really cool thing to do.
Yeah.
And you can do something really fun with the environment on a roof. It's a bit different.
I don't know. It's the only place you can get gargoyle tasks now. So that kind of like gives it a bit more a reason to go there. But hopefully this will kind of do the same too. Why do you think people don't go to the Slayer Tower anymore, Kieran?
A lot of the other locations are just better, better XP, more spawns or multi-combat sort of thing. That said, people still go to the Slayer Tower, just not in the vast numbers that it used to be, because a lot of the creatures that were there, they were the only ever locations to go to for them.
Yeah.
But as player base grows and more people are doing Slayer, you need more locations for them, because there's just not enough just in the Slayer Tower. Yeah,
so that's why we added the basement, really, with like extra gargoyles down there.
Yeah, we've got the catacombs, things like that. The basement's a really nice addition. That got a lot of people back.
Yeah, I like that. I think it was mainly just because you could do like extra gargoyles down there, so it's a good thing to kind of capitalise on.
Everyone just laughs at the way we pronounce things. Catacombs. That's fine. That's how it's said.
How should we pronounce it?
Catacomb, I suppose.
Catacomb.
I say catacomb.
No, because if you look at the spelling, let's see. So it'd be so we spell this right, that'd be embarrassing. Is that, isn't it?
I believe so.
Which is like tomb. So catacomb. So that's how you pronounce those syllables, those consonants together.
Shut down!
Yeah. If you wanted that, then I suppose you guys are pronouncing it like catacomb, like that. So, well, I'll just leave it there.
Everyone's saying comb like the hair thing.
Ah, like a hair comb.
Oh no! They fought back.
Now what do I say? Hair comb.
I don't say comb for
fair
that.
Enough.
No.
Yeah.
Damn it, chat.
Never mind.
It's catacomb.
Well, I've been combing my hair for for years. I don't really see what the problem is.
I comb my hair. It's good.
I think language in general is built up by lots of generations over many years, so there is always going to be pronunciation differences.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't forget the main reason of why we talk, which is communication. So provided we can communicate clearly,
that's all that matters.
It's all that matters.
Yes, it is scone, not scone.
I said scone the other day, and I thought, why have I started saying?
Why am I posh now?
I know, like, I haven't said scone in my life, and all of a sudden,
scone is like what the Queen says.
That is the Queen's English, yeah. Maybe something just happens to you when you get a particular age where you feel like it's time to start speaking differently now.
Please say book. It's book. Double O is ooh.
Where do you think the pronunciation differences sort of originate between North and South England?
I think just years of not. Back then, no one travelled between the north and south of England. People
Fair
stayed
enough,
in their
yeah.
cities, right?
Yeah.
If you were born in Newcastle, you pretty much stayed in Newcastle for your life. Not many people actually travelled.
Yeah, fair
And so
enough.
I think the local dialects would have just built up and built up.
Yeah, fair enough. They're like massively different accents, though, aren't they? When you go
Right.
to some places.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even Liverpool versus Manchester, they're pretty close.
Or Birmingham.
Yeah,
That's one of the most different ones, isn't it? And it's only like
very different. It's crazy how diverse it is in just
Yeah.
such a reasonably small country. Okay, right, Book. When you think of the monkeys on Apatol sing ook ook, they go ook. They don't go uck uck like you guys say buck. No, it's book.
it's a fair
Right.
argument, to be honest.
Thank you. I am adamant. I am correct on this. It is book.
I think I don't want to switch teams, but if we go for look,
What about pool?
look, pool, I'd argue that they end with an L.
I don't, Gareth. That's a terrible argument.
There's a different consonant on the end, isn't it?
Okay.
This is turning into Sesame Street now, isn't it? Do you-
Guys, get your questions in the chat about the Gargoyle Boss, because we're off topic. We're off topic. So what's your plan with the head?
I never imagined a face with this. I just imagined like characteristics. So
Mhm.
it's going to be a sphere, just because humans have spheres for fists, and I figured we should just swap the detail around and have a sphere for the head, and realistic hands. There we go. What do you think?
So just a round head
Yeah.
and no detail.
Yeah, that's right. I think that makes sense.
Just a rocky shape.
Yeah. No, I'm going to give it like I think I'll go for the whole sort of. Did you ever see like Bram Stoker's Dracula with Gary Oldman?
No.
You didn't. Okay, right. So let's go to Google. Google is my best friend today. Gary. Actually, let's type in Bram Stoker's Dracula.
People are saying it's a Slender Man.
Monster. I love Slender Man. It won't be Slender Man by the end, but yeah. So there was a film called Bram Stoker's Dracula, made in the 1990s, and it basically had this depiction of Dracula when he was about to turn into a bat, and it just looked really hideous. So I'm going to actually just take the ears from that.
That is full
those sort
wood
of-
face.
Yeah, this is really nasty. Also, like when people caught certain diseases in the past, a sign of their decay until death was their noses would drop off.
Yeah.
So I kind of like the whole idea that the nose has fallen
So
off.
this guy's going to be noseless.
Yeah, and you've got kind of like this, this hole in the front of his
That's
face.
scary, man.
Yeah, sorry. It's actually it's not too bad. It's just to make that have a bit more context for you. Someone just made a bust of it. It's not real. Like it's not got any body attached to it. It's fine. Don't worry.
Voldemort.
Well, there's a more contemporary reference, but yeah, I suppose like the whole idea of Voldemort having no nose is very, very synonymous with people
Yeah.
when they were sort of deformed in the past from particular diseases. So yeah. With these whole things sort of like being deformed and broken down, I kind of like the idea of making it so their noses have dropped off.
So you're like these are ancient gargoyles. They've been there for a long time, right?
Yeah, so they would have.
So they're starting to degrade and break down.
Yeah, it was Vigora that made them in the first place, and I think the Slayer Tower fell into ruin in the Second Age?
I don't know.
I think I read in lore there was the Second Age. Don't quote me on that, second or third. So yeah, they've pretty much been there since the Second Age, which is a few thousand years, I think. So yeah, they would have fallen to bits a little bit. And it's also that whole thing like when Vigora returned to his fortress, the Slayer Tower had sunk into the swamp.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think, like Ash sent me loads of like lore on this from a quest and also from a journal from one of the Zamorakian mages, or actually I think it was an anonymous journal. But yeah, basically like the Slayer Tower sank into the swamp, and all this rot basically consumed the Slayer Tower. So these things have basically been consumed by the same rot eventually, even though being at the top of the tower, it got to them eventually.
What do the Gargoyle Bosses do in their spare time?
They basically sit watch still, because that was their original purpose, to sit as guardians on top of the tower. So in terms of people's knowledge of what they do, we don't actually know yet because no one's been up there. So in the blog, in the lore section, it actually says that there's speculation on whether or not they're even still alive and what they're actually doing up there. It's only really until recently, with the introduction of this content, that people in that world will be able to find out what became of these guardians that are on top of the tower.
So are you going to add like cracks and bits that are missing out of their bodies?
The difficulty with adding cracks is that they're kind of like literally that. They're quite small details, like having cracks. So if I was going to add a crack, I'd probably do like one huge one across the chest, because there's a really sort of powerful detail that stands out. But I'm probably going to have an easier time maybe making it so one of the ears has fallen off, or the nose has fallen off, or something like that.
So you highlight the fact it's not perfect.
Yeah, that's it. It's kind of like building silhouette and form, but not worrying about like those surface details that you get mainly from textures in other games.
Yeah.
Right, so
Guys, crack is not a funny word. It's not that amusing.
really?
What, you think crack's amusing?
No, I just thought of this joke that people used to say when they were children. Sorry, when I was a child, they used to say, they used to run up to someone and say, "My bum's broken, my bum's broken," and they'd say, "What do you mean?"
There's a crack in it.
There's a crack in it. I found that really funny as a child.
That's terrible.
And I still find it really funny now, and I admit that, and I've got no problem with myself for feeling that way. Yeah, I'm still laughing at it. That was me still laughing at it right there.
People think it's funny. So. How many spikes is he going to have? Everyone's always obsessed with spikes. Everything needs spikes.
I think a lot of games artists go through their spike era, don't they? Sort of the spike period. I did that really briefly, but then quickly decided that I didn't really like spikes for our game, just because they create too much surface noise, and they also disrupt the silhouette too much. So if this thing was covered in spikes, it would be very difficult for me to guide your attention around the ear and down the shoulder if there's loads of spikes all over here making the silhouette noisy. So I personally just don't like spikes. Although people often say, like, it's kind of like a tongue-in-cheek criticism of some things that they know that I'm going to be working on. Will you be adding lots of spikes to it? So that kind of throws me, because I think, have I made things with lots of spikes on in the past that I can't remember? So what I've just told you might be a lie. I'm not sure.
They're an obvious detail if you're lacking detail, right? That's just easy to fall back to.
Yeah, I think so. But I try not to sort of go there, to be honest.
And I think with wings, you don't really need that if you go with wings.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he'll have claws. We could kind of class that as spiky things, but yeah, that's about it.
Where did you learn to use 3ds Max so efficiently?
Whether or not I use it efficiently is probably up for debate. I
don't know how well up to date with 3ds the guy asking the question is.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, for some people watching this, they might be going, "This man's an idiot. Why isn't he using that function?
Why aren't you using this keyboard shortcut to just make that job so much quicker?"
Yeah, absolutely. But to say, like, where did I learn to use 3ds Max? I learned to use it just through when I was studying, and just progressively through my work here. I also do like other work that looks more like contemporary games, but I do it so sparingly. I wouldn't say that it's ever anything that I'd want to show off. It's kind of just to keep my hand in with things. So yeah, if I was to be asked to work on a AAA game tomorrow, it would be like such a huge learning curve after doing this for so many years. So that's why I say, like, I'm probably not as efficient as someone working on sort of more contemporary titles at using this, to be honest.
And the AAA games are always working and trying to keep up with new technology
that's
coming
it.
out. Yeah.
And also, I think like if you work in other games companies, there's more of like a production line. So you'd have a texture artist,
Yeah.
a low poly artist, a sculpting artist, a technical artist for doing shaders. So each of them will become like incredibly proficient at sort of using.
And they'd all work on
these
the
tools.
same asset in
That's
different
it, yeah.
stages. Yeah.
And they'd probably be sat together, or they'd have desks which you can move around, and they'd all sit there and kind of cooperate on how they think this particular thing should look, with again a concept artist which is probably kind of working with them to kind of keep the vision like cohesive
Yeah.
with what the art directors told them.
I
Yeah.
think, I mean, it'd be completely different to me if you did this and then give it to somebody else to add the colours to. Like, I'd sort of feel like you lose a bit of the creative freedom
A lot
to
of-
only add an element of it.
Well, yeah, do you know, a lot of the time when you look at contemporary games and you see the characters they make, if you remove the hair and just got rid of their unique clothing items, and then got rid of any facial hair or any piercings, any tattoos,
Yeah.
you probably just end up with exactly the same looking person each time, just because for that reason people just tend to use these very generic models to start off with. It
Yeah.
gets passed on to someone else, then it kind of like at various stages throughout the process there'll be like a committee that looks at it and goes, no, I think that kind of face looks a bit irregular, because you don't see many people with jaws that big, many people with noses that big, many people with ears that big, and then till eventually you don't end up with this sort of variety in characters. You just end up with these very sort of homogenized appearances that are kind of literally designed by
Yeah.
committee. So yeah, I think that's one of the complications you'd face there.
I think we also have the restriction that if something needs to look different, it has to sort of be in the shape
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the
that's
model,
it.
right?
That's right.
Somebody's asking, is the brittle key going to be tradable? It will not be tradable. You'll have to obtain it yourself first from a gargoyle, and then go and unlock the gate.
The brittle key's actually in there in the first place because that was kind of part of the player design. Originally in the player design it was suggested that it was an RNG drop, and we did consider doing that initially, but when we got feedback from the larger team it was so unpopular, and they said generally the community doesn't like RNG drops, so we should really put that to one side and just stick to what we know, like say, you know, with Cerberus and Sire, and just keep it that way. And people will be a lot more thankful for it. Do you know what's interesting as well? When I did Cerberus and Sire, I was told that the design had to basically make it so you could only do this on task. And I thought we're putting so much time and effort into doing this, and then you're restricting people to some degree to actually how they can actually access the content. Kind of feels a bit more sort of like a waste of time in a respect. I know that's not the case, but that's how it felt. And then when John suggested to me, no, don't do any restrictions on this, boss, I was like, no, because the players suggested this.
Yeah,
And I was
yeah.
like really intent that that's how we should stick with it. And it was really weird seeing, like, because my role had changed in what I was doing with this content development, how I was more inclined to sort of shape the content. But I do think like the right decision, like in hindsight from what I've learned in the past and from what John told me, is to actually make it so we don't just restrict content and lock it behind things. I think more the restrictions will be, in this case, what your Slayer level is and how good you are at mastering mechanics, which I think is a much more reasonable way to restrict rewards to
To me,
players.
it's like the way we do it this way, it provides the alternative. It gives you a choice of what you want to do when you have a Gargoyle Slayer task, and it just mixes it up, and it's not locked behind extra things for not much reason.
I think the keys are there still just because it
Gives you a way to first unlock it and access
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Are the two gargoyles going to look different?
Yes, they are. So the female is going to have, because I want her to look quite elegant, she's going to have like horns that go back over her head, and she's going to look more like a harpy
Yeah.
than a gargoyle in some respects. So I suppose the two types of gargoyles that you typically see in games are the ones that are sort of ground gargoyles. They're very sort of like hunched and very sort of deformed looking, and then the other gargoyles you get are almost kind of like, they almost don't have legs. This one will, but they almost don't have them, and they're kind of very sylph-like and very light and very elegant. So it's going to be that contrast, and it also helps establish how they're going to play in terms of mechanics as well. visually, which is quite a nice addition.
Oh, it'll look cool having the contrast or
Yeah, for sure.
complement of the two of them together.
I mean,
It'll feel quite different, I think, to most bosses we've done before. That
yeah, absolutely.
should be cool. So he's asking when it'll come out. I mean, assuming it passes its poll, we'll be looking at the sort of late August time, around there. No fixed date. Drop rate of the key. So we don't want it to be that hard to update. It should be a fairly common drop. You'll get it pretty quick. Within a task of gargoyles or so. It's cool. It's coming along pretty quick.
Yeah, it is.
Since I joined the stream, like an hour ago, it's come a long way.
Yeah, it's getting there now. The annoying thing is, like, it will always look very sort of static because the way everything has to be during this modelling process is very straight. So, like, the toes won't point out and the arms won't pull back and hunch. Because when I've tried to pre-pose models in the past, they've been a real nightmare to animate afterwards. So I'm really just trying to make everything sort of like as rigid as possible, just so when it comes to animating it, it's going to be so much easier, especially with like the limited animation tools that we've got to work with on the game. So now I've mirrored it, we can kind of start getting more of an idea of how this thing's actually going to look now in terms of its silhouette.
Yeah, you didn't have to model 2 years.
Yeah, that's it. So as well as that, what we can now do, now that everything's there, we can see straight away, right, these feet are too close together. So we can actually start just pulling things apart a bit more now. So let's say, like, take the legs. Actually, I need to figure out how to use the symmetry modifier in this because this is the 2018 version, it's 2017 version of 3ds Max, and I couldn't figure out how to get symmetry to work earlier. Ah, okay, I know what I was doing wrong. I was selecting mirror instead of symmetry. So in answer to your question, how do you learn to use 3ds Max so efficiently?
You're still learning.
I don't. I'm an idiot. I should know how to do this stuff, but I seem to have failed. Right, so...
What if the wings part wasn't plural? Maybe just one giant wing, more or less as a cosmetic look to it.
Sort of like the Sephiroth one-winged angel thing from Final Fantasy, maybe. I think like the wings are necessary for mechanic reasons I can't go into. I really, really like even the term one-winged angel. It sounds really interesting.
It does sound cool.
But yeah, I don't want to do the one wing. I think there was there was this really cool scene in Advent Children, I think, where he just had one wing. I may have imagined that. One-winged angel. Let's see if I got that. I know it's the name of his signature track. Yeah. So there's this really cool image here of like Sephiroth, just here, which is it's a really nice sort of look.
It's really interesting,
especially like when the wing can kind of like just curve round him on just one side. It kind of has that sort of Phantom of the Opera mask sort of feel to it, which is a really cool look. But no, unfortunately, like for the purpose of mechanics,
the design we've got, it makes sense to have 2 wings.
That's it.
Somebody asked, do you get any inspiration from Castlevania? I never played Castlevania.
I played Castlevania 64 on the Nintendo 64. I really, really liked that game, but the last boss was so difficult. Oh my god, I just couldn't.
Was it difficult, or were you just not very good?
I don't know, because like it was one of those bosses where it didn't actually like set the grounds for you to figure out its mechanics. So it was kind of like...
You didn't work out what the hell you're doing yourself.
Yeah, so phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, it's too difficult, I'm just going to kill you straight away. And then you're just like, well, what happened? I didn't even see. You just shot a fireball at me that was so powerful, it completely wiped me out. I don't even know how to avoid it. And they even changed the camera angle, so the boss is right here, and you're right here, and the whole game had been third-person perspective the whole time. They just switched straight to second-person perspective, and it just made me think, well, that's just completely pointless, isn't it?
So much just messing you up.
Yeah, so I never completed the game. There was a revision of that game that came out on the Nintendo 64 as well, and I tried playing that one, but I didn't really like it. I've seen a walkthrough of one of the more recent Castlevanias, and the art style of that, it's so good. Like, it's just amazing. I think they even had like Sean Connery. No, it wasn't. It was Patrick Stewart voicing one of the characters in it as well.
Patrick Stewart's fantastic.
Always a bonus. Yeah.
So Altia Blade asked, is he going to wield a weapon or attack with his fists, feet, and wings?
That's kind of like discussing mechanics. So
Ooh.
I can't answer that one. Sorry. I really want to.
It's a secret.
I'm excited about the mechanics, but I can't.
Same mechanics as the Inferno boss. No, it's not going to be the same as the Inferno boss.
This one's got legs straight away, so we can just tell that that's not going to be the case. It'll be fine. What actually inspired you about making the Inferno boss mechanics, Kieran? Whilst you're here, we may as well ask.
I don't have a clue. It just came to me as a vision in the night.
Really?
I literally don't know. We originally were going to do, obviously, a progression past Jad in the original Fight Caves last year, back in early 2016.
Yeah.
And I came up with the idea then for how the final boss of the Inferno would work, having a moving safe spot, things trying to destroy the moving safe spot. As you stay behind it, pop out, take a shot, pop back behind, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how I got that concept. Like, I know what it came from me thinking about what I need I try to think what's hard for the player to do.
Yeah, yeah.
And do it the other way around. Like, consider what is actually hard to do as a player in RuneScape, and then come up with a mechanic that makes you do that, rather than coming up with a mechanic and then thinking about how the player deals with the mechanic.
Yeah, okay.
And that allowed us to come up with something that's challenging, but I don't really get where it came from.
Yeah.
Maybe it's some long lost inspiration from something I've played before, but
I think I like it. I liked it a lot of the time as well when it's suggested, because it's
I wish
just,
I knew.
It's very different. Of course, I liked it. I thought it was an amazing idea, but it's more just because I just thought that has never been done in our game. So let's just go for it.
That's what I was really happy about. Like when I was thinking about how this would work, it's like there's nothing else like it in RuneScape. It can be completely different.
It's like with this Gargoyle Boss, when Jay said, let's have 2 of them, I just thought, right, okay, we've not really done any boss that actually has 2 of them. Then he was like, make it so they cooperate with each other, and they actually like act as like a tag team. I just thought that is awesome. So
Cool.
I'm always drawn to things that we've just not done, because I kind of think that like players are drawn to things that we're not done as well.
I think it works well with gargoyles as well.
Yeah, I think it does too. Someone asked in chat if one of these gargoyles is going to be stronger than the other. I think I can safely say that they're both going to be complementing each other and helping each other out whilst you're fighting them. So it's more a case.
They're stronger because of each other.
That's it. Yeah. So it's kind of like it's their combined attributes that actually make them powerful, not their individual ones. That's quite a big hint, isn't it? All right.
No, I think it's pretty obvious, really.
Yeah, okay,
There's 2 of them. They surely work together.
Yeah.
So.
You'd hope so anyway. It'd be a missed opportunity if they didn't.
Will one turn into stone and the other comes alive? We are not revealing mechanics. Really toxic. Stop trying to make us leak. Did the tag team boss idea come from games like Dark Souls? If it was Mod Wolf that came up with it, he's not here.
He doesn't really play Dark Souls, does he?
I don't think so.
No. I think it's something that I've seen done in quite a few games, particularly WrestleMania and Attitude as well, with the wrestlers. It's a joke. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
I wasn't sure if you were being serious or not, and so...
Yeah, so I suppose, it's been done in lots of games before, so it won't really hurt to have it in our game, I think.
Tag teams.
It's really like I'm really making a gargoyle wrestler, aren't I? It's like a monster wrestler.
What we're putting on the roof of the slate is just a wrestling ring.
That's the environment. That would be that would be so good.
Can you make a Stone Cold Steve Austin boss?
Yeah.
A cage match. People asking if there's going to be a pet. There will be a pet for this boss. We do one for all bosses nowadays.
Yeah.
So there'll definitely be one. I think that'll be cool.
Do we still poll pets? Is that something that we do with each boss?
We haven't really pulled boss pets for a while.
Yeah, so it is literally just something that's expected.
People assume it comes with a boss.
Yeah,
now.
okay. keep your questions coming in, guys. We don't want like too many moments of silence. It's more the reason why we're here, I guess, to answer questions for sure. Than
Yeah,
show
like
you the modelling.
the poll will be going out for this content tomorrow or Monday, depending on what sort of feedback's coming through.
Yeah.
If you want to, if you got any questions about what it's going to consist of, what concerns you've got, get them over and we'll try and answer them.
That's it. So, what are your favourite pieces of design in Armour for Monsters in game for both of you? What's your favourite armour design, Kieran?
Well, you hate me if I come up with one of the ones you don't like.
Go ahead.
I really like Bando's armour, to be honest. Bando's tassets and chestplate. Like, I think they look really cool.
I don't like that for technical reasons, but
yeah, I know they're a nightmare for some of that, but the way they looked when they came out, they're quite different to most of the things that had been in the game before. They've become iconic, despite the fact they're not a really old piece. God Wars is a relatively new piece of content, but really like them. They're pretty cool. They have really nice shapes to them.
I'm trying to think of a bit of armour that I actually do like in game. Generally, I don't like player models just because they're so restrictive on what you can make out of them. I would say like the Bandos, not to copy, just because it's something that actually looks different.
Yeah.
And although it is a pain in the backside to work around, it is kind of worth it because it provides you something that looks unique. And I think it's one of those things that basically allows us to say, well, we can do unique things now because Bandos is in game and that looks really unique to itself. So it kind of like paved the way for us before we had to really kind of do it ourselves. Mm-hmm. So I like Bandos for that reason, for sure.
People are saying Ancestral. I really like Ancestral as well. The mage kit that came with raids.
Oh, right.
The robe style.
Yeah, the one that West made.
Stuff.
Yeah, I think that was nice as well. It kind of...
Oh, it's just... It sort of shot completely different to what people were sort of expecting, I think. But it's so... It's got a really cool look to it that very fits the traditional style of what we've had in RuneScape before as well.
Yeah, I liked it because it had asymmetry and curves.
Yeah.
And it didn't just feel like someone was wearing like a rectangular slip skirt on their lower half. It was actually really like well thought out. I think as well. Oh no, I've got to suggest one of the pieces that I made, which I'm not going to do. So yeah, I think probably one of the worst pieces of armour I've made would be. I'd say the achievement diary ones.
Yeah.
Just because that is so busy. I was going through like my busy period then when I thought like...
You were trying to get all the detail in there. And
yeah, that's it. I
went too far.
Yeah, I don't like that one at all. I think the original design of it was supposed to be lots of different types of pieces all put together. But then Mod Reach came to me and said, look, this is the Varrock armour that we've currently got in game.
Yep.
Design all of the pieces around this to be an armor kit which suits it. And so then I was kind of like pinned down to having to design an armor kit for something like that. And I really cannot stand those Varrock torsos. I think they're ridiculous with like the big shoulder pads and everything like that. I think they don't look very nice at all.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was kind of just like
felt between a bit of a rock and a hard place.
Yeah. But I suppose like if I could do it again, I would just make it so you've got kind of like this. You know, like in those post-apocalyptic films where they look like they've gone all over this massive world and just got whatever they can pieced together. I think I'd try and create a a piece of armor like that, or I'd say like, no, I don't think we should do that. But I think because players were asking for that particular thing at the time, and Dan was trying to basically come off the back of it. I think that was kind of essential to the design brief that was outlined then.
I think we learn from everything we do as well. Like,
yeah, that's it.
You learn from things you don't like that you've done in the past and
get
better and better. I mean, somebody just asked a little bit ago, asking what's the most satisfying thing you've ever worked on. Like for me, I mean, I don't know, it's pretty much always what you've just done, but the Inferno is absolutely that for me. Seeing what we set out to achieve. That we wanted to make something that was truly a sequel to the Fight Caves and offered a challenge never seen before. We did that, and not only that, but like completely engaged audiences on Twitch, and people were loving the experience of watching people try to take it down. Like, it felt awesome to do that, and then reap the benefits and sit and enjoy watching it myself. Like, seeing how it excited people and got people genuinely shaking again when they got to that final boss. Loved it. It's such an awesome feeling to pull that off, I think.
I think mine was raids. I think I did like Inferno, but it definitely kind of, from an art perspective, felt like there was a job to be done, and we just had to basically put as much stuff out as possible. And there wasn't much sort of variety in terms of the sort of like colour palette that we could use on the NPCs and things like that, which isn't a bad thing because that suited suits the content, right? But from like a creative standpoint, I preferred raids because kind of like there's an insect boss, and there's a mage boss, and there's a volcanic looking boss.
There's so much variety for you.
Yeah, so like actually thinking up like the different ways all these characters were going to look was just a lot more rewarding for me. And I think as well, like Zook was so difficult to get that thing right. And there was a lot of communication between getting the assets so that the content could be advertised correctly as well. So there was a lot of pressure on that project. We
had a nightmare trying to get the cutscene to work, and nicely the transition where like Zook bursts out the wall. I think tough to get that right.
As well as that, by the time we'd like finished it, or when we were close to finishing it, I just thought, I wish I'd never suggested this. It was just so difficult. It got to the point where like the effort we were putting in was just...
But we got it working.
We did get it working, but it was starting to sort of surpass the amount of reward that we'd get from actually having it in game. I mean, I'm glad it was there finally, because, you know, it was something like really different in terms of what we could do with a transition in game. Oh, whoops, scratch the microphone, sorry. A transition in game, and like... you know, doing something interesting with NPC, meeting the environment, but I would not rush into doing that again.
Things that combine NPCs and environment working together are very, very difficult to pull off, unfortunately, in old school.
So when those rocks fall down, for example, that he pushes over, that's actually part of the NPC, and it has to be.
Yeah.
And what's the safe spot that moves away? Was that an NPC as well?
The safe spot moving is an NPC.
Yeah. So there's two.
You can't have moving scenery.
Yeah. So that's basically like two NPCs working in unison with each other, even though it looks like the environment.
People are talking about the tail keeps getting longer. Make it longer. Expand.
I think with the tail, because it's going to have to like curve. Then I need a certain number of points on it for it to like animate in a sort of elegant way. I think they're right there. I think this is the last one now. Just that'll be it. then I'm done.
Going back to raids, I found that Ulm was very satisfying to pull off. That was my first real work on a boss as a dev, and putting that together was a tough challenge, and I was pretty happy with how it worked out.
Yeah.
Like, we got a lot of cool mechanics in there, and I learned a lot from it. It's not perfect, but that was also challenging. There's a lot of scenery and NPC working together to achieve what we had there.
Yeah. I mean, I would say, like, because Jay said earlier that I designed Sire, but like I did have like loads of support from like the rest of the team, like you and Ash, and even us Ronan, about how we should actually get some of the spells to work, and what weapons we should use against it. And then when it kind of came to raids, I was able to sort of outline things for the demi-boss, but there was still sort of like the QA team and Ash sort of like bolting on extra things. So this is like really the first time.
It's a yeah,
this is the first time I've actually like done a boss where it kind of feels like there's going to be less sort of like need for me to constantly go around the team asking, saying like, what should I do about this spell and that. So it's kind of like a learning process as you sort of go on to developing things. Yeah. But that said, even like the reason why there's two of them is because Jay suggested it. The reason why there's sort of like these masculine and feminine attributes is because Jay suggested it as well.
Everything we do is a team effort.
Yeah, like, so it's kind of like you'll never get to that point where whatever you make is just purely your design. It's always like,
if you want the best ideas and best content to go out, it's best when more people have at least a little bit of a say on it and throw their ideas over. when Gareth's talking about a J, we're talking about Mud Wolf.
Oh yeah, sorry. I got a really bad habit of doing that.
That's fine. I think people know.
Yeah. I don't mind if people call me Gareth. I think like a lot of the time on Twitter, like when people respond to me, they just call me Gareth anyway. It just seems more normal than someone calling me Ghost.
Careful with these camera angles.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, look at your screen.
I know, but I need to check.
This is not okay.
I need to check that these verts just here are welding.
Oh my god.
So yeah, there we go. You see, see them welding together just there.
Yes, it's welded together.
Yeah, there we go. There's no two ways about it. I've got to do this, Kieran. I can't just avoid it and watch my distance. This is the world of 3D
Fine
modelling.
work.
Sometimes you've got to get down and dirty to get this stuff done.
Carefully carved out.
That's it. Right, I think that's starting to...
Yeah, weld his verts. That's what he said.
Oh dear, I don't want to have to like keep rotating the camera here now. You've made me like kind of self-conscious about doing this.
You've got the Twitch chat watching. This is exactly what they're like. You've got to be careful.
I was self-conscious enough to start off with anyway because of like the lizard tail thing. So I tried to sort of offset it, but I think it's kind of like coming through a tunnel, going through a tunnel and sort of coming out through the other side, and now kind of don't care. So you can make your jokes.
Some people asking like what the drop table will be for this boss. I mean, we haven't actually balanced a full drop table yet, but the way it's going to go, because of assuming granite dust passes for the granite cannonballs, that will actually be a 100% drop in various quantities. So a lot of the value of the drop table will actually come directly from them, meaning we don't have to load it full, loads of different resources as well. So it should avoid actually just pumping a load of alkables in there and things like that. But expect it to be a better drop table than Gargoyles as a whole in terms of what it's returning, and you're going to put a lot more effort into it as well.
So here's an interesting idea. What about if one of these has skeleton wings? Like that. That's a really interesting silhouette, isn't it?
And that would really highlight the fact they've degraded, crumbled.
It would mean that
they've sort of lost a lot of the meat on their wings, if you see.
I really like that idea, but I've just realised how they're supposed to fly with stone skeleton wings. Maybe magic. When in doubt, magic.
They could fly with skeletal wings, why not?
Yeah, why not indeed? It doesn't really matter, does it? It would be cool.
Stop worrying about physics.
Yeah. Yeah.
Isaac Newton just wrote laws down. Like,
of all the
it's
things,
not real.
Of all the things to worry about in old school RuneScape, physics is not one of them. Alright, it's home grid.
They're magical gargoyles anyway, so...
They are. I could kind of...
I mean, the heck, they're gargoyles and they're moving. Like, for one, that's not real.
I think, like, also, gargoyles are kind of a bit strange because they are made out of stone. They say dragons are not aerodynamic. Yeah. Imagine dragons made of stone. That's even worse.
Yeah. Gargoyles are very much magically imbued statues. So.
Yeah, that's it. Cool. How are we getting on for questions in the chat? Is there...
How have stone crumbled wings instead of skeletal ones? Have one skelly and one normal.
I think a lot of the time, like, that sounds like interesting. Actually sounds interesting. Why not? I'm going to do the skeleton wings on the female one. But this one definitely needs to have solid wings. There's no sort of getting around that. Actually, you could have one wing. That's just made me think now that I could incorporate one wing into this in a really cool way as well. Yeah, okay.
Inspiration coming up.
Yeah. We maybe can do one wing for this guy. We'll see.
So in about 5 minutes, I'm going to be heading off.
That's fine. And then we are joined by Mod Rock at 3:30.
In another half an hour afterwards. That's
it. I like it when someone like comes down into the room, because obviously I don't know if anyone can tell, my voice really hurts at the moment. So I'm just talking for like those half an hour periods. As soon as someone comes through the door, I'm just like, thank God I can stop talking for a little while. It just feels so nice.
Take a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
So what are you doing right here?
Okay, so
Because it looks like you're just drawing lines and...
this is a wing. So wings are just like our arms when you sort of break them down. I'll just show you this image here that I'm working from wings. So this is like another it's another interesting example of how sort of anatomy still has like consistencies between various different types of animals. So you can see like on humans, the arm's broken down into my top bit, which is called a humerus. That's the bone in there. Then you've got your radius and your ulna in your forearm. Then you've got all these bones in your hand just here. There's probably about 10 bones in this part of your hand, which I forget the names of. And then you've got these phalanges just here, which actually form all the different sections of your fingers. So if we look at this, we can see that we've got humerus just here. So I should have had a graphics pad for this. Then we've got the radius just here and the ulna just here. On this one, we've just got a radius, so forget the ulna. And then we've got the wrist just here, which are probably made up of a few bones that you'd find in a human hand. And then these phalanges that we have in our fingers.
Phalanges. What a great word.
Phalanges. Actually elongated just here to actually make up these portions of the wings, which spread out. So really, if you look at some wings, those sort of like large sections with all the feathers are actually like hands. They're actually just opening up to open themselves out. So if something's flying, it's literally just moving its hands like someone pretending to fly, which is like kind of mind-blowing when you first find that out. So what I've done here, if we see in comparison, is this is my radius. This is my humerus. This is my radius, and this is the really long finger we can see coming down just here, forming this shape. I'm now just going to make a few other splines. Splines is a word for these 3D lines that I draw here, and then after I've created them I can just render them and basically make the bones which make up wings, and then I can build on top of those bones as well. It's interesting stuff. I hope it's interesting stuff.
It's cool. It's interesting to think about.
Yeah,
how that comes
it's
together.
interesting to think about.
That's incredible. I never looked at wings as hands.
That's it. I didn't either until I thought, I need to do some wings one day.
How the hell does a wing work?
Yeah, that's it. And then you just find
That just
out.
makes sense.
I think that's the fun thing about sort of
Excuse me.
trying to find realism in sort of surrealism.
Yeah.
You kind of eventually end up finding these really sort of obscure examples of how things aren't as different as you thought they were, and everything just seems to relate in some sort of way without getting too deep about it. Okay. Right, so now I've just got to kind of make sure these things are all in proportion here, in sort of balance with the image that we've got just here. So you can see that, like, obviously all of these knuckles sort of align up in varying degrees, and here we've got like this knuckle down here, this one up here, so they're kind of zigzagging, so I need to kind of bring them down a bit more. We can see that halfway down this radius we've kind of just got this which drops just below the halfway mark, and on my one just here the radius is sort of like really long and this one's sort of falling behind. So I often use these images as references just to make sure that all the sort of visual markers I can see between proportions are actually in place, and that way things just read a lot better. When you come to animate them, they animate in a more realistic fashion and everything just seems more true to life. It's better to go for something that's kind of a little bit uncanny without going all the way to making something completely surrealistic, because I'm not really a fan of that kind of stuff. I actually look back at the Abyssal Sire now and just kind of think, yeah, it's different, yeah, it's kind of clever how it looks like one of the Abyssal Demons, but at the same time I just kind of think, like, from an aesthetic point of view, I really don't like the appearance of it, and there's a lot that I'd change now, but I think it kind of served its purpose at the time. This is why I have these streams, so I just slag off my own work.
Well, yeah, you've absolutely got to work from your old work, and
yeah, that's it. It's the only way you can really progress.
you never improve if you don't.
Yeah, I think you have to be like really self-critical as well.
Is this boss going to be solo only, or will I be able to team up? It is a solo only boss. Like the other Slayer bosses, you can only take them on really by yourself.
Solely. That's what we should call that.
Modgo said they would be 3x3 NPCs, but will they be the same size as normal gargoyles or larger, like Skatizo and Gargoyle bosses?
I think they need to be larger, really, just to kind of like sell the fact that there's a hierarchy and these things are at the top of the food chain.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they'll be larger. See, this is interesting as well. Check out how these phalanges just here have actually sort of shortened, and they're sort of more sort of heavily fused together with bone. It's really cool. That's practically, I think that's just like one whole digit that's been fused together from two.
Yeah.
That's evolution right there taking place. It's interesting.
So what are you actually doing when you're drawing these lines here?
I'm just creating pathways. These are kind of pathways which I'm going to then extrude along. So say if I choose this pathway just here, I can basically go to this one just here. Actually, I think I can render from here now, yeah.
So it's like you're drawing a line in the 3D space that you can follow.
Yeah, that's
later
it. Well, I can actually
creating the geometry.
adapt this line by just going enable rendering in the viewport like this. And then I can reduce the amount of sides this has. I think I just generally like to work with 4 sides. With wings especially. The reason why I like to work with 4 sides is you've got 2 polys at the front, 2 polys at the back with each section, and then this edge just here, in between them, you just sort of make that the membrane, and it merges quite neatly. Then, as well as that, I can adjust the thickness of this as well. So I can increase the thickness like this. I would tend to make it so it's quite thick at the base, just there, and then sort of work my way down the model and just shrink them down. With all of this at the moment, however, I think before I go any further, I'm just going to try and make it a feasible size in terms of how this wing should be in relation to this guy. What do you need to? You're welcome to head off.
I'm about to head off.
Yeah, that's cool. And you're also welcome to stay for as long as you want as well.
I should actually get some work done.
Yeah, that's fine, dude. Cool. I can keep talking about the anatomy of wings.
But it's interesting for me just watching it as well.
That's cool.
Because I don't really get to sit and actually watch you do stuff.
That's cool.
I just see sort of the final product.
Yeah, that's it. He went away.
And then it comes to me and I'm like, okay, now I need to plug this into the content.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because, like, although there's like a design in place, it'll have like a lot of your input in how the design actually finishes up too. So I think it'll be interesting to see what these things actually come out being, as opposed to
it's exciting.
Initial stage.
It's exciting stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'll catch you later.
That's cool.
Enjoy the rest of the stream, guys. I'll see you later for the Q&A.
That's it. Cool. Right. So now I'm just going to have to decide how exactly I want to put this wing onto this gargoyle creature, in terms of how I then want to animate it when I come to animate the model. I'm tempted because obviously gargoyles will have their wings quite high up like this, and because it just kind of seems to be the correct positioning to have it so it's straightened out like this. So the wings just here will, on sort of fantasy creatures, operate with like a ball and socket joint. Much like you can see on this kind of representation of what would be a humerus on humans. Just here, I'll try and move my cursor. Yeah, just where my cursor is, just there. So it's still a ball and socket joint like a human arm, but it's different because it's wings. So I really have to kind of treat this as a ball and socket joint. So its resting point between moving 90 degrees in this direction, 90 degrees in this direction, is to stick it straight out. Even though that doesn't look right on the model, in terms of how you'd imagine it looking when it stands, this is the best way to actually have it during animation. Now, my other option would be to make it so the wing sits here and make something else that protrudes just here and actually fits into the body. But we can see, I think maybe for the purpose of this design stream, that's something that I can edit afterwards. So I think I would just build this wing on the side just here, just so you can get a better idea of how things are constructed. And I'll scale it down a little bit too as well, because I think it's a bit too generous in proportions at the moment. Okay, I think I left one of these splines behind here as well. So yeah, I'll just grab that. Okay. So a lot of people have said with some of the stuff that I designed that it would look a little bit like something you see like Pokemon. I really, really do love the way the Pokemons are designed, just because they're very, very finite. There's not really any detail on them that doesn't need to be there. And really, with old school RuneScape, because detail is essentially what holds us to a budget as opposed to the polygon count, Pokemon's a really good source for me to kind of look at and learn how I should actually be designing my characters from. With things like this, for example, someone just compared it in the chat to looking like Mew from Pokemon, but the design of Mew is basically like other Pokemons. If I show you, so if we get Mew from Pokemon, so let's just open this. I mean, it doesn't look exactly like it, but just to illustrate why people might draw that comparison, I'm going to go for Mewtwo actually. I don't think it looks like Mew. Yeah, okay. So with Mewtwo, you can see how it's just got these really sort of powerful shapes all over its body. The big hands, the big feet. These tend to act as focal points to where you actually need to be looking. Like, you don't really need to focus on Mew's body section just here. It's more like the eyes, which are very sort of accentuated in anime, because they're kind of, they draw your attention. And it's a really good way to draw people's attention to the face, which should be a focal point on the character by having those big eyes. These big feet down here make the character seem very grounded, like its stance is very solid. And then this large tail just here adds a sort of sense of elegance to this picture, which actually complements in the background what's in the foreground. So that's an example of a really succinct character design. And often when I design characters for old school RuneScape, I do just try to like cut through a lot of the sort of baggage that you get with other characters from other games, which look much too complicated, and just try to go for something that's like very heavily simplified, just because it's much easier to read and it suits much more what our engine can actually do. Right, so let's just hurry up and get these splines sorted out, then we can carry on building the wings. So I think we'll give this a thickness of 4 again. Okay, and we'll give this 4 sides too. I should reduce that to 3. And we've just got a few more to do up here. Give these a thickness of 2. Enable that in viewport. Then we'll give it 4 sides again. And then 1 more spline to do up here too. So give it 3. Enable it to be renderable. And then switch to 4 sides just here. Okay, so these are all our splines, they're all rendered. Now all I need to do is basically convert these to editable polys just here. That means that I then get a whole bunch of options just here with how I can actually edit them as meshes, as opposed to just adjusting their thickness using these spline options. So you can see again, I'll have to go through all of these and just select them individually, just editable poly, and this one too. I think you can probably group select them actually. I'd be surprised if you couldn't. So yeah, just group select and then convert to editable poly. Cool, there we go. So Modrock will be joining us in 20 minutes, and he'll be taking your questions on the Gargoyle Boss. If you want your questions to be answered live, now is probably the opportune time during this developer Q&A to actually, sorry, not developer Q&A, the design stream, to actually get your questions to us, because then we can actually take them as feedback and adjust the design accordingly, just to try and get something that as many people in the community as possible can get behind in terms of polling. So if you just get your questions ready for when Justin's down, then we can start taking them from the chat. So let's just reduce this here. Okay. So again, I'll just keep checking my reference image of the wings. It's very important to always work from reference images, otherwise you tend to just go in the wrong direction, and then what you're designing will actually be really lost. This is actually a really cool example of a gargoyle. just found this image just here. So yeah, you can see this isn't anything particularly brand new that I'm trying. You can see how this thing's formed. This would probably be more suitable for a design for the more elegant, effeminate gargoyle. So hey, we've got Mod Rock down here now. Yeah. So Mod Rock will be joining us in chat now. If you just get your questions ready, he will be able to answer them as best he can. I'm just going to raise my mic, so you might not be able to hear me, but I just need to speak to Justin about what we're going to be doing. Hey, so you've got questions here for you to read from.
Yep.
In terms of audio, you just need to put those on and then we can hear you. Apparently they don't brush against your beard because of the phone, so you can kind of get it quite close to your mouth. It should be okay. That's
Okay, it should be out of my way of my beard.
That's really good. You don't even have to put it near your mouth. You've got the most powerful voice.
Yeah, I am quite known to be quite loud in the office, so...
Okay, so I suppose they're all the same.
Oh, they're all the same.
For some reason, I just felt that it'd be more efficient to print out 4, as there was 4 people involved, and then thought you don't need to do that. But never mind, it's done. So yeah, you can just kind of go through there and give your take on what the player feedback's been so far.
So yeah, today we had quite a bit of discussion about the cannonballs. I think that was the thing that came up the most.
Yeah, for sure.
We toyed around with a few different ideas. I had the idea of having the boss drop either an attachment to the cannon or something like that, perhaps replacing the cannon hopper. And we then threw it about whether which one we preferred, which one would be better or less than a less of a buff, because Slayer is quite a contentious skill in our game. Everyone loves it. Everyone loves doing it. So when we make changes to it, they always want to make sure that they're getting either the best thing that they can or something that's not too overpowered.
Yeah.
And a case of making the extension of the hopper was that it makes it a bit more AFK.
Yeah.
There's a lot less interaction, where the Slayer is the kind of thing you run around, you kill things, you move on to the next task, keep going, keep going, keep going. And adding a little bit of power to the cannonballs would still keep that more than having a bigger hopper for the cannonballs itself.
Yeah, that's it.
Players are concerned that the boss will be OP. I think it's a bit too early to say that. The only thing was really mentioned is that there's 2 bosses, which is kind of cool. I can't think... The only place we have that is Dag Kings, I think, where we have all 3 of them.
Okay, yeah.
But you can kill them in an order where you can, like, attack only one at a time.
Yeah, sure.
Whereas if we've got this and it's quite a confined space, we can do a lot of different things.
Yeah, I mean, we might even have them with having the same health bar, for all we know yet. They might be that closely sort of linked to each other.
Like having a combined, like a HUD at the top, which has the health bar on. That's cool.
Yeah, so it just depends on how much time we've got. It might be the case that we kind of need to illustrate to people which one should be attacked at which particular time, so it might be more beneficial to have 2, but we haven't ruled out to making their mechanics so closely linked that they could share a health bar.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of perhaps heading back into like some of the older games for like the Mega Drive and things like that, like Streets of Rage, etc., where you had a boss, or even if there was 2 on screen, you'd have 2 health bars in the top corner, where each one would go down based on how much damage you did to those characters. So we could definitely do a lot. We can try new things with this if we wanted to, depending on like time frame and development time. Not being a developer, I can't start promising things that we may not be able to deliver. But
yeah, let's promise on Kieran's behalf.
Yeah, let's promise Kieran's time. That'll do.
Completely unachievable things.
Yeah, it's really too early to say it's OP. I mean, you can discuss about the rewards and that, because we've given you them now, which is the boots, the dust, and they were the only 2 uniques, weren't they?
They were the only 2 uniques, yeah. So it was someone suggested on the forums that we actually do the rock hammer thing, which Ryan suggested, and I know that you were interested in as well.
Yeah, definitely an advocate for anything rock related.
Yeah.
But yeah, as Kieran said, it is really something that should come from the shop itself that's already in there. So, in theory, we can just add it in.
Yeah, I think it's probably one of those things where you've got kind of, you could like say, oh, this is going to come from this content just to flesh out the rewards, but I think you do have to respect what fits where, which is why like things like the rock cannon attachment, for example, have been like a granite version, part of the rock cannon. It kind of feels like we're just shoehorning it in there.
Yeah, it was a little bit like.
I'm not saying that it's a bad idea, but it's because it would definitely like be something that allows people to have this sort of more AFK element that they want. But I think if you want to go down that route, you've also got to add it from the right content as well. So
yeah, most definitely. I mean, the granite dust theatrically makes perfect sense.
yeah,
You finish the bosses, and effectively there is dust left over from the battle.
That's it.
It's the one that's thematic the most, but
It's the same. Like we've changed the tourmaline shards because people felt that it didn't really seem to like characteristically correct to have shards being added to boots because shards are typically not used in that way. So we changed it to a tourmaline core. So we always have to, like
so the stones from like Cerberus, and this time you've got a different version,
like a black core from the Gargoyles. So just kind of we always have to think about how things actually fit in, just so they kind of people actually go, yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, as much as people like to go lore, lol,
I think
it does play its part
in
a lot of our content, and it's a lot more thought about than people think.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's almost like the glue that the world that holds the world together with all of these concepts, really. And it's not to say that it's very sort of like it's not agile, because we can sort of like make lore sort of that doesn't relate to other lore, but at the same time, if you can make it all sort of fit together like a bit more of a tapestry, then it feels more like a canon and it feels more authentic. And
oh yeah, totally. I mean, like if we wanted to, we could have made it this giant albatross thing that has ended up flying over from Zaire and perched itself on the tower. It's affected by the Dark Altar before it flew over. You've got to catch it with large nets and feed it minnows and anything else, and it just really wouldn't work.
No one would be laughing about lore then.
Well, exactly.
They'd be like, this is terrible. Cool. So if anyone's got any questions about the boss, this is a really opportune time to ask, because we're able to give feedback straight away to your questions. You won't have to wait for responses. Also, if you've got any questions regarding the Gargoyle Boss for the developer Q&A that will be starting at 5 o'clock, that would also be an opportune time, as it's kind of a bit of a hot topic now to get your questions answered. Bearing in mind that your questions could also change what we're offering in the blog if we feel they're kind of suitable, and would improve the quality of the content too. So do take this opportunity.
Will the Gargoyle Boss be hunched over when you get to the battle?
Yeah, I think we can say that. So the best thing we can do in terms of this boss is to make it so there's actually something that people have to interact with to start the boss fight. So much like with the Sire, the boss will be dormant when the fight initially starts, and then you'll have something that you need to interact with to say, I'm ready to start the fight and initiate now.
Yeah, see, I like we've discussed a few ideas about this as well, and I kind of like what happens with Vass and Asterio is that you enter the area and the area effect, and it all wakes up.
Yeah.
And everything else. But the idea about having a sire is obviously we got male and female gargoyles, so if we wanted to, we could have them on top of like a pedestal together.
It would be a nice touch, wouldn't it?
And then we use what you originally thought, where you had the bell.
Yeah.
And you can use a rock hammer to ring the bell, and then they effectively awake.
Yeah, I think that's important, because when you actually use the rock hammer, because you're going to have to kill these things with a rock hammer eventually, it's important that we actually say to people, you need a rock hammer, and what better way to do that than to actually require that item to actually start
the fight. Yeah, And it would be a bit odd if we had the ranged ones and you could throw it at the bell from a distance.
That would be interesting. It wouldn't affect the fight, so it would be fine. But in terms of the NPCs being together when we first started the fight, I'd love to do that, but from a technical standpoint, because the NPCs would need to share the same space.
Yeah,
Kieran
that would be
me.
Kieran would be crying
Yeah,
after
he would be very happy.
after all the stuff that went into the Zook.
Oh boy. I was actually really surprised that we found out from that because the rocks overlap the stone, so you can actually have NPCs which seem to share the same space somehow. But I don't really want to tread that ground again. I don't think Kieran does either.
So, how's the design gone so far?
It's not gone too bad. I mean, it's coming along nicely. All the sort of like difficult groundwork, like actually fleshing out the anatomy, that's passed now. So we've actually got something that actually has anatomy. It's just kind of building the wings. I was thinking because someone suggested having one of these with one wings. And I kind of didn't know if we could actually make that work, but I'm actually just going to try and make it so this gargoyle has one wing now.
Well, I mean, the fact that gargoyle is supposed to be so powerful, and the fact that they are stone and they have been occupied by this essential other power that holds over the Slayer Tower.
Yeah.
You could, if you wanted to, have just the one wing to show that it is so powerful that it can just keep itself afloat with its one wing.
Yeah, I suppose. It's really a shame we can't discuss mechanics because it would actually affect directly the mechanics having it with one wing. But it's just made me think that would be so much better if we do that. Which is, again, I hate to plug this, but it's an example of how players interacting with us can actually affect the content in a very positive way. So get your questions to us. Now is the time.
Since the Slayer requirement for this boss is only 75, does that mean the boss will be more of a low-level boss compared to the other Slayer bosses? The answer to that is yeah. You kind of have to look at it that way. I mean, I would say similar-esque in the way that Skatizo was, where it was made to be essentially mid-level content. And by mid, I mean 70s.
Yeah, that's fair to say it's 70s. I think it's when we released the Siren Cerberus, people were just kind of a bit weary that a lot of the PVM content with the rewards that we're offering always tends to be aimed at high level players. And I think the best way to work around that is to make it so, one, you actually provide some content around some mid-level content that's already popular, like gargoyles. We all know they're popular, so people will interact with this and it will be sustainable for that reason. But as well as that, you can make bosses complicated by just actually having it so the mechanics are engaging, so you have to learn timings and actually getting through them. They don't have to be powerful and knock you down.
Yeah, most definitely. There is quite a lot of scope that we can do with a boss like this. It doesn't have to have 4 million in stats.
Yeah, exactly.
Like some of the older bosses when they were designed. I know that the person who designed them just decided to whack 800 defense on them or something silly.
Yeah, I think it depends what you're trying to achieve with your content. So say if you want something that people are just going to go there and tank with all their best gear on and AFK it, and then just walk away with the rewards, and that's how you play the game, then fine, fair enough. I suppose that is a way to play the game. Personally, I always think games are more fun if you actually have to concentrate on what you're doing and actually learn a technique to basically acquire a skill to actually do something and acquire an aptitude. So everything that I have a hand in designing usually ends up being something you have to concentrate on and you have to work at.
I think that's definitely the way it should go when it comes to more kind of PVM-based content, such as bosses and things like that. I mean, standard monsters, yeah, sure. If they're tank and spank, let's go. That's fine.
Sure.
But when it comes to something that's supposed to be a boss, it needs to have some sort of unique method to it.
Yeah, for sure.
Something that makes it feel like a boss, even if it may not be terribly hard when you're max level.
Yeah, I think it's a convention in like games where you fight any monster. Once you come to the boss, you don't expect a mob NPC. You just expect something that's got that extra edge that you have to spend more time on and concentrate on. So the idea that this is a boss, it's bigger and it hits harder, it doesn't really sort of meet the criteria for me. It just seems like a very OP mob.
Yeah, it's one of those things that can be quite 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Some players like some things, some players like others.
Yeah, sure.
But from our perspective, we definitely have to make it so it's so it makes you think.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I definitely agree with that. At the very least, you should have to use your brain.
Yeah, quite. That's one way to make really engaging content is if you can think and it's not like ridiculous.
Well,
Because you don't want to have things like pointless mechanics that are like, okay, we're just going to one shot you for the hell of it, or things like that. Something where you actually have to, I have to stand here, I have to move here at this time, I have to attack at this time.
Well, that's the thing. When like Kieran designed Zook, he made it so that you can be one-shotted by Zook. Like, there's a really high chance you can. But you've got the option to defend yourself.
That's when it's your mistake.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, totally.
So that's like a good example of why that's the best way to do bosses. Have we got any questions in the chat yet?
So people keep asking whether it's going to be an instance or not.
That's still up for debate. Kieran seemed unsure about it. He didn't like it because you can't sort of regulate how many of them there are per world. So, I mean, it's not really so much of a problem of where is the player going to spawn back. So we've got an entrance, so you can just spawn them back at the entrance if they die in an instance. So it's not too much of a problem. But I think in terms of whether or not it's going to be instance, it would be something that I would sort of like take Kieran's advice on, just to see if it's actually the right thing to do.
So, I mean, if in theory, if we wanted to, like where you've got the Abyssal Sire, which I believe has four or six.
It's got 4 cabins.
And then you've got Cerberus with 3. If we wanted to, we could effectively have the towers in all corner of the Slayer Tower.
You could do that.
You could go up, and then we split the roof into a cross shape where we've got 4 separate areas where the boss fight takes place, and you've got other people fighting.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, people could say technically, isn't that like 8 guardians now? But people never really say like the 4 sires, do they? They just refer to it as like the Abyssal Sire.
Yeah, everyone has their own little room that they run to.
Yeah.
When they get to the Sire area or to Cerberus, like some people will automatically always try like the left entrance and things like that. So
I'd say it's definitely doable. Could we make it so if they go through the entrance, then they can basically get moved to another place, so we don't have to like stick, because there's no room on top of the actual Slayer Tower itself. I suppose we'd have to make it so once they select the door, they get moved to another map square.
Yeah, that's pretty simple. That's very easily done.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, in all likelihood, if Kieran, because in the design meeting we decided not to instance it, but with the sort of debate on the rewards at the moment, we might be better off actually doing it just so we can regulate how many of the rewards can actually come into game. But I don't think that's something that we'll decide before we actually come to development.
Yeah, when you look at it, we've probably got about 80 worlds that are for members.
Yeah.
So if you were to think that even if we were to split the Slayer Tower in half, that gives us 160 possible like kills at the same time. If it's instance, then you've got unlimited. It's
sure. And I suppose there's only a certain amount of people that kind of do the Slayer tasks would be assigned that Slayer task at a particular time. So that's another factor into how many people would actually need access to that room at any given time too.
Yeah, I mean, gargoyles are a very popular Slayer task, and because they are level 75, the amount of players that can kill them is quite broad. So the more we like, there's always going to be a rush at the beginning of everyone trying to get the access to the boss to be able to kill them.
That's the good thing about the key though, because it will actually stop that rush.
Yeah, it might make it a little bit hard to kill some gargoyles if you've got 8 gargoyles and 12 people trying to kill them.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's true.
So what I'd say is before this update comes out, I'd recommend getting yourself a gargoyle task.
Yeah.
Because then you've got access to the Slayer basement as well. So it gives you some gargoyles that less people will perhaps be trying to kill.
Yeah.
And then if you do get lucky, straight off, you're already on task.
Yeah, that sounds good, to be honest. Sage advice.
Will there be any requirements for using the new cannonballs? I believe there's a requirement to make them.
Well, I'd say like you can buy them if you wanted to.
Yeah, so if you wanted to make them yourself, is it that the dust is I can't exactly
fine.
remember what it was, but
I'll get the dev blog up just so we can be.
they might all, the dust and the balls are probably tradable, I think. But
yeah, it's all tradable.
I think there'll be a crafting requirement to use them on the cannonballs, and then as long as you have your cannon.
I don't think there's actually a crafting requirement. I think there might be.
Is there not?
No, I think I spoke to Ronan about it, and we decided that we wouldn't do that.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Let's go to forums.
Iron Men will not be able to buy the iron balls because Iron Men cannot use the GE.
Oh.
Sorry, really toxic. You're going to have to go kill it and get your own.
Grotesque Guardians, here we go.
Can we get a way to upgrade the cannon storage with this boss? So this was a bit of feedback that did come in and has been addressed a few times throughout the day. We did discuss it, and we felt as a team that adding the dust to the cannonballs rather than making Slayer more AFK-able was a better option.
I'll speak to Ronan about that requirement. Whether or not we need a crafting requirement again, just to sort of.
I think because you need 40 smithing to make the cannonballs with a steel bar.
We say that's requirement enough.
I mean, dusting a cannonball doesn't really take much skill, does it?
No, I think that's
unless you have to kind of put the dust on the cannonball and resmelt them or something like that.
Yeah.
Or harden them some way by like
Yeah,
putting them in. I don't know. However, we're going to do it.
I think you said you did say that would be an interesting idea originally, and we discussed it, and it would be. I think I had a conversation with Jay about it, and we just decided that to put an obstacle in someone's way would kind of aggravate people. So I think we decided against it.
I mean, the fact if you're 75 Slayer and you're able to kill the boss,
yeah,
you would think you would have some skills in at least 60 plus to be able to make these cannonballs.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So,
I mean, but you know, the chat can always come in on this. I mean, you're welcome to suggest a requirement.
Tell us, should it have a smithing requirement? Should it have a crafting requirement? And what requirement should that be? Or should there not be one at all?
I think nothing's kind of ruled out at this stage. You can all kind of ask for anything that you want to go sort of with the boss. So yeah, by all means ask.
So there's some people that are trying to meme, saying you should have 99 of both or 73, but a lot of requirements 70. 80 might be a bit much.
Yeah, I think 80 is a bit much. I wouldn't want it to be any higher than the actual Slayer requirement.
Crafting and smithing, I don't think it's necessary to have both.
Yeah, I think just one or the other would be fine.
I mean, for non-Iron Man accounts, obviously both skills are buyable. For Iron Men, which one will probably be harder? Smithing. I mean, getting crafting supplies on Iron Man is pretty tedious too. So either way, they'll probably be as bad as each other.
Okay.
But having a requirement on there, say 65 to 70 of one of those skills.
I'd say, like me in particular, I think I was very much sold on the idea that you get the reward, you can give that dust away, get your cash, you can add it to the cannonballs straight away, get your cash. So it's just kind of seems.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, if you were to have the dust for sale as well, then the dust will always be related to the cannonball price. Yeah, because the dust will be the new cannonballs minus the price of a cannonball, so they will always still hold value. Yeah, it's just that if you've played enough to earn the ability to make them, then you should get paid more for them.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So if you look at it that way, and then obviously Iron Man can't sell them anyway. So
yeah, that does seem to kind of ring true. Cool. Right. So this thing has a wing, and it has a body now. It just hasn't got a face.
I think it's good without a face.
I've got to give it a face, Justin. I can't live without a face. That'd be a bit too. Actually,
it's a grotesque. So you could just give it like a weathered scar down its face, or.
I'm not sure. I think I want it to have facial characteristics. So I'm just gonna cut a nose in just here.
Trying to see if I could find a character from a popular video game that I like that has a scar down his face that you can see. So you can see where it's. So I'm looking at Squall from Final Fantasy VIII, where basically he's just got a scar across his face, and you could literally just have like where the grotesque has been attacked, it just has like chips and scars that's happened in his face.
I'll show you what I was going to go with as Dracula monster. It's going to go with this, just here. So something like that with the ears, and then have like no nose. So it's actually just got the nasal cavity open, and I think it needs eyes because it needs to look angry. So say if I didn't give it any facial features at all, it would kind of feel like it wasn't expressing any emotion when people looked at it. So kind of it would walk along almost feeling like some sort of lifeless robot that looks at you. So it needs to kind of like have these sort of characteristics where the brow line comes down. It needs to be snarling with its nose. It needs to have a mouth that looks like it's going to eat and stuff like that.
If for something like that, then if you go to the Game of Thrones books and actually read the description given of Tyrion after the Battle of Blackwater,
he's actually lost his nose, hasn't he?
It's I think that kind of effect is supposed to be grotesque, and missing a nose, a scar across his face.
It used to be back in the day when people got various like diseases that were incurable at the time, that their skin would sort of like deteriorate and their noses would drop off, and then people would see them as diseased people, and they'd be seen as kind of almost like untouchables in society. So that whole sort of like comparison between Tyrion having lost his nose and the people that used to have metal noses on their faces and that because they were diseased.
So right, the chat's shouting spoilers. It happened about 3-4 seasons ago. Give it up.
Oh right, yeah. There's at some point like it's no longer spoilers. I'm sorry, it just comes to that point.
Before I came down, I was looking at what you designed so far. And I thought like the top half of the monster looks a little bit like a murloc.
Oh, what's a murloc?
If you Google like murloc, it's a thing from like Hearthstone and World of Warcraft. It just has like a fishy, goblin-y face.
For some reason, I'm thinking of these things from the movie The Time Machine. I don't know if those were called murlocs or not. No.
Okay, no, it's definitely not a murloc. Then I'm thinking of something else. Never mind. That's very different. It's a fish.
I'm not sure. Oh god, that picture's awful. I can't really copy that. Can you see that?
Yeah, no, let's not put that one up.
That would be terrible. Okay, I'm actually just going to scroll my screen down just in case some horrible accident happens. Yeah, so how much time have we got left? We've got, it's coming up to just that 2-hour period. We'll be running through the developer Q&A as well on this. So I'm just going to get the face done, then I'm going to pull it into our sort of in-house tools called Jagged, and we can start colouring it in, and then we'll have a bit of back and forth. I think because of a lot of the answering questions and dialogue in this stream, we won't be getting to an absolutely finished stage with this NPC. But I suppose if I have it done enough so we can update the dev blog with the image of it.
Yeah, we can definitely put the image in the dev blog, or we can even tweet the image out to say, like, okay, so we've done what time are we finishing today with the design stream?
We're finishing, we'll be finishing technically at 5 for the developer Q&A, but we'll be continuing on in the background.
Okay, yeah. So what we can do is perhaps show it towards the end of the Q&A.
Yeah, for sure.
Say what's been done. Look, this is 6 hours of design work with the community.
That'd be good.
Because it's pretty impressive what can come out is effectively the start of a block.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I think when I started, you literally just had a block for the torso, and then I saw you start to pull it out.
I always have to start with a block because a lot of the time people have said in the chat, why don't you use pre-made templates to actually build your stuff? But kind of a lot of the magic is lost for people that don't really do 3D modelling. If you don't start off with a block, then it's kind of like, this would be less impressive if I started off with a human.
Yeah, that's true.
I think like it's not really as interesting then. So starting off like from base is much better. Won't his tail stop him from flying? Okay, right, so the reason why this has to be very straight is because it's not been animated yet. So if I posed it and then tried to animate it, I kind of almost have to straighten it out again in animation, then curve it back up again. So every part of him will always have to be rigid, so the arms will have to be straight, the legs will have to be as straight as possible, the wing will have to be sort of posed in a particular way to make it look very sort of plain and like there's not much curvature in it. And then that sort of life that you're looking for comes in with the animation part. Lots of questions there. That's really cool.
Mostly just talking about things that you've just answered. Will there be a gargoyle pet? Luke Kieran's been saying all day that yes, there will be.
There will be, definitely.
Hopefully one that's more based off these gargoyles than having just one of the gargoyles in the tower.
Yeah, that ideally.
I think they're a bit... They look fairly outdated.
It doesn't really feel like something that you've worked hard to get from a boss that's just been released. It doesn't kind of fit that criteria.
Yeah, quite. It's... I mean, I think we wanted to kind of like slightly update when we did the Superior Slayer monsters.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But because we had this in the back of our mind,
yeah,
we didn't.
Yeah, I mean, we did think this would probably be something we could fit into April, but we kind of reshuffled a lot of what we were doing, so this kind of got shelved, and now we've got like 3 or 4 weeks spare. We're like, oh, let's quickly see if we can put this together now. We've got roughly enough time to actually make something that will kind of fit the bill for this particular monster.
So, yeah, people are asking, if we're going to have that, can we have a transmog for the original gargoyle on the pet too?
Was there an original gargoyle pet?
Oh, not, I mean the original gargoyle, the way they look now.
Oh, I see, yeah. So basically, the original gargoyles won't be changed. The Superior Slayer NPC will be updated with a new model if that passes the poll. But you know, when we updated the Superior Slayer NPCs, we didn't really like update the models on those, on the original ones, just because I don't want people to kind of log into game and not recognise old school RuneScape anymore. So
is the poll saying just updating the Superior version?
Yeah, just updating the Marble ones, yeah. I wouldn't want to mess around with how existing NPCs look so much, not unless the community really asked for it in future, just because it would kind of feel like people returning to the game wouldn't recognise what the game is anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the old school has the old school feel because of how it looks.
That's it.
I'd be curious enough just to go with a face like you've got the indents to the eyes, you've got the base of the nose.
I think I'm gonna leave it like this for now, just because I want to start colouring it. So I think we can just move on to that. It's got like the basics there, basically. You don't need to sort of overdo it too much. And yeah, you're right. Those sort of eye holes there look kind of nice, don't they? Almost looks a bit more like a sort of a helmet from the medieval.
Yeah,
sort of
so like the way like Tecton was created, where it didn't necessarily have features, but it had the kind of mask that it looked like a mask that was on it.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of one of them having a big crack down one side of their face. That'd be good. Or like one straight across its chest or something. That look very much like the bayonet sort of mark across.
Yeah, it would make sense. I mean, if people are killing them, then they should have some wear and tear.
Yeah, that's it. Well, they've actually been like degraded with the Slayer Tower itself, so they should have really fallen to pieces and be these, well, literally like grotesques, as opposed to the original Roof Guardians that they were. So yeah, it definitely rings true. Right, I'm going to export this now. So let's open up the exporter.
How will Slayer Experience be rewarded as a duo boss? So things like that. We kind of have an idea, but nothing's set in stone about how we're going to do it. It could be...
I know how it's going to be done. It's fine.
Fair enough.
But I can't answer it because it will ruin how the fight plays out. So basically, everything comes to an end point with one final action. Let's call it an action. So that means when that action is performed, you get performed for that action. You get
so basically you're just going to get a chunk at the end.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so you won't get one for each NPC that gets killed. Right, so I'm just going to move over into Jagged now. We'll just import this here.
Will the boss have the wing membrane, or are you going to leave it as the exoskeleton?
I think I'm going to do a wing membrane, but I just want to make sure everything else is kind of coloured in properly now. This is what the boss looks like at the moment. That's so one of these squares represents the size of your player. This is kind of amusing.
There you go. You've already got the pet designed.
Yeah. Right. So that's not going to happen. Yeah, that's right. At least we know the pet will definitely work.
I mean, as with all the things, when it comes to stuff that's big in one tile of the game, if it goes too far out, depending on your angle, it can cut some of the graphics off and things like that.
Yeah, that's right. Generally, you're okay if it's within its box. I think the thing that we found with Zora, when it does its tail stab attack, if that goes outside of the box, Zora will just flash and it won't render. So you have to keep inside the box for that to work. With players, though, that doesn't happen. So say if they've got like a bow, like what's the name of the
twisted bow or the long bow
or the dark bow as well. Yeah,
bow.
If that goes outside the tile. Like with the dark bow, and you rotate the camera, they won't disappear. The dark bow will just vanish under the tile behind them. Sorry.
What level do you need to kill it? So this will be coming out with 75 Slayer requirement.
Yeah, that's right. So,
and in order to get access, you will have to fight regular gargoyles until they provide a drop, which will unlock access permanently. Then the boss can be killed as a Slayer assignment instead.
That's right.
So similar to all of the other Slayer bosses that are there, that you need the task to be able to kill it. Apart from this one, requires you to have got a drop first to be able to gain access.
Yeah. Okay, so let's just turn this on now. Right, so this is the in-house modelling tool. It looks a lot more basic than what you were seeing there before. You can also see the lighting's more representative of what you'd see in game as well. So in here, this is where I kind of apply the colour and where everything kind of comes together to create that final look that you'd see in game. So I need to sort my interfaces out. Okay.
Will the drop be on task only, or can you farm it off task?
You'll only be able to access the key drop. I'm just going to refer to the dev blog before I give incorrect information. So, what resides on the tower? Because the Guardian's reaching the roof. Okay, so in terms of the key drop, this is verbatim from the dev blog. When a player has been assigned a Gargoyle Slayer task, a rare brittle key will drop from the gargoyles on death. Brittle keys cannot be traded. A brittle key will permanently unlock the Slayer tower roof when it's used on the roof's door, located on the tower's second floor. Once unlocked, and only when on a Gargoyle assignment, you will be able to face the grotesque guardians in place of regular gargoyles. So it's not actually specified on the dev blog.
That means it's on task. When you're on task, you have a chance of getting the key drop. And then in order to kill a boss, you also have to be on task.
Yeah, okay. Oh, it says right at the start.
Yeah.
Do you know the hilarious thing? I actually wrote this. So,
And you just read it out as well.
Yeah, I just read it out too. I think the pressure's getting to me.
So because there are 2 gargoyles as part of this boss, will the boss kill count as 2 gargoyle kills? Or are we going to make it a 1-to-1 ratio? So 1 boss encounter equals 1 kill.
I'm not sure on that. I'm not sure.
I would say make it a 1-to-1 personally.
I kind of feel
otherwise it's going to make it, depending on how we decide to balance it and things like that. I mean, having it a 1-to-1 makes it a bit simpler. Because then if you've got people that have tasks of like 153, then they're going to get... It's going to be a little bit more odd when it comes to calculating at the end. So
yeah, that's fair enough. I think, like, how does the Abyssal Sire manage that sort of stuff? Is that just 1-to-1?
It's 1-to-1. There is only... But that's because there's only 1 monster.
Yeah.
When you've got Dagonoth, there's 3 Dagonoth kings. Each one counts as a separate kill. Because they are 3 separate entities.
Sure.
With this, although they are 2 separate monsters, it is a single entity in terms of the boss.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that kind of makes sense. I like the idea that with this, you basically just get the one-on-one kill, basically. I think it remains consistent as well with other examples. So it's not really like helpful if you do something entirely different with the same sort of circumstance.
It's nice to be unique, but not be so far outside the box it seems ridiculous.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Right, so let's just darken this down.
So I saw someone asked about, will the key disintegrate after use, or will you need it every time you go up there? I suspect, to be kind, we would probably have it disintegrate after you open the door.
Yeah, I think that,
because it is a permanent unlock.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to keep the key.
I wouldn't want to do that to make it so you have to carry something around
Yeah,
pointlessly.
I mean, if we're already thinking of you need the hammer.
Yeah, that's it.
There's no. It's wasting 2 invent spaces.
Yeah.
Just to get in, as opposed to the one which you need for regular gargoyle tasks.
Yeah, I don't want people to be wandering around with everything but the kitchen sink to get into a boss. That's stupid. I think 1 item's enough. 2 items just seems mental, to be honest.
Yeah, it seems a bit over the top, especially for a 75
sure.
Slayer requirement. Will there be a jar drop like other bosses? That's not something I don't think we've actually discussed, because there is a little bit more that comes in when you add a jar. Because obviously you've got the jar itself, adding it to the POH in the achievement room, which then requires it to have its own environment.
Yeah.
Which, in fairness, I think the top of a Slayer tower, when you've got 2 grotesques that are together, would end up looking cool, but I don't know whether it would work well being shrunk down that much.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's outside the scope of this project. We can't just fit all these additions on, unfortunately.
Someone suggested a jar of rock.
Jar of rock.
Because they're granite.
Yeah.
As much as I might want to shoehorn that into the game. Yeah, as Mongo said, it's probably a little bit out of the scope with the time frame that we have.
I think, I think I wouldn't want to really volunteer Kieran to do all that extra work, in the background on it.
I think it's probably more work for graphics than it is for development in order to plug it in.
I can't.
But still,
that,
it's.
I don't know.
I think when Mob West was making the original ones, there was. Or is it 1 a day?
Okay.
So, but that's still a day.
Yeah, it's a day of work lost, basically, isn't it? Yeah. So
and that's without testing, without development.
Yep. Yeah. That's
and then
true.
even without, if that's building it, and then if there's any feedback to provide or any issues and stuff with it, it just adds and adds and adds on. So if we were going to add jars to other bosses, I think we'd just do a bunch of them at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Because then it's a lot. It's I'd probably say less work overall than doing them individually.
Cool. Are the questions keeping coming?
So Feduk asks, could there be a drop similar to the Ceradamin's Light for a way to kill them without the need for a hammer? Well, the Ceradamin's Light doesn't really help you kill anything anyway. All it does is make Zamorak brighter. And you're on the top of a tower, you're going to be in the elements. Mauritania is a dark place as well, so that, in my opinion, that doesn't really make sense.
No, I'd say there's no need to sort of... basically, if you're getting that drop that's not really effective, you're not getting something else that you might actually want. So I won't want to clutter the drop table with things that people might not like that. It seems a bit redundant. Cool.
Can the granite maul be used as the hammer instead to finish them off?
Yeah, we suggested this. I forget why we said no to it in the end. I think it was just...
I think if you make the granite maul... Sorry to interrupt. If you make the granite maul able to kill these one, then people would expect the granite maul to be able to kill the regular ones.
Which was the reason. Yeah, that's
there we go.
Okay, yeah, because we'd have to basically retroactively fit that into everything else, because obviously this is the boss. So why on earth can't you do it for the smaller minions? So yeah, we decided against it.
Will there be more gargoyles based on the female model? As in, could we think about having the superior as a female-esque model?
The female model is going to suit the superiors a lot more, so this model won't be the superior one. So it'll be a version of the female one that's retroactively fitted to suit the superior Slayer ones.
So what kind of look are you going when you design the female? Are you going for a kind of a succubus effect, where it's kind of it comes across as very powerful, but also quite slight and dark? Or have you got kind of an idea in mind?
I suppose I tend to just go from the silhouette actually, so I'd just go for something more like a harpy. Because it's got those sort of feminine features that would contrast with this one just here. I'll just find a suitable picture.
Yeah, some of those pictures really aren't suitable for what we're looking at.
No.
But I get what you mean. It's kind of like a very feminine form.
Yeah, that's it.
Also comes across as quite powerful.
Yeah, that's it. I'd say that's a bit more cartoony, but it's still not quite there. Just kind of looking for the right one. Yeah, if you've seen, because Jay told me of a good example of what he was thinking. It was kind of on point. Van Helsing vampires.
Would the pet have a metamorphosis to switch between the male and female guardians?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, you'd have to do that. I think people would kind of expect it. No, those aren't good examples either. Nah, never mind. We can talk about it another time when I can find some decent reference images.
But if you're looking for like a harpy kind of style, then I guess it is quite similar to a succubus in effect. But
yeah, I mean, what game or image have you got of the succubus? Like what reference? Is it from?
Trying to think. I'm thinking more. I know some like the old Castlevania style games had these kind of images.
Yeah, sure.
But where they are, it is kind of very similar.
Yeah.
In aspect where it is like kind of a powerful female form.
Yeah. But it's kind of like that. It's got that sort of femme fatale element to it, hasn't it? Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I think I'd go for that. That'd be fine. I'd think like with it'd be difficult to kind of balance up how beautiful those ones you showed me are with like how grotesque these should look.
Well, yeah, I mean, you'd have to have like a femme fatale, but a grotesque.
Yeah, that's it.
Which kind of kind of a bit.
Yeah.
Off balance, but.
That's it. I mean, we can definitely add those elements. It's often nice to try something different like that and see what you actually come up with. So yeah, I'm up for that. If you want to kind of do something that kind of looks more sort of there's kind of like a middle ground between the beautiful and the grotesque, then I think that definitely like suit this content a lot.
Does our art style and tools lend itself to that kind of thing? Because I know that.
Yeah, it's fine. I reckon we can pull off something like that. I mean, you wouldn't be able to have like particular details, but those images you showed me, it's more about the sort of like the sort of silhouette that those things have. So you can see they're very elegant. So that would kind of lend itself well to actually creating that, and then kind of like the sort of deteriorated face or the sort of like slightly scarred face down one side or something would kind of add that more sort of like body shock deformed characteristic that would contrast with it. So yeah, we can definitely do that. It should be fine. I just need to cough.
Can the pet be of both of them? Yep, we said that about 2 minutes ago. There would be ideally a transmog version that could flick between the two.
Yeah.
What colours do you have in mind for this boss?
At the moment, I'm going for this kind of like blue stone, so it looks very cold and looks very oppressive. For the female one, I'm not sure. I'd probably go for something that's more of a sort of deep sort of smoky grey colour as well. So they kind of look like they contrast with each other. In terms of like granite colours, we're lucky with this material because although granite in old school RuneScape is grey,
you've got different versions of granite.
Yeah, in actuality, granite comes in a variety of different colours. So you know, this is like a good swatch just here. So for this particular boss, I'm going for this palette just here. And say for like the female, I could go for like a red if I wanted.
Yeah, a deep red. I think would be quite fitting for that.
That'd be nice.
Femme fatale effect.
I think you're right. We kind of like have that sort of color association that you see with those images, which would be really good. So yeah.
Will the Q&A be after this or during? So the Q&A is scheduled to be at the regular time. which means in an hour, Modwolf and myself will no longer be on stream, but Modwolf will be working away still while the Q&A is on, to add some colour and further on the design that's built up so far. So hopefully we can show it towards the end of the stream as well, just so everyone can see what's been worked on for the last 6 hours. And then after that, that's when we're going to call it a day. And
Yeah,
did I say Mod Wolf instead of Mod Ghost?
I don't know.
Apparently I did,
Oh,
which
okay.
is very apologetic.
It's
I
fine.
did mean Mod Ghost.
Right, so I'm just basically all of the anatomy that we outlined in the initial design stages just here is what I'm outlining. So someone asked like why are there so many triangles without any without it all being sort of squares, but basically because all of these have to be coloured in individually to add details, it kind of saves us sort of having to work around just having loads of squares all over the place. So I can cut down on the amount of detail with poly count that I use just by basically using triangles like this to kind of define the details, which from a different distance.
Are you going to give him rock hard abs?
There's actually no detail on the stomach. I think because of when he moves in animation, he's going to need to sort of bend at the waist. So if I have abs, all these abs will kind of like crush in. So I think like with that in mind, I'll probably add like a break just here so his midsection can actually move during animation, but he won't have abdominal muscles. And then I can maybe give him a bit more of a pot belly, because when you see sort of like these really big, powerful bodybuilders, they don't really tend to have abs. They just tend to have this really sort of built out sort of core section, like the sort of like serious weightlifters.
Yeah, I mean, I clearly don't look like I lift weights, so.
I think it is kind of surprising because to actually like build up a really sort of like solid sort of body mass, you need to actually be someone that just eats lots and actually puts on that body fat to convert into muscle. So when you actually see really big bodybuilders, they tend to have like these big sort of like almost bloated looking stomachs because they've got these huge abs, but they're always covered in like a layer of like that excess weight where they're just having to eat all the time. So I think if I kind of like do that with this guy and kind of like build the stomach out to be more round and sort of like built out like this, then it can be associated more with that sort of look.
People in the chat are saying it's going to have a bit of a dad bod.
Yeah, I suppose you could call it a dad body then.
Is it like Azaic? I think it's Azaic in Edgeville that has the has kind of like a bit of a bloated stomach and looks like he's wearing a stretched room plate.
Oh really?
Don't know if you've ever seen that, but
I've no.
I think it's Azaic. The chat will correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, he has a bit of a dad bod.
Okay, I didn't even know dad bod was a term, to be honest.
Now someone's asking for the Azaic room plate to be a clue reward. God. That'll be a bit of a jump.
Cool, right, so I'm just debating how much detail he needs to have on his chest, because I kind of like this thing with the face where it's not got much detail, because you know, like when you see... Did you see the Weeping Angels on Doctor Who? Do you watch Doctor Who?
I have seen the Weeping Angels, but I'm not a big Doctor Who person.
That's
Kieran
fine.
upstairs is going to probably go, "What are you doing?"
Well, initially when you saw them, you kind of like saw these... Well, it wasn't initially, but a few episodes down the line when you saw them, they were kind of like degraded and their faces were missing, so it looked like they'd been sort of eroded away, so it kind of makes more sense that the details of their face are kind of missing, and so we've just got sort of like slight hints at their characteristics, but the rest has been smoothed away by erosion. So I think I'm actually just going to go with that suggestion that you initially
I think that
made.
gives it a bit more of a mean effect,
Yeah, I
rather
think
than
so.
giving it actual features.
I think we can make it work and it's different, so I think that would be cool. I mean, I think like actual features can serve their purpose, but it's nice to just say, let's try and approach this from a different perspective and do something that looks different.
And someone's saying that you could turn that wing into a weapon afterwards because it's got quite like a curved-esque blade.
The wing does have like mechanics that it needs to do, and I think it's fair to say that some of them will be offensive. So it's kind of nice because it made me think, like, can we actually do that same sort of stuff with just one wing? And yes, we can. So it's kind of it'll be like really interesting animating this. And the good thing about actually having just one wing is it'll require asymmetrical animation, which means it'll just have more character about it instead of just being completely balanced.
Nuruk says, could you possibly think about turning the key into a magic rock hammer which knocks down the stone door in order to enter the area? Fun enough, that's very similar to an idea that I had, which I brought forward.
I did like your idea. Do you want to explain what it was?
So the idea that I pitched about how getting access to the boss would be you kill gargoyles and effectively charge your hammer, and after you've killed X amount of gargoyles, it allowed you to break down the effectively the door that was keeping the boss where it is. So that was kind of a unique method that you had to, like, think about the God of War's Dungeons boss rooms. So you have to kill 40 in order to get access to the boss rooms.
Yeah, that actually does suit that mechanic. It's already in game. Actually, I was thinking of examples where that was used. I think at the time that was definitely like the best alternative that the team that we could have offered to actually get rid of that RNG element. I really liked it, but I think I was convinced otherwise in the end, just to go for this.
Yeah, I think depending on what it is, if this is going to be a Slayer boss that you're going to be able to kill it as effective as a task. I'm not saying that God of War's bosses are necessarily hard and you can't kill lots of them. I mean, they are effectively a bigger boss when it comes to like what they're supposed to be. So that kind of mechanic works there, but perhaps not really here.
Yeah, I think like with this, what we're doing, it's currently in game for Slayer bosses, so it kind of like people already have experienced it, so they're more likely to just get it as opposed to the hammer. But I at the same time, Justin, I really liked that hammer idea, and I was hoping that we'd have a chance to put it in, but unfortunately,
I'm sure we can use it somewhere.
Suited. Yeah, I'm sure it will happen again at some point.
No, you kill 100 rock slugs with a brine saber and charge your brine saber to get into some sort of aquatic salt boss.
Yeah, there are other NPCs basically on there.
Who knows? There are a few people asking about fangs.
From its mouth. I don't really like doing fangs, to be honest, just because they're one of those shapes like spikes which jumps about all over the place, and it never really seems to be able to take form. Because if you have like something that's just point A to point B, a cone shape straight along, it never really seems to actually have any sort of physical heft to it. Like, you know how these ears just here, they sort of have a unique shape, almost like an arrowhead has a unique shape. You rotate the arrowhead, it gets thinner when you look at it from the side, it's broad when you look at it from the front. It's very interesting. As soon as you go for like a cone shape, it's just kind of like, it's very sort of primitive and geometric, so it doesn't really sort of draw your eye in any particular direction.
I mean, the idea that these guys have been worn away through weather and what else.
Yeah.
The fangs would probably generate, because they would be quite thin, you'd expect the fangs would probably be one of the first things to go.
Absolutely. I'd say as well, like they weren't, I'm trying to kind of keep them a little bit more angelic as well, because they weren't originally designed to be horrendous. They were kind of, like, you can see that they've got very sort of like powerful sort of almost athletic forms, like they're built to be sort of grand. It's really just when the animation comes in that you'll see like the grotesqueness of them, when they'll kind of be sort of hobbling along towards you and stuff, and it'll just be the sort of like the movement that actually gives them that sort of sense of decrepitude. Right, so this, I
think some people in that think he may have skipped leg day a bit.
I'd say if you look at dogs, like I wonder if I still got a picture of a dog. So like if you check out dog anatomy, actually it's too hairy. Let's go for cheetah anatomy.
Well, they're quite muscly in the torso, but the legs are built to put the power through them rather than from them.
That's right, yeah. So it's kind of like, this particular form of the legs. Let's grab this here. Like around the ankles just here, it is more just like lean muscle, and same with the arms as well. And these are some of the fastest animals, like land mammals, that you can come across. So to kind of like have this kind of feels like it reads true. Now, having said that, if we were to approach it from another perspective, maybe I can fatten the legs out a bit if we look at something like bovine anatomy.
Why are people putting dog emojis? It's a cat. It's a cheetah.
All right, yeah, it's definitely a cat. Right, so this is a 3D representation of like a cow's body, but you can kind of see for those heavier, sluggish animals, they've got even less like muscle on them as well, because that's why they move so slowly. So part of me is kind of inclined to say, because this thing's very slow and sluggish, I just kind of leave the legs very thin. I don't know. I think I'm probably taking a meme a bit too, like...
Yeah, it could
seriously.
be a little bit. But no, I think thematically it fits the way it is designed.
Yeah, it'll be fine. I mean, I'm going to pull the proportions back during the Q&A once there's kind of a bit more free time for me to work at a faster speed. Because at the moment it's kind of like I'm just trying to... The most important thing about this Q&A is just to get the answers to the questions that people are going to have about the dev blog, to be honest. So that's kind of my main focus right now. Speaking of which, if you do have questions, do make sure you keep asking us. This is the perfect time to actually get your questions answered in person and quickly, as opposed to waiting for responses on social media. Okay, so if anyone's wondering what I'm doing at this stage, basically I add like a base colour to this model, and then I add shading afterwards. So this is kind of like anything that I feel is sort of facing down from the light source, anything that I feel like is a cavity in the forms of the body, like it'll take these collarbones off, like areas around the nape of the neck just here. I tend to make them a lot darker to start off with, just so I can outline where my shadow is actually coming from on these models. I'll just do it with this one as well, just here too. Just there. I think just in here would be better. Okay, so as I go, I'll do this and I'll kind of tweak it and say, right, this is definitely a shadow region. Then after I've done this pass with all the shade, I will basically add a pass with all the highlights on, and then I'll usually add a colour in between all of them, so it kind of blends everything together.
So someone's asking, how long do you think it would take for someone who hasn't done this kind of design work to get up to a standard that would allow them to work here or similar? Because you didn't necessarily start in art, did you, when you got here?
No, I started in QA. I was already qualified to do this, so that was kind of what I studied to do, which helped me get into the job for sure. But I'd say you don't really need to like know how to do, like have an official qualification. Probably the best thing for you to actually get a job as an artist is just to have like a really good portfolio. So you know, you don't always have to go down the route of I have to like go to university, or do what I did where you sort of just teach yourself using an online academic. You can basically just have, you know, pick this up through online tutorials and just get a portfolio together and potentially get a job doing it. So how long do I think it would take? It depends on the individual really, and how interested you are in it is probably the main factor as far as I would say, because I'd say if you're interested in something, you'll naturally want to succeed at it and better yourself at it. If you're just probably looking at doing game art just to get a job in the games industry, as a sort of a means to an end, then you'll probably take a lot longer. The other thing I suppose would be like how much you grasp the concepts of what you're supposed to do with 3D modelling. There might be some concepts that you just can't get your head around, and you'll kind of like meet a brick wall. So I'd say like it really depends. Like someone could spend like years trying to get good at doing this and never really get past mediocre. Then you could get someone that just kind of picks up the tool, spends like a couple of months on it, and already they're sort of like knocking out amazing models, depending on so many variables. So I just can't put a time frame on it.
So you say the best thing to do is to effectively learn by doing?
Yeah, I'd say.
Start. either taking a course or teaching yourself?
Yeah, I'd say if you take a course, then it's obviously going to be a lot easier. I mean, I found it like very stressful at times, like teaching myself via like e-learning, because you haven't got like a teacher to sort of support you. You've got someone that you email, and they will sort of like get back to you and tell you what you think like the next day or something like that. So it's a lot more like difficult, and also you have to be very self-motivated. If you've got a classroom full of peers that are all doing like design work as well, you're going to naturally want to sort of you'll have that competitive nature where you want to sort of like do the best work and things like that. Whereas if you're doing it by yourself and you've got no basis for comparison, not only haven't you got that competitive element, but you've also got no one sort of like gauge yourself against to actually say, am I doing like any good at this? So I'd say that's the benefits of actually like doing it like say at university. But certainly if like you were kind of on a budget and didn't have the money to go to university, then you can basically teach yourself if you want to do it enough and get through it that way.
So there are some people asking about mechanics and stuff like that, and we're not going to go into that for obvious reasons. The more of a surprise it can be, the better, because then you have to learn it. There's no point really telling you how it's going to work, so you can work it out before you've even started. I have noticed a few questions to ask whether you're going to add not necessarily a secondary wing, but something to show that a wing used to be there.
Yeah, I can do. I think that's more of one of those finishing touches. I mean, I might get to a point where I think, I think I want to put the second wing on. So as well as that, I'm going to have to mirror this, and when I come to mirror it, I'm going to want to chop this wing off and just mirror the body. I don't want to chop the wing off, then have to cut this bit off here that I've already modelled on, because it makes it a bit more complicated. So once I get to the point where I'm polishing, then I can start adding those like blocking in those definite like asymmetrical details.
Because for the people that didn't see earlier, when Ghost is working through it, he generally tends to design half of it, because it's a lot easier to design half and effectively mirror it rather than replicate everything else manually. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, I've been paying attention.
You have been paying attention. I think as well, like with the stuff we make for old school RuneScape, when we come to rig it, the rig is based on how many polygons are actually assigned to a particular part of the rig, and if that rig has any sort of asymmetry, then the skeleton will be offset, because it's not evenly balanced based on all the geometry that it's attached to. So that means if I rotate an arm that's asymmetrical in some way to another arm, that arm will move on a slightly different trajectory to the others. So it's really difficult to then copy and paste animations from side to side and mirror them that way. So yeah, there's a lot to explain with this stuff that I don't really always get to explain in detail with these design streams.
So I have a lot of players asking about whether we're going to do a drop of the head, presumably so they can have yet another Slayer helm. But then what's the point of having a grey gargoyle drop a grey gargoyle's head to create a grey Slayer helmet, which is the basic Slayer helmet?
It's a
it seems a little bit pointless.
Yeah, I'm not really sure like what the technical limitations or restrictions are on those Slayer helms, if there's anything complicated that drives the people that have to program it a bit crazy.
I don't know about that. I think it's the case of that our players like certain pretty colours.
Okay.
Which is why they wanted the purple Slayer helm and things like that.
Thing,
so yeah, totally.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, because like a lot of people say that they just want to know exactly what an item is in game and not have any sort of confusing information and conflicting information on something's appearance or colour. And there still tends to be a lot of popularity around these Slayer helms and sort of getting alternative versions of them.
I think it's the case that because the items are worn quite a lot, and they're very useful in multiple cases, then people like them to perhaps match the gear that they're using.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting that feeling as well.
So whether you have one that matches, I think the red and black one that was introduced was more to match the Slayer cape.
Yeah.
being the red and black colours. I honestly don't know why the purple one was like, because I can't think of...
I don't know. I mean, it's definitely like attitudes have definitely changed from when we first released. Because originally, like people wouldn't even like want anything purple in game, and people definitely didn't like the idea of cosmetic items or cosmetic upgrades to items as well. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it's interesting how over time things have kind of like attitudes have changed on what we should actually be doing in this regard.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that players have adapted over time and gone, okay, maybe that's not so bad, or perhaps I want to try and look better while I'm doing certain skilling things and standing in the bank or whatever. They like to have certain outfits, or...
It's kind of like they become just like more liberal over time, isn't it, about what they want? I thought you're supposed to get more right-wing as you get older. That makes no sense, does it?
Yeah. I don't know if it is quite the place to discuss whether we're right-wing or liberal as players.
No. Right, so I'm just carrying on blocking out these forms. You can see like down this side it's like too busy, you can't really make out the neck muscles and stuff. So I've just tried another approach to how these neck muscles are going to look, using just the polygons we've got here available. And this seems like a much clearer format of a layout as opposed to this one. It kind of seems a bit busy over this side, so if I just get rid of this. I'm also going to mirror this as well, like there's no point in just doing things twice. So yeah, and also to say like with these collarbones just here, it creates like a nice contrast when I finally add the highlight in as well, because when I do that you can see
it adds a lot more definition.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so it kind of, I think really what I need is, because there's too much contrast between these two regions just here, so if I just create a new cut in and then move this over slightly and then introduce something here, you can see already that kind of gives it more of a form around there. So, but we can play around with things and see how they go.
You're My XP asks, what is the Slayer level requirement? The requirement for this will be 75. A lot of simple questions like that are available on the devlog on the oldschool.runescape.com website. So if you need any basic information, the best place to head is there. So we can try and answer some more in-depth questions for you as much as we can. We've got about 35 minutes before the Q&A is going to start. So at that point, be heading over from us on the computers over to the team that will be on the couch.
It's actually been the stream's gone really fast.
I think it kind of always does when you're on it. It's one of those things that you just get into a flow and it happens. Yeah. I mean, if you look at the block you started with 6 hours ago, to people like myself who I could barely draw a stick man if I tried, to go from a block to something like this in 6 hours is absolutely mind-blowing.
Sweet. All right, that's cool. It's good to know that people think that. I'm glad that like people were saying that they want to start using Blender again. That's really nice. It is a nice idea to think that people watching this will actually want to have a go themselves as well.
I think it is one of those things that you see someone do it, and admittedly the professionals make it look a little bit easier than it actually is.
Maybe,
but
yeah.
It makes you want to go do it, whether it's like design or a sport or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's, you see other people doing it and you think, hey, I could give that a go.
Yeah, I do that a lot with sport, and then I have a go and I'm just like, oh, I can't do it. I think another one that people do that with is typically is like singing, isn't it? Where if people like hear someone sing like a song on the radio and they go, oh wow, yes, it's really good. I'd love to like sing like that.
It's easy to sing like Mariah Carey, isn't it?
Then they
things like that.
Put it on and they're just it just doesn't happen.
Would you consider adding spikes to the back of the elbows, kind of like the mage monster in the Inferno?
Yeah, probably. I think those sort of things are a nice touch. Yeah, just to kind of like have things sticking out here, and then it kind of like marries up with the ears. But for now, I'm just going to try and get it to a stage where it kind of looks like something complete. And to do that, I just need to focus on the defining the details that are already here. So yeah, for sure, I'll do some stuff like that as well. You'll likely get an updated image of this via Twitter tomorrow too, which kind of just shows the finished result if I don't have time to finish it today. We've done loads of sort of chat today. It's been crazy.
Yeah, so don't blame me. This is his username. Wafty Crank.
I don't even know what that means.
I'll explain it later.
Okay.
Opinions on having a teleport scroll drop like Cerberus, which will take you close to the boss itself.
Do we have anything that takes people to the Slayer Tower in the first place?
We do.
Yeah.
We have the Slayer Ring, where you can teleport to the base of the tower.
It kind of seems like a bit redundant if we've already got something that does that in game. And would it affect that item if we decided to introduce another same thing?
In theory, yes.
Yeah.
It will affect it. I mean, it's something that a lot of players go to, so...
Yeah. I mean, I don't really think we should kind of introduce something that's just kind of off the cuff at this stage that could affect another item that's already in game without any sort of like serious consideration about how...
No, that's totally fine.
Cool. So keep your questions coming in, otherwise I'll be forced to talk about what I'm doing here. Yeah, there we go, getting some more questions. As many questions as possible, seriously. Even if you feel that it's a stupid question, there's no such thing, so just ask away.
So Zahos asks, what time is the Q&A? The Q&A is at the standard time, which is in about 33 minutes. At which point you'll have Mod Archie and the gang ready and waiting to answer more of your questions. See what else. Some questions that I'm really not going to answer in that.
No, that's fine. If you run short of questions, just let me know and I'll start talking about the boss.
Someone's asking, how old is the colouring program that you're using to work with?
Oh, this now, it's from 2007, this. So it's the actual version from 2007, actually.
Has it been updated since you've actually been working with it?
I'm not sure what updates have been made to it, to be honest. I will go with no. It's not been updated in any way. I mean, it may have been updated just for maintenance purposes to make sure it works with various engine builds, I guess. But in terms of anything else, it's not been updated in any way.
So that's dedication to the 2007 scape. We also use tools from 2007.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think like we can more reliably produce graphics which feel like they're from that period by sticking to this particular tool. That's not to say that there aren't more efficient ways which the tool could be upgraded. By all means, there always is. But I think it definitely helps having things like this option down here to adjust the ambient values of this, like so. That represents the brightness levels in game perfectly. So if we didn't have that and this particular type of shading in this particular tool, and we're just going with 3ds Max and trying to colour it in, we'd be completely blind to what it actually looks like in game. So actually using a tool that was kind of made for that time definitely means that we can just replicate something that's more authentic, for sure.
I have a question from With Fru. Is there a creature or something you've personally always wanted to build for old school, but haven't had the chance or been able to?
There's this creature that I made in my own time called a vestige, which is like almost like this torso that's ridiculously sort of like deformed but very strong looking. It's got no face. It's just got like a very large mouth, and it actually sits about 9 foot off the floor, and then below it is kind of like these smoky robes that sort of hang down, so you never really get a sense of like the feet underneath it. And whenever it were to enter an environment, you'd always see the smoky robes come down from the ceiling first, and then this awful sort of like almost Geiger-esque sort of alien body sort of looking down from the smoke. So I did a drawing of it like in pen years ago, but I've always wanted to sort of implement.
Do you still have that drawing?
Somewhere at home, yeah, I still have that drawing.
You should fish it out.
Oh, and bring it in. It would be nice to make it, but I think it's definitely not something that would suit old school RuneScape. It's a bit too sort of surreal and a bit too sort of like monstrous as well. So maybe years down the line, somewhere else it might come into use. I don't know.
Let's see, what other questions do we have? Iron Warhead asks, why not do a Dark Beast boss that seems more fitting than a Gargoyle boss?
We wouldn't really be able to offer it as mid-level content. I mean, a lot of people have already complained that, you know, would I be able to kill this boss because the Abyssal Sire is like too powerful for me to kill, Cerberus is too powerful for me to kill. So we kind of have to think like, where can we actually introduce mid-level content where people won't just get past it and think, all right, I'm no longer mid-level, forget about it, and then it becomes dead content. So looking at gargoyles, we know that people come here to actually do gargoyle tasks. We know that people find it lucrative. We know that people care about the drops. So actually like taking the player inspired idea of creating a gargoyle boss and placing it, you know, with gargoyles, we can actually introduce mid-level content with a mid-level NPC, or based on a mid-level NPC that people will definitely go to, so it won't become dead content. So whilst it's a nice idea to create a Dark Beast boss, and I'd love to, believe me, because they're really cool.
Well, after what you did with the Night Beast, I'm sure you can do something with it.
Yeah, I've thought like, yeah, I'd love to like top that and see what an actual boss version would look like. But I'd think like to actually like deliver like mid-level content, this is the perfect opportunity, and these opportunities don't come along very often. So I think actually like doing the Gargoyle boss at this point in time is definitely the right thing to do in terms of like Slayer content.
Yeah, I think it kind of sets the base for almost an entry level into bossing.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, we have things like Obor, which is free to play, which is effectively people that are like 40 to 60 in terms of their combat stats. You've also got things like the Giant Mole and KBD that aren't necessarily complex.
Yeah.
You can sit there, whack a prayer on, start doing it. So this is kind of an introduction into bringing in mechanics that players may not have seen before, where you don't just put up a prayer and wait until it's dead.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, like gargoyles are cool. So it's not like it's a dull boss. I mean, what I suppose like why would you think people wouldn't want a gargoyle boss? Would be an interesting question. Is it because you think they prefer something else instead, or is it? Can you actually see some definite negatives about doing a gargoyle boss in particular?
I think some people are more concerned about the level that we're aiming for this content.
Okay.
But I think you can't just put everything in at the top level and always trying to increase and push the boundary, because it's only ever going to get eventually stagnant, I think.
Yeah.
So adding in something that's a little bit lower, as I said, is an introduction to higher level PVM that's not just equip some gear, whack on a prey and go.
Yeah, I kind of, I agree with that. I also think as well, like, we can't just always make content for that's end game content, basically. We do have to still show a bit of love towards the mid levels as well, and sometimes even into the lower levels too, because we've got a community which ranges between the entire spectrum of that. So
most definitely.
And it's not like we're saying, right, we're going to spend 6 months creating a piece of mid-level content. It's like we're going to spend 3 to 4 weeks just to give something back to like the mid-level players and make Slayer a bit more interesting in the mid-levels instead of having to wait right till the end of the skill when you get up into the higher levels and get the bosses.
I know, I totally agree. And the good thing about Slayer is that since the destruction of Neve's Cave, it's kind of brought back a slightly older feel as to how it used to be.
Okay,
that you go get a task, you travel to an area, you kill something, then you go get another task and travel to a completely different area, and kind of it brings back a bit of a vibe. And
yeah. I know that that's definitely like part of like old school, especially even with like old school questing, actually having to travel to different places instead of just having things being too convenient, like being able to teleport to absolutely everywhere and stuff like that, just to kind of speed up what you're doing during the day. I think we also have the benefit of not having like daily tasks to do, so people don't feel kind of pressured to actually get to all these different places to actually do that sort of stuff.
Someone just made a good point in the chat, is that people still can't kill gargoyles at 95 Slayer. So you can think about it that not just because it starts at 75 doesn't necessarily make it low level. It would be something that would be useful from 75 right till the end.
Yeah, I suppose, but you could say like not everyone can kill like Slayer NPCs like a cockatrice, because they just might not be particularly, you know, good at doing the game. So we know there's loads of people killing gargoyles, right? So
yeah.
Obviously, like people can kill gargoyles.
If someone couldn't kill a cockatrice, I'd be.
Yeah, that's very extreme.
I'd be there to help.
Yeah, maybe not the cockatrice, but.
But yeah, I think the thing that we're trying to aim for this boss is something that's useful, like gargoyles are, after the level you unlock them.
Yeah.
Because I think gargoyles, along with the abyssal demons, are kind of like some of the quintessential old school Slayer monsters.
Yeah, you have to admit that for sure.
So them being useful from the level they're unlocked right till the end, or right into even to 200 mil XP if that's how far you want to go.
Yeah.
It's kind of a good thing, and we should kind of elaborate on that because it still brings a use to them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I think gargoyles at the moment, as I say, they'll probably always have a use, which is why it's like the perfect place to actually stick the mid-level content. Because if we were to stick it somewhere where people won't really go, I mean, a lot of people have suggested we use this to revive unpopular Slayer NPCs, but people will kind of go to those Slayer NPCs, try out the content, realise the drops are a bit too low level for them to even bother with, and just move on. They'll remember why they're unpopular and not go back. Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, so when you're looking at some of the low to mid-level monsters, like jellies, they used to be pretty good for clues. Basilisks drop a decent amount of nature runes.
Yeah.
So only some of the lower level ones are what's considered useful at the level that, obviously not if you're much higher, but if we were to go back and say produce a jelly boss or something like that, because it's even lower than what gargoyles is, it will kind of come in and go out very quickly.
Yeah. I think as well, if you say in your head, coming out next month, the jelly boss, it kind of doesn't really interest you. And I think a lot of the time when you actually put together updates, you've got to kind of say in your head, is this actually going to capture people's imagination? And a lot of the time, the lower level Slayer bosses, the answer with that is just not really.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you've got the difference of how the XP curve works. I mean, to get to 92 is the same as going from 92 to 99. So the lower end of the spectrum is always going to be progressed through quite quickly.
Yeah.
So it is the higher level things that will generally get killed more because it takes more time to get past them.
Yeah. Alright, so do you need me to just talk through what I'm doing here?
Yeah, some talk about some more about what is going on.
That's cool. Oh, it's strange. This is it's 20 to 4. We've got no one down for the dev Q&A.
25, yeah.
25, sorry, yeah.
I suspect they'll probably be coming down in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, okay, that's cool.
It doesn't take that long to get set up.
Maybe they think they can just put their feet up.
Yeah, they think actually we're going to skip the Q&A and just leave these guys on camera.
Yeah. Right, so I'm just going to run through what I'm doing. I started by adding shadow just around here. Now I'm adding some highlights around here as well. So this will just help pick out some core details on the model. So we'll sort of just go for like the neck muscles just here, just to help those pop a bit more. And you can kind of see from a distance, comparatively between the two sides. So if I look at this one, it doesn't really, you can't really pick out what that sort of mesh is doing. if I turn to this side, it kind of helps you break up those shapes a bit more. Once I've done that pass, I'll add in a bit more detail. It will progress a lot faster once the dev Q&A starts, just because it's kind of I'm always like a bit more mindful to actually address the chat than I am to actually get the model done on this particular one. So we'll just keep adding highlights to the top of the tail just here. A lot of people have asked why the tail is just in a straight line. That's because during animation is when we pose things, so everything needs to be as rigid as possible on the model. You can pose things without doing that. That's called pre-posing, but it's not always a good idea because it can come with complications when you're trying to animate using jagged. So for the purposes of this particular model, we'll be keeping it completely rigid. Alright, let's move this just here. Cool. Do we have any more questions coming in from the chat?
Yeah, so there's a lot of people asking about stuff towards the end of the project when we're like the art design and stuff. Like, what kind of things are you thinking of doing to make it look a bit more worn, a bit more battle hardened, things like that?
So if you think of how statues erode, so if I look for eroded statue just here. So yeah, it's a good example.
It's a very good example.
You can see how erosion basically affects characteristics. So the eyes become almost like there are no eyes, and they sort of sink into wilts just here. The nose just becomes a protuberance from the face, and the mouth has almost completely disappeared. So same with this, you can kind of see that in the initial forms we've just got a hint at eye sockets, a very basic shape for the nose just here, and no real sort of mouth or form. Now in addition to this, you can see it's got one wing. We can do things like add later on asymmetrical details like a big crack across the chest. We could add maybe a top of the ear that's missing. We could even add it so it's maybe just got a finger missing here or there. So there's lots of things we can do along the way to actually hint at this. In terms of expecting things like big chunks of rocks to have fallen off it, that will unweight the model, unfortunately, which will make it harder to animate, and it'll also require more mesh detail, which I don't really want to sort of go down. So in addition to what we've already got, you'll also see the animations making it look more decrepit. So it looks quite proud and strong at the moment, but when it's actually animated, it will look very hunched and disfigured, depending on how we pose it. You guys can come in and you don't have to be quiet either is fine.
So we're joined by Mods Wolf and Mods Tom H in preparation for the stream.
That's it, yeah. So the room's going to start getting lively now. Lore behind the Gargoyle Boss, someone's asked for. Right, so let's just find it on the dev blog here, and I will read it out for you verbatim.
You got quite a lot of effort's gone into the lore and the backstory and the history about this.
It's not too bad. It did take me a while to narrow it down to 5 paragraphs. Okay, so it says, the grotesque guardians, sculpted from granite and mobilised with inscribed black tourmaline hearts, the guardians atop Vigora's fortress were a testament to the talents of humankind. An effigy of grace and rebirth, the guardians of dawn kept watch to the east. A monument to service and fortitude, the guardians of dusk defended the west. As the tower fell into ruin, rising decay engulfed the fortress's foundations, eating its way up through stone and timber until finally it eventually embittered the guardians' black hearts. Legends say these guardians sit lifelessly crumbling, disfigured by this corrosion. Conversely, chronicles dating back to the Zamorakian occupation of the tower describe thunderous footsteps trembling the roof on stormy nights. I was doing so well. Damn this throat. Okay, so for hundreds of years, the truth has remained elusive until recently, when speculation began to arise about the lost entrance to the Slayer Tower's roof. That is the lore.
So yeah, I mean, when we were discussing about the lore previously, I think Bodash ended up giving you like hundreds of paragraphs of stuff. It was pretty huge, and Mod Wolf's trying to be annoying.
Yeah, I did just have a Mod Wolf standing in front of me doing the funky chicken there, I think, at one point.
I think he was trying to be Beyonce.
Oh, right, okay. But there's no mirror, Jay. Why would you want to be Beyonce without a mirror? Oh, yeah, so we discussed the tummy at length.
Yeah.
No, we can't, because like bodybuilders don't have these big defined abs. He won't look he won't have what the chat termed as a dad body then. So he'll look kind of more like a body sculptor, which is kind of like the catalogue model look, which is what he'll eventually move away from. So bodybuilders, because they have to like keep eating lots of food to build up their muscles, they tend to have these sort of more sort of like big sort of like stomachs out here with sort of the layer of fat.
You think chisels?
No. See, again, Jay, you haven't been in with the conversation. So we also discussed eroded statues, and this is what happens to them. So if he did have abs in the first place...
For next week, don't yell.
I'm not yelling. It's just a valid point. You come down here with your off-the-cuff requests.
His dancing agendas. So yeah, as you can see, like you've got half of the graphic that's now being coloured in to add some definition. It basically allows a mod ghost to go through and see what works kind of well with the model of what he's got, and then at which point, when he feels happy, he can just mirror it over to the other side of the body to basically just save a lot of work.
Go for it, Justin. If you want to keep speaking, then it just saves my tortured voice, which is getting worse and worse.
Yeah, so if people have questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. For those of you that haven't been here or haven't read a lot of the dev blog, we've got the boss that consists of 2 bosses. So going to be a male and a female version of the grotesques. Obviously, this is the male version right here. And this boss is scheduled to drop granite dust, which is a coating for cannonballs to increase their damage by up to 5 points, giving them a cap of 35, as well as a tourmaline soul,
tourmaline core we decided on in the end.
which is going to be added to the Bandos boots to make a tankier version of the boots.
That's right.
Right, I did just see a few questions that went past quite quickly. Why does the model have no left foot, Mod Ghost?
Okay, right. So I was making one foot just here, and then I was rotating the camera around trying to look at the foot, and this other foot was getting in the way. So I'm just going to do this foot here and then copy it over to the other side. And then we've got 2 feet for the price of 1. So I love a bargain. So if I can get 2 feet for the price of 1, I will do it.
Are you one of these people that goes to a shop, sees coffee on 6 for 12 or something, whatever, and buys 9 million of them because it saves money?
I stopped drinking coffee now.
Well, that
I don't do coffee
ruins that, doesn't it?
6 for 12 is a really bad offer.
It was the first thing that came to my head, okay, Tom?
6 would be a good offer.
12 for 6, yeah, whatever.
Did you say 6? Oh, no,
I said
agreed
6
as
for
well.
12, yeah.
I'm really slow.
Cheap at
Okay.
twice the price.
Not a mathematician.
So, Erotic Carrot Cake asks, how are the other graphical projects you're working on going? I seem to recall you were doing something, going to give something a graphical rework. I don't quite remember what.
That's vague.
Yeah, basically, how is your other content going other than the Gargoyle Boss?
At the moment, I'm doing some side work for Varick Museum for the Fossil Island project. I'll be doing the Gargoyle Boss, and as well as that, I've still got the Zook Pet to finish, which I'm sort of halfway through, but I had to sort of stop doing that to go on to Fossil Island.
We'll let you get to it eventually.
Yeah. I'm sure there was something else that I was doing too. Yeah, I want to put together a sort of like an art dev blog as well. I was going to use the Zook Pet to actually do that initially, just to explain a lot of the technical limitations that we have, and actually just kind of make a series of them too. So that'll be kind of the next thing that I fall into doing once I find more time. And also I've got other work to do around the studio as well, which is probably a bit more confidential, which I can't talk about. I'm alright. Cheers, Chris, though.
No, thank you. There was quite a good question I just saw come in. Let me go find it. The original Kiz D asks, what do you guys do when you create assets for content that doesn't pass? Do you reuse them?
So this asset just here, if it doesn't pass, will probably just be retrofitted to be a superior gargoyle. So in the back of my mind, whenever I'm making something, I have to say, what is the worth of this asset in terms of how it can be used in the game? I would not be modelling an asset today if I didn't think this could be reused if the content was unsuccessful in passing a poll. So yeah, I think we always reuse everything. It's just a lot of the time things usually do just pass the poll, just because we're very careful about how we actually pitch things and make sure we actually offer things that we feel people would definitely want, which is clearly like the best way to make sure that we don't waste time.
Most definitely. Gertjar asks, would you rather do landscapes or monsters? Which do you find more fun?
I prefer characters any day of the week. Environments can be fun, but I often find that when I'm doing them, you have to create so many different elements for an environment before you finally see the thing coming together. Whereas with a character, like, the process is completely different. So I'll be building this, and I'm just focusing on this one asset, and I'm seeing the whole thing progress from a point A to a point B. With an environment, you've got so many point A's and point B's going on to reach point C, which is kind of a bit too. I don't know. It's not fun. I just don't find it as fun as doing this.
Yeah, because I think Mod West prefers doing a lot of environment work.
He does like doing
building
environments.
things.
He's done some characters like over the last 6 months though, and he is kind of finding it a bit more fun the more he gets used to it. But I think most people do just end up having a preference. Generally in the art industry, everyone wants to be a character artist, like en masse, but there's only so many of those sort of jobs that are available. So characters are probably like one of the most popular things that people go for, probably for that reason. But I'd say in terms of complexity, I'd probably say making a really solid, interesting environment that people can navigate around, that people have to view from all angles, takes arguably arguably a completely different skill set. So you can't really compare the two in terms of which one takes the most skill, I suppose.
Okay, that's fair enough. Okay, so the stream is going to start in about 8 minutes or so. The guys are just getting ready on the couch now. If you have any questions to ask before that starts, then please feel free to at RuneScape in the chat, and we can discuss them.
Cool. Right.
Harrisel asks, have you got an estimated time to be able to complete the boss yet?
No, that's too difficult to tell at this stage. I mean, we've got to see if we can actually fit all of the mechanics that we've got down in the documentation into it, and whether or not those are actually going to be fun to play. So there's so much to decide before we can actually say for definite whether or not we know how long a boss will take. We can have an estimate, but again, that's due to, we're going to have to sort of balance that around how many of each reward we think we should get if we try and provide that. So I don't think you can do that. I think it's best to make the content, figure out how long it's going to take, have lots of people testing it to figure out how long a larger sort of test group of people will take to complete it, then try and estimate how long the community will take to complete it, and then off that estimation figure out how much of the rewards you want to offer depending on how much you think will be coming into game. I think that's generally the timeline with this sort of content. So my answer's no. If you want it in a nutshell, no, I don't know.
No, that's fair enough. It is something that just kind of happens and falls into place.
That's it.
We don't necessarily have a time that we kind of estimate beforehand.
There's loads of questions right now just before we go to the Q&A.
Okay, we'll try and see if we can get those up for you.
Where were you earlier?
Me?
No, all these questions.
Oh, the people asking the questions. Can you update how many cannonballs we can load into a cannon?
No, we can't do that, unfortunately. The whole point in this content is to provide some content that's not AFKable. So if we provide a reward which basically makes Slayer more AFKable, it kind of seems counterintuitive to what we're trying to achieve in the first place. As well as that, if we did want to increase the capacity of, say, a cannon, and were to offer like an upgrade to the cannon, then it doesn't really feel like it's something you'd expect to come from this content. I'd personally expect it to be something that comes from a dwarf in the game that you perhaps have to buy from a shop for whatever reason. It doesn't really feel like the gargoyles, for whatever reason, drop a lump of granite which you can then carve into a part of a cannon.
I don't know what Mod Tom's just done, but he's just burst out laughing.
I don't know. Let's not worry about that.
It's Mod Archie playing the fool.
Oh, okay.
See what other questions we have. How big will the boss be in comparison to the player?
Okay, so if I just switch on the grid just here, then we can show you the floor. So your player is roughly about as big as this block that I'm going to draw for you now. So let's just add a cube, something that big. That's roughly how big your player is in game. So he'll be reasonably large. He'll just look like a very intimidating sort of creature, but he won't be sort of something ridiculous like an Abyssal Sire walking towards you, or any of the raids bosses or stuff like that. So I think that kind of like suits the fact that he's a mid-level boss as well.
Yep, it doesn't necessarily have to be as huge as perhaps
Yeah.
some of the superior creatures that were made to be 3 times the height of a player.
Yeah.
Which I thought was quite fun, but
It didn't
some
really.
people seem that it didn't really fit when you've got a Aberrant Spectre that's 3 times the height of the player, but it's
Yeah.
also in the middle level of a Slayer tower.
It would have been nice to not have that, but never mind. It's done now. I'm not bitter.
I think a lot of that came from my design anyway,
It's
when they
fine.
originally created.
I think like
Top Mod gear, and I want that.
when I did like the rework, I was kind of looking at the size of these monsters, just thinking, oh my god! But I couldn't really change them because it was kind of like the size of the squares that they currently occupy did kind of affect how people actually played the content. So there wasn't really too much I could do.
So, I am bad at everything. Asks, why don't you model the boss in a T-pose as opposed to the...
Okay. There's not really a need to do that because I don't use textures. So often if you use textures, like people say you're supposed to model things in this T-pose like this. That way when you move, say, this arm here up, you don't get the texture stretching just here, and you don't get the texture stretching here when you move the arm down. More conventional modelling methods actually say not to use T-poses now. You're best off actually having the arm at more of a sort of like a 35-degree angle down here. Like a 45-degree angle down here. If you look at models that they make for films, for example, to avoid this problem again, they go one step further. So they make it so not only do you have the arm at a 45-degree angle from the shoulder, you then have the arm like from the elbow a flexed angle as well, and then you have all of the fingers at a flexed angle and the wrist at a flexed angle, until eventually this thing's almost in a fetal position, just because that stops the stretching of any textures or shaders that you want to put on the model. So T-poses are kind of like a bit outdated now anyway, but for my purposes I actually prefer to just kind of model them in this format just here, just because it's just a mesh that moves around, and it means it's a lot easier for me to animate in particular. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yep. So we've got 2 minutes before the Q&A starts. We've got a chance for perhaps 1 or 2 more questions before that gets kicked off. Sir Dude asks, Ghost, I know you're extremely busy, but I really love the wireframe and character sheets that you post. Do you think we should get some wireframes of the Inferno boss on Twitter?
You will have soon. Just let me check out what I had earlier. So I've actually got some wireframes of the Inferno boss just here, and I want to put a blog out. Probably it's going to be quite a while away now because I've got lots of extra work that's come in, and it will just detail more of these sort of processes that we sort of encounter, and it'll show you things like animation rigs, the complications when we actually like shrink NPCs down to create pets, and then the things we have to do to sort of edit those pets as well. It will kind of like explain to you sort of the core principles of what our models are made up out of, things like kits as well, like environment kits too, how we actually piece those together for Inferno. So we'll go into a lot more detail. It's just a matter of time really, and unfortunately my schedule's a bit swamped to actually put a lot of this stuff out. So you'll be getting more of that probably after September.
Right. When Mod Runner is ready to go, we will move over to the couch for the Q&A.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Welcome back to another Q&A. We're joined after Mod Ghost and Mod Rock's Gargoyle Let's Design stream, or Let's Design the Gargoyle, or whatever that was titled. And then, of course, the mobile Q&A, which happened just last night, actually. It went very, very well. We do have a few more mobile questions, and you might notice a new face on the stream. Do you want to introduce yourselves? The newest addition to the old school team?
Some of you might remember me, Mod Jed was here a while ago.
A while ago? It must have been like six months, maybe. A long time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
To introduce everybody else, I'm Mod Archie. We have Mod Tom H. Hello. Mod John C. Hey. And Mod Kieran, of course. Mod Rock is grabbing questions from the chat. Just at RuneScape if you have any questions. And going forward, just to say real quick, we will be bouncing back to Mod Ghost at some point during the stream, whenever he likes, maybe the halfway point or towards the end. Never? Never? Okay. Just to follow up on progress for the Gargoyle Boss. In addition to that, we did an update today. We had free-to-play Castle Wars. How would you guys say that went today?
It's crazy busy. I popped in earlier to have a look, and it just brings back like 2005 memories of hundreds of people itching to play the game. It's looking great.
It was looking like a lot of fun. I was watching some streams, but then I was kind of thinking to myself, like, you know, this looks fun, but it is not nearly as fun as members. Like, not even close.
Well, it's an interesting meta because you've only got so much gear selection to choose from in free-to-play. You've only got bind, so you can't just barrage someone for 20 seconds.
Yeah, I was watching Sickner try to kill somebody, and he had like 1 health left, and it took him like 12 hits.
Yeah, but that happens in any world.
That's very true. And actually, we have a kind of exciting for me at least, announcement to make right now.
Really?
This is huge. Are you ready? Nobody knows.
No, no idea.
Only Ronan knows. We are moving the Q&A date.
Oh, this.
We are moving the Q&A date from Thursdays at 5 p.m. BST to Wednesdays at 5 p.m. BST.
I don't like change.
How
This is a pretty big deal, of course. We've had these Q&As every Thursday. I don't think we've missed a week. I mean, obviously, like over the holidays, we missed a couple of weeks, but realistically, we are extremely good at sticking to this schedule and never missing a stream, no matter what, even if it means going out of office and shooting it from a pub. Yep. We're very dedicated to this. However, as some of you, many of you, have noticed, I noticed a long time ago, they have begun to get repetitive. It's essentially filtering through the same recycled 1,000 questions, and it's getting extremely difficult to find anything that is new and exciting and refreshing that has been asked by the community, because there's only so much we can do. There's only so much we can talk about. And the Q&As aren't necessarily always about that day's updates anymore, because that update already came. You guys have been enjoying it for several hours at this point, and you had already known about it because it was polled, went through the blog, etc. If these streams and when these streams are on Wednesdays going forwards, we'll be able to preview content before it actually goes live, and you guys will be able to see the stuff before it happens the next day, which will be just so much better all around. We'll be able to gather more questions relevant to that week's updates. We'll have relevant JMods on the couch, new faces, mixing people up. So many positive reasons.
Everyone loves the previews, and by doing this, we get to give a lot more and show a lot more stuff off. So
And we lose out as well, like when we do big things like the Inferno. You're not watching us, you're watching the Inferno and the other content creators. So I guess it does make sense.
Yeah, honestly, like, I know there's a lot of like random emotes right now, so it's hard to kind of gauge the reaction from the community. But honestly, I think once we go forward with this and continuing on the first few weeks, you will notice a drastic difference and improvement in the quality of the streams. Just better questions, just better content all around.
So when's the change taking effect? Is it immediate?
I'd like to start next week.
It's the last of a Thursday Q&A.
Oh.
Moment of silence.
Sad
Yeah.
times.
I suppose we're going to have to really make that decision right now, aren't we? Are we good to start next week? Everybody confident we'll be able to do that?
Don't see why not.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. Going forward, let it be known, Thursday Q&A streams will be moved to Wednesday, 5 p.m. BST. We'll have to get some announcements out on our social, but we can move that. Yeah. There's also talk, of course, because our community streams happen on Wednesdays. We're talking about moving those to being on the Thursdays. Why is everyone saying F? Okay. Unpolled, yeah. Community streams likely going to be moved to Thursday, which means on Wednesday with our streams we can preview new content coming out, and on Thursday we can actually play that content. It kind of makes you wonder why we didn't do this from the beginning, but there you go. Okay.
Exciting times.
Very exciting times for me. Moving on to the questions, I think the biggest question, most popular question this week was, what is your stance on third-party clients implementing features that failed in the official poll?
Right, so obviously we've kind of dawdled around this question for a couple of weeks now, and you guys have obviously noticed that and have made it really clear that you want an answer. Just to be clear, we are very aware of the issues around them and the issues that community has with them. And we are working to address them. Unfortunately, there's a lot of moving parts in the process of addressing them. We simply can't talk about them yet. Nevertheless, we will keep you updated, and when we have more info, we'll give it to you as soon as possible. I can appreciate that's probably not the answer you wanted to hear right now, but it is the best we can do, and you just have to bear with us. But all will be good in the end.
Yeah. All right. Next question. Same says, when you're on data on your phone, you are constantly switching IP addresses. I remember a case of someone's account being locked because of this. Will this be looked at before mobile releases?
It will, yep. We're already aware that we need to look at various recovery systems that depend on IP addresses. We'll update them before mobile goes live.
Cool. Speaking of which, guys, we're probably going to have a few mobile questions in the chat. Of course, Mod Jed being on the couch, he can actually start to answer some of the questions about how it was made and all that.
Yeah. Hopefully some come through.
Any interesting stories you're allowed to share as to difficulties or anything like that?
Don't know if it's interesting, but we had to play through pretty much every quest and every mini game just to make sure that everything runs smoothly on mobile, all the interfaces work nicely. So that was interesting. Yeah.
Did you find much of a challenge moving from, because it's obviously quite different developing content for our weekly updates versus then moving on to developing mobile?
Yeah.
How big of a change was that?
Doing the same thing for a really long time. Obviously, like, it does start to drag on, but I think mobile is an interesting project. So like there's always been something new to work on. And plus I have come off every now and then for things like Dead Man. So.
Yeah. Awesome. Nightmare says, can other Brutal Dragons have a Slayer requirement to make it consistent with Brutal Black Dragons?
So it's something we've discussed and decided to see what the community wanted with regards to it. So if you feel that there's a need for it, then we can do. I don't think it's necessarily just to do it for consistency's sake. You know, the requirement was put to address a problem of people getting there too easily, getting too much dropped loot stuff from it. But if the community want it, sure, we can.
I think they might want it.
We did discuss it before we did it to Black Dragons, and it did just feel like doing consistency for consistency's sake, because we don't believe there's going to be much of an integrity issue there to address. But if it's clearly a popular suggestion, so perhaps we should stick it on a poll.
Let's do our first straw poll, actually.
Ooh.
Mod Rock is on it. All right, so I'm going to reiterate the question. Can other Brutal Dragons have a Slayer requirement to make them consistent with Brutal Black Dragons? Get that straw poll in the chat for you guys momentarily. You're very eager. Very, very passionate lately. I noticed since the mobile stream, we have like the Twitch chat is just blown up with passion.
It's great.
They're very excited. Gimo says, could Neve and Duradel assign jellies? Seems weird they can assign lower level monsters, but not jellies. A classic Slayer monster.
That's because jellies suck.
Do people really want jellies? I'd have no issue doing it, but
I think if we were to do it, it'd have to be one of those that you unlock, because there'll be a lot of people that don't want it, I imagine.
I actually did see a couple of no's, but I saw a lot of yeses, so it seems controversial, oddly enough. A lot
there
of
we
no's.
go.
Oh, wow.
There's a lot of no's.
There's the difference between Reddit and Twitch.
Jellies are one of those like iconic slate actually did as a
Yeah,
though, aren't
they're
they?
iconic, but they suck.
Yeah.
Like,
they were good. They
I
were good
love
for
jellies.
Like, everyone
they're
thought they
cool.
were really good for clues back in the day.
That's true.
That was about it.
If we gave them back jellies, they'd be like, make these better.
Don't we have a buffed version in the Correndo?
Yeah, we have like the warped jellies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's multicoloured.
Okay. I believe we have the results of that straw poll. You want to drag that over? Oh, wow. There we are.
Oh, okay.
88% saying yes, other brutal dragons should have a Slayer requirement. That is,
I guess we'll put it on a poll then.
yeah, that's impressive. Next
We did it,
question.
Twitch chat.
Let's grab one from the chat, actually. Charlie says, any word on a farming update / revamp?
It's being worked on alongside when Modash gets time. He's kind of been working on it for a while. That improves timers and stuff on the back end to make it more consistent. And we also do have some thoughts on new content we'd like to add potentially at some point. But there's no fixed date for either of them yet.
Yeah, it's the farming ticks that Ash has addressed. I don't know if he's talked about it on a live stream yet.
Yeah, I think we've mentioned it. So, and it's things like not growing quickly when you log in because there was a timer that stopped them happening, and generally improving sort of the farming timers massively. It's a really cool change, but obviously farming isn't easy to work with, either code-wise or testing-wise, because of it takes hours and stuff for things to grow, and sometimes we do have to actually manually check that. Log a client, leave it overnight, and make sure that we've got it set so we can check when the stuff happens. So it will get there, but it's going to take a bit more dev work and quite a lot of QA first.
So soon TM.
Yeah.
Okay. Matt says, will you ever do more events like Crack the Clue?
I really think we should.
Yeah.
Right.
I
Absolutely. I mean, it was a big thing. People like we did back in the day with RuneScape, like the Clue Fest every now and then. Like, I think we should do these little events every so often. They're fun.
What do you think about a live stream showing people how to get to certain points through the hints and steps and stuff?
I think once the solution's public, that'd be cool.
Okay.
Yeah, totally. We'll get Matt on a stream.
Matt can explain it better than anyone else, and this is very much us dropping him on it.
Yeah.
Oh, we'd love it.
He has to explain it one time.
He did actually explain it to me not too long ago. I didn't want to know after the thing went live because I just didn't want the information in case it leaks it or something.
Yeah.
But,
No, I've had the explanation from him as well, and it's a pretty cool.
I wanted to know, yeah.
idea.
And he
I
kept it
didn't
from
want
us
to know
for
anything
ages.
about it, because if that got leaked or dug up the day after I found out, they'd be looking at me. I'm like,
Well, it's just in case you're under pressure, under torture, and you leak
I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't tell me.
I believe the person who solved it is still the only person to have solved it.
him and his friend, I believe.
Two people?
I think
Actually, that's a question. Let's do that one now. How many people in the game right now have the Helm of Raid
I think
War?
it's 2 accounts, but it could be the same person.
It might have been the same person on an alt account.
Yeah,
It
no
is
one
the
else.
same guy.
No one else has done it.
Oh,
so.
greedy.
No, I love it. Don't share it.
I heard he was like tempted to start to tell people how he found it, but then they started to be mean to him, and he was like, "No, I'm not going to tell you."
That's fair, and he deserves all the attention he gets. It's done well.
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm not being rude,
Maybe
by the way.
I
I was looking up whether somebody else had done it.
Well, in the meantime, we politely encourage you to get good.
Yeah. It was actually kind of funny following Wooks in his stream where he was digging everywhere.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
while he's done so much work to solve this, any random person who's just tuned into that stream for the first time digging might find it before him. Not sure how this Pikachu person did find it, but I'm really curious.
I went through the logs, so it's, I'm not going to say anything because it might compromise his methods and what have you, but it's quite clever.
It is.
Okay, cool. Extra says, what time frame does the team expect before tier 80 weapons are released? Please don't just say when the community wants it.
Well, that is the reality of it. Like, ultimately,
Yeah.
you guys make those decisions for us. I mean, we'll sit down and design content all day long that we think is
Yeah.
cool and that you want, but if you don't like it, then we don't like it.
Ultimately, we could pull tier 80 weapons now, and whenever we try to do it, it's going to be going through a poll. You guys will vote yes or vote no if you want them or not.
I think there needs to be a time for it. Like, at the moment, is there really a need for tier 80 weapons? Like,
no.
Not really.
I
If we bring out content that needs it, then we can offer it to the community.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is just because we can bring it out, it's when we should, based on content that deserves that as the reward. You know, we can just poll adding weapons here, there and everywhere, but we always prefer having all new items sort of as much as possible come from some form of content.
The thing with introducing new higher tier weapons is it devalues, or it makes everything in the game easier. At least all of the pre-existing content. So stuff like bandos becomes even more of a joke for players who are experienced. And then of course you just have to start introducing new content to go with it that rivals, you know, how good those tier 80 weapons are. So if we did something like Raids 2, for example, and we said, well, here are the great weapons, all of a sudden Raids 1 is like easy.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Never mind PvP. PvP is a big issue around this because people already hit pretty damn hard.
Yeah. I think we're too soon for tier 8.
Regardless, I think we're doing a pretty fine job without offering tier 8. We're still managing to offer pretty useful and good rewards on content.
Yeah. We've still got a lot of reward space as well, even at the mid-levels to start filling up, and we're in no rush to do that.
Definitely more, I think, niche pieces of content that we can appeal to.
A new spec weapon, like things like that, are so you can come up with anything and be creative, and it can really offer something new.
Yeah, just because doing a new boss doesn't mean he needs to drop, you know, the next 3 best things in all the classes and totally revamp the entire game.
All right. One from the chat, maybe. Omelette. Will we ever see death mechanics reverted?
So we'd like to open a discussion about death and how it works and how you guys want it to work soon. For those that don't know, the current death mechanics were implemented as a result of the servers being under attack a couple of years ago, and yes, we wanted to make sure we could protect what was yours rightfully rather than you losing it in a bad way, basically. Obviously, they've been in the game for a couple of years now, so we're not just going to switch them back like that. We'll have a conversation with you guys, a proper open discussion, making sure that whatever we change, if anything, is properly directed and really pushed by the community.
The other key thing is whatever we do, it will not suffer due to DDoSing. It will not incentivize DDoSing in any capacity. You will be safe over a logout, things like that, so that all the issues associated with the system we had before hopefully won't come back in any capacity.
Yeah. A lot of people are saying they actually prefer it this way, but
we all know
appreciate there are probably a lot of people who just aren't spamming in the Twitch chat right now who would disagree entirely.
We all know, like, obviously the current system is just not really good for the game as a whole. Death has no punishment attached to it because you're essentially guaranteed to get your stuff back. Right.
Yep. And that's what I'll have in that conversation. If you genuinely think it's fine, then go for it. What we'll probably do is offer a couple of options and have a default one in case you guys can't come to a decision, which may be what it is now, but your discussions will shape that.
We'll see. Very, very touchy subject.
It's a hard one to get right as well. Like, we'll work with you guys to get it right.
How do you right-click on mobile?
So, I covered this yesterday. There's a couple of options to explore, but the 2 principal ones are, obviously you've only got touch, so you can either stick on one mouse button gameplay, which already exists in the game, which makes every button a right-click, or we'll have a gesture for bringing up the right-click menu. So whether that's pushing down for a couple of seconds to generate it, and then you can either slide down to the option that you like, or release and press the one that you want. We need to put together a few prototype concepts, see how they play in the office first, and then we'll probably run a dev blog with various other controls included as well to see what you guys think.
It's the kind of thing where there's scope for us to offer you different ways to do it, and it's just a matter of plugging in the gesture that more people want.
Yeah.
Okay.
All the joggles.
Speaking of mobile, actually, talk to me a little bit about the UI. So I know that was like kind of a difficult task for you, is fitting everything old school on such a small screen.
Yeah. So lots of suggestions came through. So we had seen prototypes people had made or designed, and there was just flaws like the chat box, for example, being at the bottom of the screen just doesn't work with keyboards, right? The keyboard would come up and it would get rid of the chat box. So we had to straight away put the chat box towards the top of the screen, which looks really different, but it actually plays surprisingly nicely. We then split the side icons to both sides of the screen so that your thumbs can work with them. And it's a matter of getting the right ones on the right side, because I know it's the kind of thing that's going to split opinions. But at the end of the day, when they get their hands on it, we'll just get back the most feedback.
Okay, cool. So there's actually quite a bit of scope for change then with the UI, or
yeah, it's based on what people want really. As long as it's technically viable, so not anything crazy, but with the kind of framework we've got, we can move things around.
Okay, cool. Where are we at here? Stone says, since there are very limited methods of obtaining the wines of Zami, currently Calphite Queen being the best option, can we see noted wines of Zami drop from other Calphites or a notable increase from Zamorak God Wars, or buff the drop rate from greater neck reels? If drops from Slayer want to be avoided, what about an increase in the yield from the Tithe Farm?
That's the method I'd prefer to go with, the Tithe Farm.
I mean, recently we've also added them to the Wilderness, right? A new telegraph spot where you get them noted. Like, maybe that's an area worth looking at as well, so we don't take too much away from the norm, the conventional method of earning them.
I think Tithe Farming had actually quite a bit of support.
That is also, I think, right now the rates there do need looking at as well, to be honest.
They can definitely go up a fair amount without breaking anything. And I said it's a skilling item. You make wine. It shouldn't really be another instance of all the monsters suddenly start dropping it.
It's grape farming, rather not tithe farming. But
it's grape farming, yeah.
In tithe farming, you get the seeds.
Tithe farming, you get the seeds and the scroll to make them Zami.
Yeah, I think that's our preferred solution, is to buff that, because you're right, it's a skilling activity, and your Slayer's rather beneficial already.
Cool. Here we are. Stick says, can you make it so US worlds show a difference between West, East, and Central?
You know, I don't know. I have to look into that, see if it's possible.
I think
we've got the information, so it should be possible.
I'd expect so. I don't know how much of it's
going to be some engine side, though.
It doesn't make it impossible. Yeah, we can follow that one up.
Cool. He has another question saying, can we have the ability to rejoin solo raids after logging out or DCing?
You want to continue a solo raid?
Yeah, because obviously if you log out, it wipes the instance.
Yeah.
Do we have the tools to store that? And
unfortunately, it's not really a very feasible task to completely create the exact same dungeon in the same state you left it. So, as much as it would be such a nice feature, without some extra engine support to say this is an instance we want to keep around, we really can't do that at the minute. But I don't think it's something that's infeasible to get in the future.
That's fair. Honestly, like, you shouldn't feel pressured to say yes if the answer is no. It sounds like that's, as much as we would like it, it's probably not possible.
I'd like to think one day we should get that, because it's clearly an issue and it devalues part of the game, right?
Yeah, and those kind of features can be usable all over the place as well. It's not like we get this feature, it's only usable in raids. It can actually help make better content as well.
Yes, I mean, the way instances work are, so when you create an instance, it's a block of the game world that's assigned with this map that you've just put there. And if there's no one there, the next time somebody creates an instance, it'll go through, oh, there's an instance out of use, let's replace that one. Or every 10 minutes or so, it wipes all empty instances. And so that your instance will be lost. And when you log back in, it's gone. So if we had a way to say this instance stays around for at least 30 minutes or something after a log out, then I mean, something like that could really help with this, especially if it's just a DC.
Similarly, we're still getting bug reports about players losing their house, and that's the same thing when they're scrying. So when you use a scrying pool, you actually get teleported to that place as invisible and looking down at it, which means that there's no one in your house.
Yeah.
And so it can be that your instance for your house is wiped, which is why when you stop scrying, you find yourself back at the portal because your instance no longer exists. Yeah. So, you know, like I said, it will benefit the game in multiple places if we can get it, but it's not an easy thing to do. And obviously, Engine busy with mobile and other things at the minute.
Okay. Grab anything from the chat that jumps out to you guys, by the way. But next question's from Custom. He says, since Karambwanji, which is the bait to fish karambwans.
Karambwanji.
Right. Who thought of that word? Is that an actual fish? Karambwans?
I would doubt it.
No, I think they're unique to RuneScape.
Anyway, since the bait to catch those is sold in a shop, can we get packs?
I think we did just poll increasing the stock.
We did increase this. We pulled the stock to 50, I believe.
Yeah.
But I don't know about packs.
If we were going to do packs, I'd want to put something else as a restriction on that shop.
Okay.
I don't see much need to do packs. I mean, we're making them stack already. And that should limit the problem of having to buy a full inventory, bank them, buy another full inventory, bank them. So hopefully we'll get without them, especially when there's only 50.
There's so many questions in the chat today. This is great. Attack says, will old school mobile utilize hardware acceleration, or is it still software rendering like PC?
So you have to forgive my lack of technical jargon when I answer this question, but some of the rendering of the game has been pushed to the GPU. That's as technical as it gets.
It's better than I could do.
Not all of it is now rendered by the GPU. Some elements of it are, but some are still remaining on the CPU core.
But basically it means it runs pretty silky smooth on most phones.
Yeah, if you go to the old school RuneScape Twitter, you'll see the snapshot that we recorded the other day. It's crisp as anything, runs at 60 frames per second. And
yeah, like Mod Atlas was on the couch talking about it a couple of months ago, I believe. But it's, yeah, essentially your FPS will take a significant improvement because of this.
Cool. Somebody was asking, why am I sitting on this side? You know what? I don't know. I just said, should I do it? And then nobody said no, so I was like, I'm doing it.
Like we're changing the stream to Wednesday, you got to change up your light every now and then.
There's also another question in the chat that I guess we should probably answer about Windows Phone. I don't believe there's currently any plans for Windows Phone.
It's not on the current roadmap, no, but that's not to say it couldn't happen at some point in the future, but that's, yeah, it's not in the current roadmap.
All right. Phenomenon says, can changes be made to Amethyst javelins? Because they only give 5 tips per Amethyst and are tied to Amethyst prices. The javelins are the same price as Dragon, yet worse.
Well, there's still relatively new content. I imagine as it gets more popular, there's also very high-level content. Prices will slow down and drop down, and the javelins will follow suit. I don't think there's any need for us to take any action to achieve that. Just let the economy do its thing.
Okay. Mod Ghost, what time would you like us to jump over then? Yeah? Let's do that. Let's jump over to Mod Ghost with a sneak peek of the week and the Gargoyle Boss.
Cool. So this is where the boss is at currently. I'll show you in 3DS Max. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm used to having a mic normally. Okay, so this is the Gargoyle Boss. I'm just going to open up Google to see if we can get you some reference images that I've been working from. So, yeah, in terms of erosion, so like people were asking how we're going to make this boss look decrepit. Unfortunately, in old school RuneScape, there's not really much room for us to like stick cracks on things, as it'll make the anatomy of this boss become way too busy. So what I've done for the actual erosion of it is actually base it on how things corrode naturally in real life as well. So you can see with this face just here, if I just grab the image. There we go. So you can see with this face just here, we've got like the eye sockets just round here, which is still visible. The nose just kind of protrudes slightly from the face just here, and the mouth is completely unrecognisable. And you can see even the ears just here have been kind of like weathered away too. So if you look at this, we've actually just done the same thing. So it's kind of got like the eye sockets roughly, the nose has fallen off, we've just kind of got a skeletal nose hole just there. The ears are very basic and there's no mouth. So that's kind of how we achieve this. I think I'll probably stick like a big scar across his front or something to make you feel like it's actually cracked. One of his wings has fallen off. This wing just here will serve a purpose during the fight. I've not quite finished it yet, but I'm actually going to flesh it out with some membrane and create some holes in it and stuff. It's got a tail at the back. The tail has to be straight because before we actually do the animation, we can't do any pre-posing in old school RuneScape, so the tail just basically sticks out the back just there, which looks a bit awkward admittedly, but I think I'll probably pose it a little bit before you come back to me, just so you can get a feel for how it'll actually look when it has been posed, which should be easy to convert back. We've got his hands just here with claws. He's got like, these big heavy feet to make him seem very heavily weighted. He's got these big broad shoulders just here as well. It's not really like a sort of finished stage yet, unfortunately, just because there's been a lot of sort of like talking in the streams, which was really the main focus of today's sort of show and tell. So we'll just give you a quick look around the body though, still nonetheless. So yeah, you can just watch social media tomorrow to see more on this, how this NPC is developing, and hopefully I will have made some few more improvements towards the end of the stream, so it'll kind of get you an idea of where it'll be moving on past the stream. So if you come back in probably about 15 minutes, Chris. Yeah, sweet. Then we should have a bit more. Thank you.
All right.
That tail is so long.
Looking good so far. How long has the stream been going on for? Mod Ghost?
It's been going on for... this stream's been going on for since 12 o'clock, so I suppose that's 5.5 hours.
Okay. Are you going much longer after our Q&A stream tonight?
No, I'm going to stop when the Q&A stops today, I think.
Cool.
Cheers.
All right, next question. And actually, I think this is probably an appropriate time to get through some of the Gargoyle Boss questions that came up. So, based on the drop rate of the granite dust, how much gold do you think the granite cannonballs will be worth?
So it's an interesting
Looking
question.
for a comparison to normal cannonballs, these will be quite a bit better, but are they worth it?
I mean, it's really difficult to try and predict at this stage. Like, we don't know roughly how long it takes to kill the boss, which is going to affect how many it drops, how much they're going to get used, because they're going to be popular, but their price will dictate their usability for a lot of players. So
I don't exactly know the difficulty of the boss. Like, so many different factors here.
I'm going to pull a number out of my bottom and say 5k.
What?
I don't know.
5k per cannonball?
Yeah.
I think that's a terrible guess.
Well, it probably is, but with the information
I was
we've got,
thinking more about 1k.
No, I don't think they'd probably go that high. I think
That's so expensive.
500-600.
1 trillion.
Okay. Oh, wow. All right, next
So
question.
is that what you're going to tell people when you're on the bus? I'm using my 5k cannonballs.
Will the black tourmaline shards be extremely rare? For those who haven't read the blog, these are going to be used on, is it Bando's boots?
Yeah, Bando's
to
boots.
make new, very defensive style boots.
Yeah, they'll probably be pretty rare then.
I think there's obviously concerns with devaluing existing boots.
Yeah.
We can't give any hints as to the drop rate, but...
I mean, we don't have the drop rate yet.
Okay.
again, it comes down to balancing. We want it to be quite rare, but not like Visage level rare or anything that kind of
Yeah.
stupid.
It's quite a niche pair of boots, like in terms of devaluing other boots. There's too big a risk.
Okay.
I mean, if anything, it's enhancing the only boots that it's really going to compete with. So.
What kind of combat mechanics will the Grotesque Guardians and Gargoyle Boss have?
We are not saying anything. Okay?
Yeah.
Everyone's pushing for secrets and leaks.
I think it's nice to not tell everything about what a boss is going to do.
I mean, he's obviously going to do something with that tail. Yeah.
Is he going to hurt them?
Oh,
Is
Mod
that what you
Ghost's
can
got
say?
info.
Okay, so the Gargoyle Boss will have, there'll be 2 NPCs. The first one will be more masculine, and he'll be more sort of like based on the ground, and he'll be more of a defensive sort of tank NPC. The other one will be more effeminate and more kind of ethereal and kind of float in a sort of sylph-like manner, and that one will kind of be more likely to attack using aerial attacks. So that's probably about as much as I can give with you, but the good thing about these NPCs is they'll be fighting you at the same time as sort of like cooperating with one another, so you will have to like basically fight both of them at the same time. They may even be so closely linked, not confirmed yet, that they actually might even share the same health bar. So hopefully that gives you a bit of food for thought.
Whoa. I can't believe you leaked everything. Okay, probably can't say this. Will certain weapons be stronger against them?
I'm going to stick with our new approach and say mind your own business.
Okay. Why another Slayer boss and not a new quest?
Why not both?
There are plenty of ideas for quests, including tap projects that people are working on for new quests. I know Modwolf still wants to do his Fremennik. I'm working on a sequel to Mistle and Mystery that's just going to be a nice sort of little fun quest. So yeah, there are other things coming, and including maybe some awesome quests in the next couple of years.
Yeah, I know Mod Ed has specifically been working at like detailing the whole future of the Zaire storylines and sort of working out how they're all going to come together and different quest ideas that different people in the team have. And like, it's one of the best parts of Zaire is that we've got that complete potential there to go and tell an epic story that's unique to our game and do something completely different with.
A lot of that story is already in the game. They just need to go and find it as well. Yeah. That's great.
Chris, I was going to say as well, I don't know if my mic's live. Cheers. Yep. To add to that, not only have we got quests coming up, but we've also got about a 3 to 4 week window around now when we can actually fit some content in. So things like a PVM content, Slayer related content, is not only popular, but it's also something that fits very nicely into this time frame. So it's just a good window to finally offer people some Slayer content that's actually like more mid-level, based around gargoyles, as have been requested in the past. We won't really get this opportunity very often, so it's a good time to sort of take it now whilst we can.
Yeah, good answer. Speaking of quests, though, obviously I'm seeing Soup in the chat. I'm really looking forward to seeing his guides on these potential new quests.
I'll book out an afternoon to watch one.
That wasn't even planned.
It's not really a guide, is it? It's just some sort of information about the quest.
Don't bully Stefan. Leave him alone. Okay, next question. Actually, you know what? Let's tackle the Castle Wars one. Well, Tom H, you had a fair amount to do with the Castle Wars and free-to-play going on today.
Yep. So obviously, free-to-play have access to most of the rewards and access to the whole minigame. And one of the most commonly asked things that I've had today is regarding the Castle Wars bracelet and whether that can make its way over to free-to-play. So I thought now might be a good kind of chance to see what people think. Maybe a straw poll.
Would we just do the Castle Wars bracelet, or would we make, say, Sapphire and Ruby bracelets? So that's the inoculation one, and the bracelet of clay free to play as well?
It's an option. I think people were mainly obviously asking about the Castle Wars one because it really helped when it comes to taking down the flag carrier and stuff. So whether or not they'd want the others, I'm not sure, but I think it's a definite option that could help improve the experience in free to play Castle Wars.
Yeah.
I think that's safe consistency. I mean, the bracelet of clay makes you mine soft clay instead of clay. That wouldn't really do any harm to free-to-play. And the inoculation
What's soft clay even used for? Pottery.
The inoculation bracelet.
Has anyone ever done pottery in RuneScape? Like, I mean, you do it for that. You do it for the achievement diary, and that's about it.
Devalue my my members. Hardcore iron pottery, man.
What teletabs? Like that's a big use.
That's true.
Yeah.
But they're also not free to play, right?
True. Yeah.
Okay, we've got the straw poll in the chat for you guys. Moving on to the next question. Our Last Hope says, will splashing or other forms of 20-minute AFKing be addressed? Seeing as how it's undoubtedly going to rise due to the new accessibility of phones, he thinks it's going to be a bigger issue.
So we were actually discussing options about splashing and stuff recently, and how we'd want to deal with it. So options of, blocking the spell casting XP in certain places, or maybe even, I think one suggestion was if your magic bonus is really low negative, so we can see you're deliberately just trying to splash, we'll stop the XP then. So we've got a few options. So for those saying splashing gives no XP, it still gives the spell cast XP, which is always given. So yeah, we've got a few options that we can look into for it.
Okay, we have the results from the Castle Wars in free-to-play straw poll. 72% saying yes. That's a fair amount of support, not overwhelming. I think this one would have a hard time passing a poll. Safe to say. Next question is here from Redesign. Could barb vial smashing also work for the pie dish, cup of tea, empty bowl, etc.?
That was yours, wasn't it?
You smashed the pie dish.
I think we had this question a couple of weeks ago as well, and it was just...
It could.
It doesn't make as much sense.
But I don't think those items annoy players as much as the vials do. You're not, most of the time, you're not eating pies and stuff, really, are you? But it could.
Doesn't seem too popular.
I mean, when you drink, you smash. I mean, when you're eating a pie, you take the slice out of the dish, right? You can't smash it.
But you can't. What if we did like a frisbee animation where we were just like
metal pie dish? Maybe
You know how
we
we got-
make pie
let's-
dishes
we
a
got the-
weapon. Empty pie dish is a new thrown weapon.
What if we
I
did
like-
a boss made of pie?
Well, hang
We
on.
add extreme frisbee to the ultimate frisbee. Like
New
gnome
skill.
ball, we do it with pie dishes.
New skill, skilling boss is a giant pie. Pie
Nope.
eating skill.
Right there, there's a moving on in the chat. I saw it. Next question.
Well spotted.
Could you change the models of different dose Guthix rests? Currently, a 4-dose looks the same as a 1-dose.
They're both in the cup, aren't they? They're just
Yeah.
in the cup of tea, so
There's probably something we can do there for sure.
graphics. It's a graphics job, but I don't see why not.
I'm sure
Obviously,
one
the cup ain't transparent, so
Yeah, Monko's just said he'll do it. It's fine.
I can add a few polys to a cup and
right.
we'll manage.
Ramu says, with the post during the week talking about the success of various charity events going on this year, could we see the return of the Well of Goodwill?
It'll definitely come back at some point, for sure. We like to tie it up with a whole sort of studio-wide charity event, and we tend to do them... actually, I can't remember when the last did one now. I've been so sort of tied up and locked away, I'm just out of touch.
Our last one was probably Game Blast.
Yeah, Game Blast.
which was like
Rules Court, at least.
February, March last year.
It's been a while.
So it's been a while.
But I'm sure there'll be another one along soon. And yeah, we'll open it up, because I love it when we do the Well of Goodwill. We always raise so much money, it's all for
Do you
such
guys
good
have
cause.
a ton of
Such a
gold
fun
to
event.
give away? Maybe? I actually wanted to take this time to talk about ideas for a video series on the YouTube channel. Something we've been talking a little bit about lately. And to give you an idea of an idea that I had, which I was very eager to share, because I think they're going to love it. I think they're going to say, yes, please do that. But I'm hoping, honestly, you guys will come back with a few more ideas that we can potentially pursue. Stuff more really that we can do and other players obviously can't. So my idea is JMods in disguise, where we go in undercover on a noob, and we find somebody who tries to scam me, and then I show up on my JMod, got him. That's the video.
Do it.
Yeah.
Why are we not doing this already?
Right? That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't even
This
need
is
to be
great.
scamming as
It's
well.
like bot busting.
Just see how people are with a noob. Just, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we can record statistics of what they do. Like more than half of them will just log out instantly, thinking they're protected.
I think honestly, it's going to clean the streets of Gillinor. Like,
Clean the streets of Gillinor. What is this, like
I think-
Spider-Man?
I think too many people will be like, somebody's going to try to scam, and then somebody else is going to come up and be like, I'm an undercover JMod, you don't want to do that. Obviously, he's not allowed to do that because that's actually an
And
offense.
you go in with
But
some silly name like PK Master 42
Don't
into
give
the
it away.
GE. Give it away with legit names.
think of something. Not a JMod 123.
You can't have JMod in your...
And of course, with the streams, I know the loot from 1,000 or 10,000, those are always very popular. I think we probably have some scope to do a few more of those. But yeah, we do need your ideas there. So seriously, send us some tweets, maybe post on Reddit, any ideas that are similar. Stuff, that we can do that nobody else can see that you'd be very curious about. Cool. Next question from Jay. He says, Australian PvP world ?
We can.
I think there was a talk of doing that after the Dead Man season shuts, right?
Which is next Thursday. So go qualify for the next tournament, because it's at Runefest.
There was also talk, I don't know if it's already been mentioned, where we were considering moving the Bounty Hunter World, for example, between UK and US so that it was shared. And so we'd have 2 weeks in one place, then 2 weeks the next, and we'd just keep it on a rotation.
I think most of the idea of most of the discussion around that was whether the community would be okay with the world number for the bounty world changing every 2 weeks.
It's a little bit more technical work, but we can actually retain the number. We just have to shuffle the DNS entries.
But it means the work's well outside of our team. If we're doing that every 2 weeks, it might not be realistic.
Let's actually try to grab an opinion from the chat here. This is going to be a tough one, but the idea there, I don't know how I feel about the idea. It's obviously quite controversial. So moving the Bounty Hunter world between a US and a UK world, now it wouldn't be as simple as just changing the flag on the world, and it would still be World 18. The world itself would be changing. So you'd have to just memorize which two worlds they were and just make the switch. What do you guys think?
People saying no, the people where it's happy where it is now, and people saying yes to the people that are not happy where it is now, right? honestly, it's one of those situations where having two worlds might not be appropriate, but we've got one world. We've got to sort of be fair and share it out, right? We can't always have British people having the advantage, or, you know.
Well, they want it that way, it seems.
Well, literally 50% of our players play in the US, and the rest are spread across the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure it'd ever actually pass a poll for that. It might be something that we just have to do as part of game integrity, making it fair for everyone.
We'll have to see. Deserves some research, nonetheless. Speaking of Bounty Hunter, Rake says, make deep wild targets freely skippable in Bounty Hunter. This is something that we polled, and it obviously failed because it's PvP related, so it's going to have a hard time passing. It's one of those things that I actually I'm in favor of personally. Yeah. Of course, if you get a target that's 20 plus wild, first of all, if you bring it untradeable, it's gone, right? Also, a good chance that guy's in a team, and I'm not sure how I feel about forcing somebody into fighting a team or multi if he's just looking for a solo experience.
Bounty Hunter is very much a solo game,
yeah.
Right? It's
and
1v1.
If you skip them a few times, obviously you have the 30-minute wait period, which is just not fun. So I don't know. It's a tough one, but it is something that I would really like to revisit.
When we polled it, did we poll it as stop giving you targets, or do we poll it as be able to skip them? Because that could make a big difference.
I believe it was skipping without.
We pulled a toggle, I believe, so that you could toggle off getting targets above level 20 worldie. But I mean, there's a whole host of PvP things that have failed, and reasonably the PvP communities wanted them. So I think, as a whole, we should go over them and address them properly and see how we can work with the PvP community better.
Definitely.
And get those through.
Yeah, for something like that specific to Bounty Hunter, we can restrict it so that you need to have X amount of bounty points or X amount of score in rogue or target hunting to actually even go
something like that. I mean, as much as it's sort of become a bit of a meme that people will vote down PvP content just because they're not PvPers, and like, that's not really fair. I mean, we try to use a democratic system, and it's the whole community that plays Bounty Hunter wants this change, and we've not been able to do it because of it.
I mean, it's like having a Frenchman vote in your British election, right? It's just kind of wrong, so it's definitely something for us to look at.
Yeah. We want to get it right, because we need to serve all the communities of the game. And like, as much as maybe 60% of the game might be PVMers, 30% skillers, and 10% PvP, right? It means, in general, we might do 60% PVM pulls, 30% skill pulls, and 10% PvP pulls, but it doesn't work out fairly when it actually comes to the voting numbers in the end, because that 10% of players just get nothing.
Yeah, we're definitely in agreement. It's something that we should definitely sit down and look at again. Can I grab a couple from the chat? So there's a few free-to-play questions. First of all, asking for free-to-play skill capes without the perks, I imagine, yeah?
It's doable. We'd have to have a look at the data and see what... because when you're talking about free-to-play, it's the whole monetization model. We need to take a deeper dive and make sure we're not accidentally destroying some kind of revenue stream. But
it was asked again a few weeks back on it, and I think it very much the members were against it, and understandably so, because it is kind of one of the prestige things that you get as being a member. You get these iconic capes.
Yeah.
I can appreciate that. I mean, ultimately, it does come down to the community if it gets through those gates of, not destroying revenue and what have you.
The idea was just hoods. That was something somebody suggested.
That's a terrible idea.
But I feel like the hoods really don't work by themselves.
No. Is there a possibility for maple trees in free-to-play? Currently, they're able to obtain them through other players, but they cannot cut them.
Again, it's the same scenario.
Yeah, I mean, we also discussed this recently about it's a little silly of being able to obtain the items by buying them but not get them any other way. If they're available in free-to-play, you should be able to potentially skill them. But again, it's like you said, it's changing kind of what is exclusive to members, and we don't want to do too much to free-to-play to kind of diminish what members get.
Right. I think we're back onto a mobile question here, if I can find it. Here we are. Is there a minimum connection speed required to play mobile, for the mobile game to function?
So, yeah, you'll need more than 1 kilobyte to be able to connect. Obviously, you just have to be connected to the internet. I don't have specific numbers, but yeah, Old School was designed to run on dial-up interwebs. So for those of you old enough to remember the horrible crackling sound of that thing, yeah, you know it's not very much.
Right.
Yeah, I think one of the heaviest parts will just be the initial download of the cache. And even that's like, what, 50 megabytes?
Less than 50
that sort of number. So we're not dealing with much whatsoever. I saw a bunch of people asking about battery life as well.
Yeah, we don't have a compact suite results yet, but obviously battery life is hugely important to us. It's something we will optimize as much as we can, because there's no point putting on a phone if you're going to destroy your battery in 3.5 minutes.
Okay. Summer says, can you make it possible to disable the staking feature on one's account? Maybe at a small fee. I'll happily pay 10 mil if you can disable staking. It literally ruins my gaming experience.
So all that will do is generate a load of player support requests to enable staking on my account.
Yeah.
It comes up every now and then. It's just not something really.
We have the same problem with permanent Iron Man.
Yeah.
Like, loads of people selected the option to be permanently Iron Man. They never want it just to disable. A year and a half later, they're begging us, please remove Iron Man from my account. And like, so we could easily turn around and say, no, you chose it, but ultimately that player's going to quit. We've sort of got to answer to what they want. And they want to play their game.
If you do find that you're addicted to staking, I encourage you to create an Iron Man. And you can also seek guidance from various places if you're that addicted to gambling. So yeah, please do that if you're that kind of addicted to gambling.
All right, sound advice. Have any of the players cracked the clue? We've already said no. One guy has done it on 2 accounts. Merrick says, can the Circle special attack be made stackable for PVM? Currently, you can only drain the same amount of magic levels as your max hit.
So what?
Stackable.
Basically, give it like a niche use where a whole clan could turn up with circles and drain the stat of a boss or something.
Oh, no.
Is this the guy that's got 500 circles in his bag?
Yeah, probably. No, stackable circles would be horrific.
But it's a circle, right? Like,
I don't know entirely what the spec does.
Yeah, but then you just give it like nerf the magic level of everything, just switch back.
If you've got a clan of people ready to spec something with range, take dark bows that's got a minimum hit.
Yeah.
You'll just kill the thing.
yeah.
Show of hands, who in the chat has their mouse hovered over by circle right now? Cancel it. No. I don't know if we'll ever find a good use for circles.
No, accept it. The circle is dead. Right? Give up.
No, one day the golden idea will just come along and it'll be great.
Just do another colour variant and they'll love it.
But they're so common, everyone has one.
I don't.
It's like, well, you could easily have 100 if you really wanted some, but yeah.
Could we make it so the value of the circle goes up, but not because we give it a use, because we give you a way to like sacrifice it for something better?
Yeah, we could remove it from the drop table.
Let's do that.
No.
We make it an untrained.
Yeah, make it a new rare.
Yeah, discontinue that. First one, circle.
Oh god, the price has just gone through the ceiling, hasn't it? How many do you have, Ronan?
Only a few hundred.
Only a few hundred.
It's at like 5K. Adam says, why does the dead guy in the Kraken boss room not have an examine option? I need to know what happened. I have a fun activity for us right now. We're going to think of something and put it in the game.
What, right now?
This isn't confirmed.
What did the Kraken? We could easily add an examine to it.
Is that a story? Who is this guy? Why is he in there?
Why is
How
the
he
Kraken
died?
killed
Yeah,
him?
no, just
Live
the examine
content
was just trying to cracken the clue.
Send your ideas into the chat and we'll be reading them.
Brilliantly terrible.
Okay.
So there's a big Kraken in this room,
Hang on,
right?
what is the name first?
Dave,
Dave. How did Dave die?
a man pushed him.
Who was that man? It was you.
That was our secret, Chris.
Like, how would you have died because a man pushed him? He's in a room in a cavern with a Kraken.
The power of the dark hour.
Dead man fog.
See, now they're picking up on the Kraken pun. They're all about like, oh, he crack in the head, you know. You got a crack in the head.
Mm.
See, Mod West might actually have a purpose for this man. We're just
Killed by
It's random dead man. New community, sorry, PDCS, what it is, player designed competition. Think of a purpose for that guy, a name, and examine text. And who knows, maybe.
We'll get a straw poll ready to go through the options. So what killed him? We got crack
For
in
the
the
next
glue,
stream.
died to a circle, pushed by a man,
Yeah, get the straw poll going.
power of the Dark Altar.
Modrock doesn't want to.
We do still have
Rock is
a
mature.
few questions. We also need to go back to Mod Ghost for his last.
He tried to crack the clue.
Let's quick fire through these last few questions here. We've got, I think, just 3 left. All right, Dragon Warhammer ornament kit. I need to finish my Dragon ornament collection.
You know what? It does already look pretty damn nice, but
Imagine if it had a gold trim though.
gold
Yeah.
makes everything better.
It needs it.
It's done.
Really? Wow. Can the world map do things like display the agility level requirements when hovering over an agility obstacle?
Absolutely. I mean, we got world map out, but there was a whole host of extra nice features we could spend a year adding. But we'll add them as we go along, like just as we do with other quality of life stuff.
I think
It's not
the main ones that we get requests for are the fairy ring
Yeah.
codes and like agility obstacles.
Okay. James says, why add new granite dust when you could have helped existing content by breaking down granite?
What? But the granite's so easy to get hold of, and if we
That's the answer.
If we did it that way, then you've just lost the entire purpose of what we were going to try.
If we're going to put something this, like this good in game, and it's coming from something so cheap and easy to obtain, it makes no sense.
Right, here's this new tier 80 best in slot armor. You can create it with existing copper and tin ore.
Almost. Okay. I believe we're going to be heading over to Mod Ghost for his final sneak peek. You need more questions? We have 4 minutes left in the stream.
There's a couple
Wait.
in the chat.
We do have
One from the chat. Game of Owns. Observe free bridge agility shortcut. This has been a little bit of a hot topic. It's come up a few times in the last couple of weeks. I want to do it, but I want to do it. Build the bridge. No agility shortcut. I want you to use a construction. Build it so you can actually finish that thing. It'll look great. And then, because obviously you're walking mid-air to someone who hasn't built it, you just fade out, fade to black, teleport to the other side.
Or you can just put them on level 1.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, just have the bridge go over.
It's one of those things as a player that I've always walked past and think, maybe one day we'll get a quest where we fix that bridge.
Everyone's done that, for sure.
We can do it. Let's do it.
Observatory 2.
I don't want a quest, just build it.
So another question in the chat there. So from High Hustler _ is mobile OSRS and a shifting player demographic going to bring easy escape? So we'll do what we can to protect the ethos and the core of what old school is, but ultimately it's you guys, the players, that, a super majority of you at least, decide what goes into and what doesn't go into the game. So that's it.
An important point is it's the same game on mobile. We're not changing the game so that it works on mobile. You just play the existing content. The content will still be coming out for the main game, like desktop. You just have to play it on mobile. Yeah,
like desktop is first, and I don't see that changing in the near future.
We actually have, I totally forgot, we have a couple of suggestions coming from the community this week. 2 images, in fact. Let's go with the first one. There we are. We have Bertrude's dog. I was really hoping this was going to be about the Varrock dog, but it's not. So.
Can this quest involve killing the stray dog?
What?
Oh, why?
I swear we've had this
Korean.
conversation before. That's a horrible idea.
Yeah, but your dog can fight it.
Okay,
right
don't
away.
kill it. I mean, as much as it's annoying, you can build up that rage, and the quest is about calming down and getting to love this stray dog, cleaning him up so he's a real nice dog and he doesn't go next to you all the time.
If you have your own dog, then it guards you from the stray dog, so they won't come to you anymore.
Chase vermin on the dog will just chase away the stray dog.
What if we did a minigame called
Can we throw the suggestion back up on the screen? Let's actually take this as if it isn't a meme. Okay, is this a meme?
I actually think it wasn't very popular because, well, the whole idea seems to come around so you can get dog pets, because the only one we've got is the bloodhound. But a lot of the comments in the thread were very much that pets should be quite difficult to get hold of.
Okay.
But it'd be interesting to see if it
Obviously, cats are in the game, and cats are very easy to get. I mean, the question is really, what do your pet dogs do? Like, if we had a really solid idea for what pet dogs can add to the game, then it makes a lot more sense.
Summoning.
But
next suggestion. Here we are, the Din's Bulwark Ornament Kit.
Oh my word.
And you can just go. You can as soon as you got this, you can just go to the Inferno and just stand still, and you don't take any damage.
Hang on. Mod Ghost, obviously the designer of the logo there. Can you actually give this image a look and let us know what you think?
That is impossible to create.
Not possible. There's your answer. Shane. Well.
Sorry, we'll try that again. I keep forgetting to put my head mic on. We definitely can't do that, unfortunately. That's way too much detail. It's a funny picture, though. It made me smile.
That's that kid's life. He's just spent hours on that design.
Yeah. Are you ready for us to switch back over to you then?
Yeah, sure. You're welcome to come over anytime.
I'm going to leave you with the outro then, obviously. Thanks for watching, guys. Of course, don't forget Q&As are moving next Wednesday, 5 p.m. Same channel. Back over to you, Mud Ghost.
Okay, cool. So this is the one-winged sort of tank version of one of the two gargoyles that you'll be able to fight in the Gargoyle Boss. It's not completely finished yet, unfortunately. It's a rare event that I don't finish models, but it's been quite a talkative stream. So you can see it's kind of got like quite a heavy sort of torso region just here. It's got the sort of like the haunches that you'd normally find on sort of chimera animal mixes. I've curved its tail slightly so you can get a kind of a bit more of a feel for how that tail's going to sit during the fight. And I've started building its wing together here. It will just have one wing, which it uses for part of its boss mechanics during the fight. It'll be very, very interesting. There will be a female variation of this, which also fights alongside it during the boss battle. The two will kind of like tag team and sort of cooperate with each other. The mechanics might eventually end up being so closely linked that they will even share the same health bar. So this will be a really unique boss fight. In terms of its stomach, just here, I kind of went for something that kind of looks more like a sort of like rotund bodybuilder who don't tend to have sort of like these sort of defined abs or anything like that. So it's kind of like intentionally supposed to look in this particular way. I think I'll leave it there. If you want to see more of this boss, please go to the poll once it goes up and vote in the content, and we'll be able to deliver more on this in future. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next week.